get underway with our first track event of the day. Number 20 and 23 women's walks. We could get the men's pole vault to the ball run, please. Men's pole vault to the ball run. So around 150 for the first 400 metres. So coming up for 600 metres now. Catching lane, under 23s. Robin O'Murphy from Longford was inside her, so they're going to go through. And here are Willis Stone from the front side Dublin. There's the front 10 there. They're both in the under 23s. And Savannah O'Callaghan in the under 20s. Check the wattage goes to another 400 metres. Opened up. So 20 metre lead over our leader at 20, then that's Robin O'Murphy. 42 from U23, led by Kira Wilson Bourne. Leader this weekend, U23, Nick Slano Callum. 2 minutes each, and leader from 452. Just a reminder that the call room in operation for all track and field events today is in the gym inside the main building. So all on the 20 and 23 men, the call room for your 5,000 metre walk. 20 and 23 men, the call room for your 5,000 metre walk. Still acting there, leading the under 23. Second and third in the under 23, then we look at Kira Wilson Bourne and Eva Creature from 10 there. They picked up past leader in the under 20, which is Robin O'Murphy from Clonford AC. We have about a 20 metre lead then over Savannah O'Callaghan, who is second in the under 20. Top second person in 23, Michaela Wilson-Bowen, and Keith Capucha. Domino Murphy from Longford AC is 30 metres lead over Savannah O'Callaghan on the second race. This is the final call for the men's 5,000 metres walk to the ballroom. That's the final call for the men's 5,000 metres walk to the ballroom.
Well done, Eva. Well done, Kira.
The bell this time for action here. In 12:10. Go. And we have all hammer men to the call room. That's all hammer men to the call room, please.
I know. How are you these days? Huh? I didn't expect to see myself here even, to be honest with you.
VAR. Third in the under 20s. Part won by U20 U23. So good one here. This is last call for the men's hammer to the call wheel. Last call for the men's hammer to the call wheel, please.
Well done, Bevan. Well done, Bev.
123.ie offers travel insurance, so you can forget about us and go live a life to remember. 123.ie. Give better a try.
So the under 23s, 20 men's 5,000 metre walk on the way. That is guaranteed measure under 23s.
What one, Matthew? Oh yeah, get on. How you give it?
Okay, start. Not the year. Side by side number 20. First round around 3:57 for Matthew Gannon.
On the button, Matthew.
And we have the shot put man to the caller. That's shot put man to the caller. And that we have 400 metre hurdles man to the caller.
Well done, ladies.
So now we got Jacob Bryan, nothing between Matthew Neal and James Clark. Laps to go now for leader Matthew Flatt. Jake O'Brien, in behind him, probably James Clark, Matthew Neal Jim.
Round two, Matthew.
Matthew Brennan, 23, and then you see Matthew Neal just made a kick on there. He's opened up 5-6 metres over Seamus Clark, trying to cover that move.
Fucking Matthew, absolutely brilliant. Mighty. You're up 7.
This is the last call for the under 20 and the under 23 women for the call run for the hurdles. That's the last call for the women hurdles for the call run, please. Penalty there for Matthew Glenn. The 30-second penalty for Matthew Glenn. Matthew Neal. For the fight back to 3,000 metres up. Goes to
4, Matthew.
3,000. Then it's back. Murray Valley. So it is 3,025. Jacob Ryan moves into the lead in the under 23s. Matthew Neal, on the 4 laps to go.
You're up 2, Matthew. Keep it going now.
Training start. 5 laps to go for Evan Ward Joseph. 4 laps to go now for under 23 Jacob O'Brien.
That's it, Matthew. Keep it going now. Keep it going. Down
3
3.
laps to go now for Matthew Muir from Junior 3. Let's see, we get Ethan Martin from Carrick Navarre, Savannah O'Callaghan from Junior 3, and Robin O'Murphy from Longford AC who are under 20, 2,000 metre walk medal. And Eva DeFrita from Kenmare AC, Kira Wilson Bourne from Dundrum South Dublin, and Ashling Lane from Mullingar Harriers for the under 23 1 3,000 metre walk. You can make your way to the medal presentation, please. James Clark, 3 laps to go in the 20s, 3 laps to go for Jake O'Brien, the under 23s, 4 laps to go for Evan Ward and Joseph. 4,000 metres in 16:27 for Matthew Muir.
Right, Matthew, push it out now. Back 6. Meters to go now for our leader in the under 20, 5,000 metre walk Matthew Muir. So we get down this time now for Matthew Muir. Leave it all out there, this one. Leave it all out there.
Over 19 minutes. We're now for Jake O'Brien from Moy Valley. Please go for Kieran Callagher from South Galway. We'll be there this time for James Clark.
Right, Janet. Okay, Janet.
National record is 21:05.70. But 25,000 metre walk, and it looks as though Matthew Muir is going to be well inside that. moment from the under-20s. Seamus Clark from my valley. And we have all women's high jump for the call room. That's all women's high jump for the call room. Here on Kelleher. So it's all in there, comes up to finish 625,000 metres. have all men 400-meter hurdles to the ballroom. That's all men's 400-meter hurdles to the ballroom, please. Next up in back is 20 women's 400-meter hurdles. We have 2 races and it will be the fastest times over the 2 races.
Okay, go Phil. Okay, can we clear the back space, please?
So we're just about to get underway with our lane events. We can clear the back straight, please. We can clear the back straight. We're getting into our 400-meter hurdles. So everybody please clear that back straight. Can we please clear the back straight? The athletes off the back straight, please. We're about to get underway with our 400-meter hurdles. So, final call. Can people please leave the back straight and allow our understand the athletes to run completely to the other side of the fence or up into the corner. Let's Starting 30. First. Over those hurdles down the back straight. Also going out of Lauren for the duck. Front row. Slightly relative to Jim. Second of our two of the 20 women's 400 meter hurdles. 60-33. First race. On the red side, Stephen Murphy. Some more. And James Lynch from Clonmel Harriers come to the call room. That's James Lynch from Clonmel Harriers. 23 rounds, 400 metre hurdles underway. Victoria hammering it down. So now both of those starters outside her. Victoria Hammond's down. He says it's looking very little between Jennifer Sawyer and Emily Line. Looks like Jennifer Sawyer's moved into second place. Victoria Emily down. And then that top end is counter that hurdle. So 2 hurdles to go. 1 now for Victoria Emily down. Fifth battle then in second place at the moment is Jennifer Sawyer. Last hurdle complete. Victoria Emily down. Takes that one in 60-86. So 2 weeks now, the men's under 2400 metre hurdles. So again, it will be the fastest times over the 2 races. Into the 4th round and the under 23 women's long jump. And our leader with 5 metres 80 in the second round is Elizabeth Ndidi. At 5.75 in second place is Dor Crawley from Nina Olympic. And in third at 25.47. In the 4th round is Emma O'Neill from Carpentry.
And we have the under 20 women to the car room for the 100 metres. That's the under 20 women to the car room for the 100 metres.
in lane 4 from Clare Powell. Stephen Dewhurst there, the slight lead. Championship record held by as well Stephen Dewhurst. Stephen Dewhurst now. Lead from out by little then between Levi's Ruben Wayne and Green Coleman. One hurdle left for Stephen Dewhurst. Clear down. A little stumble there by Levi's Ruben Wayne. Daniel Downey finishes strong third on 53.43.
This is last call for the under 20 women for the call run for the 100 metres. And can we also have the under 23 women for the call run for for the 100 metres. the under 20 men long jump to the call room? And can we have the under 20 men 100 metres to the call room, please? Back to 100 metres, 3 heats, and it'll be the first two laps time to the final. is last call for the under 20 men long jump and 100 metres for the call room. last call for under 20 men's long run and under 20 men's 100-metre sprint to the call room. So if we could get Evan O'Toole from St. Joseph AC and Harvey King from Shabana CPR. You're on the 23 long jump medal, please.
Centre of the track. Indeed, bit of all of that presentation there. Under 23 man for the call room for the 100 metres. That's the under 23 man for the call room for the 100 metres.
U23 100 metres.
Downey, from Fort Beach, for sponsoring the hurdle. Medal presentation, Daniel Downey, medal presentation. And we have all women 800 metres to the call room. That's all 800 metres women to the call room. We got Rory out to the span, but nice run there by Sean Coburn, 10.67.
So Aisling Lane here, new championship record in the women's 3K walk, under 23. How did you find that?
It was a tough race. Like, we went out hard from the gun, but I managed to maintain form, maintain technique, and then really power the last lap to just squeeze under the championship record by a second.
Very good. And how did you find the conditions out there today?
Pretty windy. The sun came out all of a sudden just before the race starts, so it was a nice break from the rain, I suppose. But yeah, tough enough conditions, I think.
And what are the plans for the rest of the summer?
There's a race in Raheny. I think I'll do 5 kilometres on the road there, and then national seniors. Hopefully, pick up a podium there will be nice.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So Aisling.
And we have the men's shot put to the car road. That's men's shot put to the car road.
Lane here, new championship record in the women's 3K walk, under 23. How did you find that?
It was a tough race. Like, we went out hard from the gun, but I managed to maintain form, maintain technique, and then really power the last lap to just squeeze under the championship record by a second.
Very good. And how did you find the conditions out there today?
Pretty windy. The sun came out all of a sudden just before the race started, so it was a nice break from the rain, I suppose. But yeah, tough enough conditions, I think.
And what are the plans for the rest of the summer?
There's a race in Raheny. I think I'll do 5 kilometres on the road there, and then national seniors. Hopefully, pick up a podium there would be nice.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So Aisling.
here the back set, we can get 100 metres time, and we have lanes. So these lanes, these are all in the back set. And we have under 20 men for the call room for our 800 metres. And we have all shot puts to the call room, all men shot puts to the call room.
You can never do it.
On your mark.
First 2 heats, we are playing 800 metres. First 3, and then the next 2 passes 9:25. Jennifer O'Leary from the Olympic, the breaking in the lead. Driver from Eastman Tires right there. That's last call for under 20 men, 800 metres for the call room.
They're under 20 anyway, so I'd actually Hi John, how's college?
So here the driver, Vision Harrier from the inside, Jennifer O'Leary, outside her, and then Alligator O'Regan from the stand, 68 seconds for the first 4.
Okay, good luck.
Athletes of those 3 automatic spots with those 200 metres to go. Big driver on the inside, Jennifer O'Leary outside her. One of these 5. One tail driver from Big Man on the inside, Jennifer O'Leary outside her. And another Kenny's Emma Bonner now. These 3 just beginning to pull away. 3 so now qualifiers to the final. 17:78.
I know, but still. I heard someone. I thought it was that good. No, Sean.
From the other 23. I don't think it's over the first second time here, so I want to get 70 years. And we have Ian Carroll from the North Harriers to the call room for his 800 metres. And can we also have the under 23 men to the call room for their 800 metres? Ladies, on your mark. Second heat on the 20 minutes, 800 metres. Second meeting on the 23, 800 metres. Nicely bunched together. Well done. Make my way up on the outside. Very right in the centre. Keep Walsh. Now just beginning to break up ever so slightly here. See our nice spots. Moment. Four of them, looking for 3 spots here. Been very, very close. We're going to separate at 2:18.99. 1:55:47. Lovely first 1:81 for Eagle Sullivan. New championship record.
call room. And we have all women to the call room for the hammer, and all women to the call room for the steeplechase. So, Finn Valley's clear on a caramel, is up on the shoulder Bobby Moore. Frankie Canada in third, John Lane 4. Two spots up the grab, just looking at the left is back to the left, Frankie Canada takes down Bobby Moore. You're on the bottom line. Seventh and third is upset there, Frankie Canada takes down fifth and 6th point.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you join us. You are watching the 123.ie Under 20 and Under 23 National Championships here from Tullamore Stadium in County Offaly. My name is Jack Hickey. You're going to be joined by myself and some of my colleagues in the commentary booth for the next couple of hours. We're jumping on a little bit ahead of schedule to cover this Under 23 men's 800 metre heats, and the man on your camera at the moment, Nicholas Griggs from Candor Track Club, is the main attraction in what is a loaded event. We're going to give you a full lineup through this first of two heats. It'll be the first three men across the line will qualify by right, along with the next two fastest. Neil Culhan on his inside from Aces AC, a sub 150 man at his best, is no slouch. Griggs, the aforementioned, will start from 3. Jack O'Leary, Clarny Valley again, a man well capable of getting into the low 150s. Finn Woodger from Metro St Bridget has the national lead at this age over the 800 metre distance, the MSB man. On his outside is Dinny McLean from Middleton, no stranger to the IMC circuit this year. Jared Murray from Rathfarnham, another man well into the low 150s, and Kyle Witter on the outside representing Ratoath. It's going to be the first three men across the line. All cameras are on the man in lane number 3 at the moment. You can see the photographers fawning over Griggs. It's been a quiet early season for him after recovering from illness suffered during the winter. That saw him take a bit of time off the feet, but he's making an appearance over the 800 metre distance, a rarely run event by Griggs. 3:55 for the mile at the BMC meet in Belfast a few weeks ago, followed up by that lightning fast 13:26 over 5k, and you can see he settles in onto the shoulder of Culhan and indeed takes on the lead. It's all a bit green then on the back straight between the Killarney Valley and the Aces man Woodger, and indeed our Farnham man rolling around the outside. That's Jared Murray. So this is actually probably definitely on paper the faster of the two semi-finals. Woodger, a very decent athlete in his own right, tucked in on the inside, the DCU man, and he's going to probably have the benefit of the shelter of the breeze, because it's Griggs who's taking the pace through the bell. They're going to come up here a shade outside 56 seconds. Indeed, it is 57 flat at the bell, so comfortable enough moving. But it is Griggs who takes it from Finn Woodger, the MSB man, and Neil Culhan is in third at the moment. Jack O'Leary looming large then in the green vest of Killarney Valley, the Kerry man, and there's a bit of a gap dropping back to Jared Murray then, so it looks like these four men have broken clear. Only 3 of them will qualify by right, and they've started to spin the wheels even more now as they round into 150 to go, and these guys are moving. 4 into 3 will not go, unfortunately, so you just hope a clean run as they round into the home straight. You would imagine all 4 times will be enough, but I think there's a bit of pride on the line here. Griggs looks comfortable and nonchalant at the front, a bit of swing, and Neil Culhan looks comfortable in second, and it is Finn Woodger who's going to take that third automatic spot. 1:52 on the clock for Griggs, who stops the clock, heads away, he's out the gap, he's off to do the rest of his session. Unless Killian can catch him. Killian went down and prepared. He's going to catch him very quickly. And we might hand over to Killian, who's after catching Nick Griggs, who seemed to be on the way out the door.
Nick Griggs following the heat here at the U23 National Under-20 and Under-23 Championships, 152. I suppose an unorthodox distance for you, Nick.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, just bit 800, bit of crack. 152. Probably didn't need to go that quick, but got it done. Through the final, and yeah, final in a few hours. Hopefully go out and win, but yeah, see what happens. Just have a bit of fun for the final.
3:55 in your first return to racing. Pretty much unheard of, especially at your age. Tell us how you're feeling fitness-wise. 152, I suppose, backs that up as well.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think I felt all right. Down the home straight, I was kind of like, just making sure no one's coming around me. But yeah, managed to hang on. Feeling decent. Obviously not really an 800 guy, but got the job done into the final and feeling fit. Get this done, and then got a Cork on Wednesday, Morton Friday. So yeah, lots of races coming up.
Before I let you go, 800 metres, you've mentioned it. Why did you pick it today?
No real reason, just no pressure, just kind of go out and obviously you have to run these championships for European Under-23, so that's kind of the main thing. Just get here, race your race, and then hopefully that means selection for European Under-23s is easier.
Well, Nick, we're looking forward to seeing you in the final. Well done.
Cheers.
Cheers, Nick.
Yeah, great to hear from Nick there. Busy schedule of racing ahead of him. He'll hopefully go in the final, which will be later on. This is the second of two semi-finals. This is Dylan McBride, Oisin Kelly, Godwin Matthias, John Spellman, Conal Rogers, Jack O'Donnell, and the man at the front here in the UCD vest, Louis Mallon, who's going to take him through the bell. Pretty identical splits, maybe a tenth or two slower than the first heat. City of Lisburn man Dylan McBride tucked inside, and looks to be a white vest there, potentially Conal Rogers then on the inside as they round and get out of the way. The marquee it is, and Jack O'Donnell, the man from Ratoath, TUS at Lone Student, great championship racer. He's looming large, so there's a fifth man bridging that gap as well then. Actually, indeed, that could be our Raheny man, Conal Rogers, bridging that gap, because I think that's Oisin Kelly of Cranford Athletic Club inside on the rail, but a small gap starting to appear with Louis Mallon as you were at the front of the race. McBride on his shoulder, red headband to match the City of Lisburn colours, and Jack O'Donnell, the canny championship racer that he is, he's going to feel the pressure of Conal Rogers on his outside, starting to falter, and it is the long, languid style of Conal Rogers that does enough. McBride takes the second semi-final from Mallon and Rogers, and it'll be a check to the clock to see if he has done enough. O'Donnell in third, 152.39, the winning of the first heat from Griggs. Culhan was second in 153.06, and Woodger 153.13. Jack O'Leary 153.23 should be comfortably enough as well. All of these results can be found on live.athleticsIreland.ie. We'll have a bit of a chance to run through some of the results you may have missed from this morning. Championship best performance from Ailish McHugh of Ferrybank Athletic Club in the under-20 women's 400 metre hurdle. She crossed the line in 60.33 seconds to break Nessa Millett's record from 2013, the St. Albans lady who went on to claim national senior titles over the 400 hurdles distance. So I would imagine Ailish McHugh recently broke the national under-18 record over the 400 metre hurdles, coached by Athletics Ireland president Breed Golden. Lauren Kilduff from Crockwell in Galway was second, and Emily Ellen Kelly from Tyrconnell was third. The under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles was taken by Ethan Dewhurst from Tyrconnell, who's had a busy summer, well under the standard for the under 20 championships in Europe in the coming weeks. Ruben Wayne from Leevale, the man based in Switzerland representing the Cork City Club, was second in 54.7. And Daniel Downey from Portlaoise the man of many talents, dual star for Laois Minor hurling and football, and now a bronze medalist at the National Junior Championships. Over the 400 hurdles in 54.97, Cillian Sheeran has joined me after catching probably the fastest. He was in a rush to get out of the way.
He was, yeah. No, look, the main thing I was happy to hear that he is going to run the final later. So the men's 800 in terms of under 23 is teeing up to be quite a good one. Chatting to Nick Gregg, but he's always happy to have a chat. And look, we said a slightly unorthodox maybe distance form. I asked him why he's doing it. He says it's a bit of fun. So there's not many athletes that can rock up and medal at national championships for a bit of fun, and especially off the back of a prolonged injury period. But Nick Griggs is I suppose that step above the rest, really.
Yeah, we won't hang the medal around his neck yet, because they'd said there'll be 8 other lads in that final that'll hope to kick him out, but he certainly is well placed. We'll continue in our rundown of the results from this morning. Victoria Amiadamon, the Duneen Athletic Club, based out of Adams State in America, home for the summer, on her way to college in Texas in the coming months as well. So the Duneen Athletic Club athlete took the under 23 women's 400 metre hurdles title in 60.82. Very blustery conditions this morning, didn't massively lead to fast times. She's already sub 59 for the year already. The national senior champion, reigning champion Jenny Sawyer from St Lawrence O'Toole, was second in 62.42, just out dipping Emily Lane of Crusaders. The UCD student under 23 men's, there was 2 men started and 2 men finished. Rory Arda from Lekeila took that title in 61.24 from Owen O'Reilly of Killarney Valley. There was also championship best performances this morning in the walks. You would have seen our man on the ground, Barry Clavin, who was interviewing Aisling Lane.
Yeah.
In the under 23 women's walk, she took that title in 13.54. Representing Mullingar Harriers, dipping under Marie Walsh's championship record from 1919. Ciara Wilson-Bowen, DSD lady, first of many medals I would imagine for DSD today, 14.33, and Ava DeFicha of Kenmare suffered a time penalty, so unfortunately was demoted to third. That is the steeplechasers on their way out. I'm going to continue my pillage through this morning's results. Jake O'Brien was the sole finisher in the under 23 men's walk this morning. Matthew Glennon unfortunately featuring a DQ, which I think was a prediction I received on my Instagram story during the week. So Jake O'Brien, the My Valley man, takes that title.
Matthew Glennon had a substantial enough lead, but I suppose that's the cruel nature of the walks.
9 finishers, 9 starters, 9 finishers in the under 20 women's walk, which is brilliant to see. We had a great piece of commentary from Pierce O'Callaghan at the indoors outlining, so if you have a spare few minutes during the week, go back and have it at, because he gave us a great outline of the state of play of underage race walking. But Robin Og Murphy from Longford AC took that title, dipping under 15 minutes for the 3k distance. Savannah O'Callaghan from Tuam was second, and Aoife Martin from Carricknavar was in third. And the under 20 men's race walk,
yeah, I gotta say, unbelievable performance from Matthew Neal. About halfway through the race, he put in a seriously strong surge. Even when Matthew Glennon was still in the race and he had quite a big lead, Matthew Neal certainly wasn't letting get away with it too easy. He was making ground up on Glennon until he did unfortunately get DQ'd.
Yeah, but Newell, an absolute gentleman of a man, for a man such of his age, an old head on young shoulders, it has to be said. Tuam Athletic Club man, 20.43 for the 5k distance. Most people will not be running that in their parklands this morning. Seamus Clark, another international race walker from My Valley, 21.59 for second, and Evan Walsh took third in 23.57. We've got some steeplechasers lining up there on the back straight, Cillian.
We do. We have the women's under 20 steeplechase about to hit the track. We have apologies. We do have the women's under 20 steeplechase.
That we have an under 20 and under 23.
Yeah, under 23 both.
There's this academic word for you, posit.
There you go. I'm gonna keep that in the locker now for the rest.
You do the under 20.
We do. I'll do. We'll split it up. So in terms of our under 20 starters, as the gun just goes off here in front of us, Emma Brennan from Longford AC, Dervla Allen from St Peter's AC, and rounding off the under 20 women's in the 3k steeplechase, we have Rachel Keeney of Tullamore Harriers AC.
Yeah. Ailish Hawkins from Dublin City Harriers is the first of our under 23s. Alexandra Joyce from Tuam, and the woman at the front of affairs there by the looks of it, Amy Green from Finn Valley, is the third of our under 23s. So you can see there Ailish Hawkins from DCH tucked in there in second, and Derval Allen from St. Peter's. So there's going to be a bit of spotting to be done by us up in the commentary route. Bit of a testing one for you, Killian.
Yeah, it is. Well, look, straight off the bat, Amy Green, a well-known steeplechaser, medalist at Varsity Outdoor Championships. So a really, really strong runner. She's looking to take this on her own, which isn't easy to do in these conditions, letting yourself be out there to be shot down. But a really great technical steeplechaser. She does put a lot of time into her hurdles, following her runs, her sessions. You can see her doing her mobility over the hurdles, and hopefully now that will stand with her today as we are coming up to the 400 metre mark here with Amy Green still in the lead. We'll get a split once she comes through and navigating the barriers quite nicely here.
So Ailish Hawkins has kind of bridged that gap, the 20-year-old, who, according to our notes here, is a student in UCLA. So that is a lot of results posted by her.
First water jump, we seem to have a stumble by Amy Green. Really unfortunate there.
Yeah, so it's Hawkins at the front there. Green will recover, no doubt. But yeah, Ailish Hawkins, a lot of times posted this season stateside. So the student, I must say, not quite as familiar. You must apologise, steeplechase knowledge not quite up to the scratch of Killian Sheeran.
Yeah, well, look, Amy Green, nice and smoothly making her way back up into the lead there now. It's never easy when you take a fall like that, especially over a steeplechase distance, which is grueling enough on its own. So trying to pull yourself back, but Amy Green has done an unbelievable job here. She came to a complete stop after her fall there, but she's made that ground up. She didn't panic. That's, I suppose, half of the battle really when you hit the ground like that. And she's already, as we come to the 800 metre mark, nice and soon, she's putting a gap in. I suppose she's playing it safe. It's a distance that you don't really want to be clumped together as you try to navigate those barriers. So you can see maybe a slight adrenaline rush there by Amy Green, but she made the distance back nicely, and she's starting to put a gap on the rest of the field as we come through the 800 metres in about 2:47. So really, really great running here from Amy Green.
Yeah, Alex Joyce there, the Chumacey athlete, just tucked in on the rail as well.
I mean, navigating that barrier, there may be a slight bit of fear after a fall. It's never an easy thing to do, to come back towards the water barrier after you've just taken quite a hard fall.
No, I think it's one of the things with the steeplechase that people kind of underappreciate. I suppose people watch the 400 hurdlers, especially the women and the lads, going over the 2'6" and 3 foot, and appreciate their brilliant hurdling technique. But these steeplechase barriers are the same height, and they're a lot heavier, and there's a lot more running in these athletes' legs. So I have a lot of admiration for the power of the steeplechase. It's really tidy over the barriers, and there's a lovely group of 4, the under 23s and our under 20 athlete, which I think is Carney, isn't it, the St. Peter's athlete?
We can see our championship record there, under 23 age group, being held by Ava O'Connor, who's been having a great season so far. Division 2 NCAA champion, of course, picked up a senior Irish Fest at the European teams. Not here today, unfortunately. Obviously, off the back of a very busy week at the European Team Championships. Great run from her out there. So it's opened up the field slightly for many of our girls here today.
Yeah, it's actually Derval Allen, the St. Peter's, right club, wrong name. So she's tucked in there in net third, if you will, but she's leading that under 20 race. Yeah. And well mixing it. Seen plenty of her this season as well. But all over the water jump in one piece this time. It's still Ailish Hawkins at the front of affairs.
Yeah, and the Dublin City Harriers vest sitting in behind is Amy Green there. Looks like Alexandra Joyce is coming up onto her shoulder.
So
apologies.
Graduate of Newbury Park is Hawkins, and Alan the junior has decided, you know what, I might be a junior, but I'm going to push on here. So getting a good sight at the barrier as well, super important. And Green maybe just flagging off the pace slightly here. Maybe the adrenaline has started to wear after that fall.
It is something we see a lot of the time through many of the events at any level, that when you take a fall you do get that slight rush of adrenaline, and you know, when it does eventually wear off, and I know we've mentioned it already, but in an event as unforgiving really as the steeplechase, it's a hard one to pull yourself back. There's a slight gap being formed there between the leading 3 and Amy Green, but she doesn't seem to be kind of giving the medals away too easily as we navigate barrier and they come around it. They'll have 4 laps to go.
Yeah, really strong breeze as well, affecting conditions in Tullamore as well, so she's going to get a little bit of a draft off the athletes in front of her, and that's going to certainly benefit her, you would imagine, in the closing stages. So 2 abreast again. Leader of the junior race on their left, number 99, Dervla Allen, and the under 23 race, Eilish Hawkins, and then a little gap appears and Alex Joyce decides I'm going to have a little look in there. So they're 3 abreast coming down with 3 to go on our lap counter, and they're all going to make sure they can clear, and it's all competent hurdling, and around we go again once more. There's no one making any breakaways just yet, Killian.
No, and I suppose that kind of 3 abreast that we're seeing at the front of the race, it's one that we do see a lot during the steeplechase. I know we mentioned it already, but kind of being clumped together is the last thing you want to be when it comes to navigating these barriers. You'd want to either be maybe 1, 2, 3 wide that we're seeing here, and then like that again, even if you have a little bit of a gap between yourself and the rest of the field, sometimes it can be, I suppose it's not as clear cut, those gaps, when it comes to steeplechase, because there's a lot of tactics that go into navigating these barriers in terms of trying to free up that little bit of space. Now we said we unfortunately see Amy Green, who has fallen off slightly. She opened up the race really well.
Dervla Allen, the junior there, kind of just fell off. There was a bit of it, certainly an injection of pace over that barrier on the back straight from Alexandra Joyce and Eilish Hawkins, and Green attempted to kind of bridge the gap, but we'll worry about the front for now. It's Eilish Hawkins and Alexandra Joyce has moved to the front of proceedings and is certainly kicking hard into barriers. It's always a good sign of the freshness of these athletes, how they approach the barriers. Are they taking them in their stride? Are they chopping and able to get that power to generate to get up and over? So 2 laps to go, 7:42 on the clock.
Alexandra Joyce taking the lead for the first time in this race, was patient in the opening couple of laps, but now is really starting to put the foot down and really trying to spread this field as much as she can. Dervla Allen, bib 99, she must be well aware that she's the under 20 athlete who's well in the lead.
Yeah, there's only 2 seconds between their best this season. Eilish Hawkins ran 10:10 out in the Big Ten Championships in Eugene, Tracktown, Oregon, just about 2 months ago now, and Alex Joyce out at the IFAM meet in Brussels would have ran 10:12. So, but it does appear to be Joyce who's just in the last 200 metres opened up a gap that, well, as long as she can keep the train on the tracks and keep clearing the barriers, she's going to do quite well. Always a good sign over that water jump, and she negotiated it really, really well. Really impressive water jumping there. And she's going to round into the home straight with 500 metres to go, and she's got 10 metres. It's not an unassailable lead, especially in an event like steeplechase. Hawkins is going to stick to her like glue. Dervla Allen really running well in maybe no man's land, and Green has a great target to try and bridge the gap and maybe rally again in the closing 500 metres. But we're going to come up here and take the bell. It's Alexandra Joyce from Tuam Athletic Club who takes the bell in this under 23 women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Hawkins still within striking distance. Allen has that under 20 race comfortably wrapped up, you would imagine. It is Emma Brennan who is backed away from Longford in second, and Rachel Keeney from Tullamore Harriers is in third in that event. But 300 metres to go, and Joyce's hurdling just seems to be getting even better and better.
It does, yeah. She's had a really, really great race. Really patient, really mature running throughout the whole race. It's look, her stride just seems to be getting longer and longer as she's coming towards the last 200 metres really of this race. Joyce looking really, really strong. Yeah. Down the back straight, we're coming up to navigating 200 metres to go. Of course, they're going to cut in here and Joyce going to take the water jump for the very last time. Hopefully all smooth over it. We'll see here, really, really nice water jump running. And looks like Joyce is going to come in and take the under 23 national title here in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Yeah, super running. Boy, the Tuam Athletic Club athlete that had a great morning so far with all their medals in the walks, and they're on their way to take this national under 23 title. Yeah, she's navigated the last barrier there nicely, and she's opening up the stride, pumping the arms all the way to the line, coming through in a time of 10:21.09. Really great running there. Hawkins comes through for second there. So It's actually going to go down to the 10th on that championship record. I think that's what Killian was getting excited about.
Yeah, look, really, really strong run.
Chopped off there. Dervla Allen comes through to take the junior title, and we probably shouldn't. It'd be remiss of us to say she really got amongst it with the under 23s.
Yeah, an athlete there who's already picked up the standard ahead of the under 20 European Championships that are going to be taking place in early August. So, of course, selections are
all pending.
All pending, of course.
Line today.
Yeah, it is indeed. Of course, there's a vigorous selection policy that our selectors need to go through before athletes can step onto the plane. But of course, it's important to note for Dervla Allen there, who's like we said, mixed it amongst the under 23 athletes, and look, has a bright summer ahead, all going well.
Great running there by Emma Brennan, who comes through from Longford Athletic Club to take second, but there's Joyce Strong striding out, not a million miles off Ava O'Connor's. It's actually gone down to the 10th, and it's been chopped off rather inconveniently on the scoreboard in front of us. But and there is the local woman, Rachel Keeney from Tullamore Harriers, who's going to come through for the bronze medal. And in a huge change of pace, we're going to go from steeplechase to 100 metres.
Yeah.
So the heats earlier, we'll have to go age group by age group, but the first final, which is scheduled to go in around about maybe 3 or 4 minutes time. I don't see our athletes just quite yet emerging from the call rooms, but Precious Apke-Moses took the first of 3 semi-finals, the Blackrock AC woman. She's had a cracking season from right back in January, took to double junior titles over 60 and 200, but she cruised through to take the first semi-final in 11.93 from Fatima Amusan of Leevale, and Tiffany Wadozi of Balguli AC also snuck through as a non-automatic qualifier in 12.31. Angela Sieleka from West Coast Athletic Club in County Galway took the second semi-final in 12.04, and Elaine O'Sullivan, one of the youngest and up-and-coming stars from Leevale, she is still an under-18 athlete, so competing against athletes much her senior. She came through for second there in 12.07, and in third of the 3 semi-finals, Leila Colfer of St. Lawrence O'Toole took that one in 12.16 from Katie Doherty in 12.17, and Ush Disu of Tala Athletic Club was third. Really variable wins as well, minus 1.4 for that third semi-final, plus 1.6 for the one just 5 minutes previous, and a 0 wind reading for it. The wind is gusty, it's changeable.
You're a short sprinter yourself. Tell us the wind, like we see.
I'm a short sprinter, but I do 400 metres.
You do 400 metres. Those shorter distances with wind like this today, you know, we've seen there's the UCD meet up, of course, in UCD 2 weeks ago. So the guys and girls had the wind behind them. Of course, it was unfortunate that it ended up being illegal winds and illegal readings. That, you know, we seen the likes of Bori there, Shawnee Bobba, who were unfortunate to come away in that sense. But it's got to play such a huge role in how you feel and how you perform on the day.
Look, it does. Like, a sprinter will always prefer a tailwind to a headwind. That's just the nature of the beast. But it is certainly a challenge, and I would say it's probably a challenge that's probably amplified more by the by these younger athletes, and to be able to sprint really well into a wind requires really, really good technical ability and ability to get the shoulders ahead of the hips and to drive through that wind and not let it affect you as much as otherwise you would I suppose be affected. But look, to be honest, today the times don't matter. I think every under 20 and under 23 athlete that is out there are only worried about one thing, and that's claiming a national title. They're gonna be really keen to I suppose put up their hands and I suppose explode onto the scene. We've seen plenty of superb talent coming through in the under 20 age groups the last couple of years, and it's no different today.
We, of course, are waiting for these official results to come through. Dervla Allen in the steeplechase in the under 20s race, coming in 10:37.49, new championship record, absolutely flying there, breaking the previous record 11:01.44. Abby Sheridan RD set back in 2021, so Derval Allen, we are focusing on her throughout the race. Of course, like we said, we're going to keep the live updates coming as they come through to us, but the official result there for Derval Allen taking the win in the win in the under-20s, third overall, mixing it with the under-23 athletes, coming in 10:37.49. Not a PB for her, but it is a championship record, so one of many for the day, really, possibly.
I suppose we're complaining about maybe not the fastest conditions in the sprints, but we've seen championship records already in the 4 hurdles, in the walks, in the steeplechase. So every event so far has produced some class of a championship record. Just looking, we were on the topic of standards, etc. Destiny Lowell, the Duneen athlete, coached by Dave Crowley, didn't see her as a starter actually in the heats. Maybe we'll see her later in the 200 metres, but she has achieved the 100 metre standard for the under-20 championships that are, of course, in Tampere in Finland, a place that's been very good to Irish underage athletes in the past. But no sign of her, so we may see her later on in the 200 metres, or of course maybe she just has to forego participation in these championships. So she has achieved a B standard. There is an under-20 girls 4x100 metre relay that is also qualified as well, so there's spots up for grabs on that relay. They've been running rather successfully, getting to stick around in Mannheim and in Santry and down in DSD. Olive Murphy there, coach. There is an under-20 boys 4x1. In fact, there's a full selection of relays qualified, but not being sent. They're not on the plane yet.
No, and that's the thing with the relays. You see it through all of the age groups, even up to the senior level, and especially within the senior mix. It's like, no matter how good you are, how good you think you are, those relays across all age groups, 4x1, 4x4, mixed, we're seeing so much talent come through that, like,
we're getting relay good.
We are getting relay good.
Relay good as a country.
But like, it's like how good we're getting at the relays. It really affects in the best way possible how the athletes are competing against each other at national championships, because okay, you may not have qualified, whether that's under 20, under 23 or even senior level, on an individual level, but with the depth across the relays, whether you're outside the qualifying period, your selection on these relay teams really still comes down to how you're performing at these national championships and more, really.
Yeah, I think it really incentivises. I think the national seniors, we'll probably talk a little bit about them when we have a chance, but so many of those sprint finals, well, particularly in the 4s obviously, are going to be effectively trial races, and that's driven up the standards of our national championships. But this is no different, so there are 100 metre and 400 metre spots available for potential relays that may be sent to European Championships. So expect this final to be littered with class. The full lineup, we'll see Tiffany Nwadozi, of Balguli Athletic Club in lane number 1, Fatima Amusan in lane number 2 from Leeville Athletic Club. West Coast Athletic Club are represented by Angela Sileka in lane number 3, coached by Tracy Moore, and I was chatting to her earlier. Busy woman out on the West Coast looking after a large sprint group. Elena O'Sullivan from Leeville will be in the centre lanes in lane number 4. Precious Akimoses potentially. Your favourite for this race is in 5, Leila Colfer in 6. Katie Doherty in Ratoath, feels like she's been around forever and still under 20. The Ratoath Athletic Club athlete, and Ushdisu of Tala. They're in their starters orders. This is the under 20 women's 100 metre final from Tullamore Harriers Stadium. Certainly a swirling breeze, a couple of different flags in every direction, but it's all about the title. It's not about the clock. Away first time, great start in lane number 3 by Siaka, the West Coast AC athlete, but it is Precious Akpe Moses who is showing her class in the yellow of Backlock. Actually, she has won it with clear ground. 11:65 on the clock.
New championship record.
No, 11:59 is the championship record.
11:65 coming through there.
Yeah,
apologies.
You're getting ahead of yourself, but I think there was a squeal of excitement from Precious, because the B standard for that under 20 championships is 11:75, so that's another standard achieved, and she's delighted. Nodding approval from Jackie Frayne. Her performance underage 64, indeed, it's been rounded down to Fatima Musan comes through for second in 11:97. What a winning margin over nearly 4/10 of a second.
Yeah.
And Leela called for 12 seconds flat for third. We said it wasn't fast, but Precious Moses has heard us and said, you know what, lads, you know nothing. I'm going to run.
Well, me calling championship records up here, she might not be too far off, but that was a really, really strong field. Even, like we mentioned, Katie Doherty there before the race, obviously a huge feature in that under-18 European Championships last year in Slovakia, who's made her way up now to the under-20 Championships, who's...
That's a superb run by Precious. We interviewed her at the Indoor Championships. She's had the benefit of seeing her older sister Gina come through the ranks and negotiate those underage national championships in schools so well. Based over in the UK, travels over for the juniors, but she has produced one of the fastest runs of her life.
Apologies to Ciara Neville there, saying
I can rest assured she's definitely
her championship record is safe and sound.
Safe and sound. For another year.
As we can see, our under 23 athletes setting their blocks ahead of her.
So 11.65 by Precious. That is by a considerable margin the fastest time posted by a under 20 athlete this year. Big season's best for her. She ran a very windy 11.32 last weekend in Mannheim, so probably a bit unfortunate with the wind last weekend, but big relief for Precious there. And just like that, we're back up to the top of the track because we've the under 23 women's 100 metre final. Do you want to take them through the line-up, Killian?
We do indeed. In lane 1 we've A Ford, Dundrum South Dublin AC. Lane 2, Debbie Lowell from UCD AC. Lane 3, Sarah Millay from Selbridge AC. Aisling Kelly in lane 4. Lucy May Seaman in lane 5 in Leavale AC. Lorena Harrison Rathote AC, she's in lane 6. Jennifer Hanrahan in lane 7 of DSD AC. And on the outside in lane 8 we have Cressida Amiampong from Skerries AC.
Precious has... That's 11.71, 11.74. They were her win legal times over the 100 metres this year. But that's a huge step up and a great show of form from the lady coached by Andy Paul. So good. Then they gave him 2 first names and he knows what he's doing.
Named him twice.
Recently became head of athletics in University of Birmingham, if my very random trivia memory comes to mind. And Barry Clavin has arrived on with a pair of binoculars for us.
Of course. Just getting a few interviews down on the track and we're back in action now up on the stream.
Under 23 women's 100 metre final. Just trying to look down to see have we all our starters. Aisling Kelly has been certainly the one to watch domestically this year. Has made massive strides under Adam McMullen, the UCD student. And Lucy May Sleeman there in the amber and black of Leavale, based over stateside recently. Saw her competing at the European Team Championships, making her senior debut last weekend, and now she's here to try and claim the under 23 title.
Here we are, Lucy there. Of course, not on the plane yet. She's got the standard for the European under 23 Championships, so I would say it's a nice one to have in the back of the mind this early in the season, but of course a lot of work to be done here today.
Orders, so it's Ford, Lowell, Millay, Kelly, Sleeman, Harrison, Hanrahan and Amanyapong. Under 23 women's 100 metres, and Sleeman indeed does get a clapper of a start, and she's shoulder to shoulder with Aisling Kelly at the 50 metre mark, and now the top speed starts to show its class, and it is Lucy May Sleeman who takes the title. 11.69 into a minus 1.2 metres per second headwind. Aisling Kelly indeed shows her form. She's been one of the leading lights of female sprinting, competed on that 4x1 panel out in Geneva. It was a reserve for the 4x1 squad that competed at team championships last weekend, and she backs up her season with a 11.82 performance to claim silver behind Lucy May Sleeman, another leading light. Lorena Harrison gets up for third. 12.12 on the clock for her, just out dipping Sarah Millay. But a great competent display of sprinting by Lucy May Sleeman, the Leavale AC woman.
Yeah, very much so. In tough conditions. Soon enough though, We're going to get the barriers back out for the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Relax, we've still got 200 metre finals. You'd know there's a stark contrast between the sprints man here and the distance man. He just wants to see steeplechase hardship.
Will I go down? Oh, perfect.
But, great performance there by Lucy May Sleeman.
Yeah, perfect. We have our man Barry Clavin has been trackside today. He's picking up a couple of interviews with a few of our winners. We have Alex Joyce, who's going to be coming onto your screen very shortly.
We're here with Alex Joyce, winner of the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. How's it out there, Alex?
It was quite nice. It wasn't too warm and it wasn't raining. All my races so far this year has been rain, so it was nice to have different kind of conditions. There was a bit of a wind, but nothing too bad. It's kind of sheltered conditions and stuff, so it wasn't too bad.
And what are the plans for the summer?
Well, hopefully I might get selected. I've ran the B standard twice for under 23s Europeans, so we'll find out if I get selected or not, and then we'll go from there.
Great. Well done. Congrats.
Thank you.
We're here.
At 123.ie, we have one of the best car insurance policies with more benefits included as standard. So you can forget about us. And remember the more important things. 123.ie. Give better a try.
Okay, great to hear from Alex Joyce there. Under 20 men's 100 metre final being called to their marks. Lamar Luciano from West Coast is in 1. Bilal Kanimoto from Clonliffe is in 2. Jesse O'Sassford in 3. Joshua Awujula, fastest man in the country at this age group, is in 4. Dubem Ama from Tala in 5. Sean O'Donnell, also Tala, in 6. Killian Doherty, the man to watch here as well, Crusaders in 7. And Ronan Ryan, representing the orange of Nina Olympic, goes in lane number 8. Expect to see Awujula go from the gun here. And with they've done us a favour, they've given us more time to preview. Let's try and get a replay up. Here, someone went from the gun and maybe went from the gun a little bit too eagerly. This is a race that is littered with class. All 8 of these men under 11 seconds in their lifetime, which is certainly standard.
That's a tough
Very
one to
hard
call.
to call
Yeah.
that, Killian.
Jesse Osas seemed to stand up quite quickly there. Possibly thought he's the man in trouble, but we get an official result from our trackside officials now in a couple of moments. But that one was really, really tight, really hard to call.
They're deliberating over that one rather attentively, and right they will.
It's nervy down there.
There is, yeah.
It's
ran really well. The 4x1 quartet out in Mannheim recently. There's a official walking across, and they've
looks like we have
Ronan Ryan there in lane number 8 has just flashed the red and black card, I must admit. No, I didn't quite spot that, but Ronan, he's notoriously quick.
It looks like
he's we're going. There's
he's been pulled off the track.
He's been shown, and Ronan is going to learn all about the false start system now. I'll tell you, Killian, have
you been on the wrong side of a red card, have you?
I haven't, but I was going to say, having spent a few times as a club mate of mine, Ronan, he is lightning fast from the blocks.
He's having a look there himself.
But,
a couple of these men maybe counting their blessings.
Yeah, huge breakthroughs by Ronan. The Nina
have another.
We'll have another look here again.
Just keep an eye on Ronan. Closest to camera there. It's margins, really.
It's margins. It is margins. But unfortunately, the officials have deemed those margins were too fine on this occasion, so it'll be a 7-man final. Ryan, unfortunately, showing the red and black card. So it's a 7-man final. Luciano, Kanimoto, Osas, Awojula, Ama, O'Donnell and Doherty. Joshua Awojula representing Dromore Athletic Club. 10.53 at the UCD meet. And Killian Doherty, the second fastest man, 10.61. So I think it's going to be a cracking battle between those two athletes in 4 and 7, but one of those men in between could go well and surprise us. Jesse Osas indeed has got out to a flyer of a start, and he looks to have got the best of the run. It is Jesse Osas. He's been the quiet man of junior sprinting for quite some time. Just went over to Loughborough for his university studies, and we didn't hear much from him all year, and he has put his name back on the map. Jesse Osas, 10.52.
Wow.
What a run from Osas. The Rotot man says, I am back. Broke that national under-18 record in the aforementioned UCD a couple of years ago, and has potentially gone under the radar in recent months, but he is back, and that is back to almost his best. 10.51 his national under-18 record stands at, so Jesse Osas is back to his very best.
Marcus Lawler, you can take a breath, but that was an unbelievable run by Osas there.
Yeah, certainly not the favourite on paper, but at championships, Killian,
anything can happen.
They don't matter.
And as on that note, as we look down the end of the track again, in terms of 100 metre sprinting, there's many men in this final of the men's under 23s 100 metres that you'd be hoping to see themselves in the final of the seniors a little bit later on. We can see Kem there, who's of MSB, just on the outside, who took a little bit of a stumble there as he set his blocks. Better to do it now than when the race starts, all the same.
I'd be delighted you drew attention to that as well. But look, this is a race that is probably on paper. Look, Sean Gabobo has certainly got the fastest times, but I think today is proven the conditions are proving challenging. It's going to be who can keep their head the best. The heats this morning were really blanket finishes all across the line, and guys were pulling up just to conserve energy. We'll take you through the full lineup in this under 23. It'll be the towering figure of Alaman Bencole from Fingallions, who's had a great breakthrough season. The man from North County Dublin, Alaman Bencole, will be in lane 1. Nekimjika Anamwera from Metro St. Bridget is in 2. Emmanuel Akinroli, another man who's had a fabulous crack onto the scene, medalled indoors, first national medal for him under 23. Sean Gabobo, bronze last year at the National Senior Championship, certainly the prodigy, the latest prodigy to emerge from Tala Athletic Club, part of that 4x1 national record winning squad, a late substitution in there, and did a super job. Craig Duffy, the Clonliffe Harrier man, another man who's had a massive breakthrough.
Unbelievable season.
It's the year of breakthroughs for this under 23.
A man of serious top end speed as well. You might see Sean getting out a slight bit quicker, but
yeah, Duffy, he spent a year studying abroad in America in Brockport, and it's really stood to him being a part of that American system. Just finished up his studies at Maynooth University. The man to his left then, Lucas Fadden, this guy, American based, eligible for Irish citizenship, I'm aware, but he's running for the Galway City Harriers club, being coached at the moment by Brendan Glynn, but he's posted some pretty fast times. He's actually dipped under the under 23 standard just once, yet to post the second B standards, which may be required, but he's the real deal. Max O'Reilly, another guy, looks to be a non-starter actually as I look down the track. He's scheduled to go in lane 7. He's had his own tricky time with injury, picked up a bronze medal at the National Senior Indoor Championships. And Luca Logue Fonseca, another man based from outside the country, I think Welsh if memory serves me right, but he's a Clonliffe Harrier man. He's going to have a lonely run down in lane number 8. But this one, really hard to call.
Oh, it's so hard to call. Like, when you look through the heats, Emmanuel Akinrola, like, second fastest time qualifying, but like, he looked really, really strong just on the left there of Sean Bobo. But these men are about to take the blocks, fingers crossed, all smooth and away first time. But keep an eye on all of the lanes here, really, because this is about to be
incredible punditry here from Athletics Ireland.
If you weren't going to watch all the lanes, make sure you do now.
One of them will win, and we will attempt to negotiate this race just like
impossible to call.
So it is Bankole, Anamwera, Akinroli, Agbobo, Duffy, Fadden, Matt O'Reilly, a non-starter in 7, and Logue Fonseca in lane number 8. Under starters orders here in Tullamore. The wind picking up just a touch as they settle into their marks and away first time, and Onamwera stumbles and stands up straight away. It looks to be Agbobo, the Tallahassee man. Long loping stride. Duffy's going to put him under pressure. It's going to come down to the dip, but Sean Agbobo takes the title into a gale of a breeze. 10.86.
Wow.
Disregard that time. It is only about the medal and nothing else. Duffy put him under a bit of pressure.
Did.
But I think Agbobo, for me, it's the way he can open up that stride. He's of course stateside bound himself, but the way he can open up that stride and maintain that length down the back stride, he's so elastic. Look at those knees powering, to be honest, probably flicking a touch. I know Daniel Kilgallen is certainly the right man to be at the wheel negotiating, and look at Duffy come through, and Akinroley, I think he's just edged out Fadden for bronze on the line, but one of them was going to win.
Look, I called it. You can see. Look, I mentioned Craig Duffy's top end speed there, but really it was Sean's, that good of a run from Sean in these conditions. It would have been close to impossible to close him down and come away with anything but a silver medal there. So really strong running from Craig, an athlete just had a really great. We mentioned, he's had a great breakthrough, but he's had an unbelievable indoor season. He became the IUAA outdoor national champion. He also claimed his first Irish vest in Brussels. The under 23 4x1 team, who at the time then were just marginally off the European standard, but an athlete who's had such a great run. But Sean Agbobo, we've been chatting about that Tallahassee system, so strong. We can see even of course the national and the championship record here by Israel Olatunde, a man who's fond of seen himself up on the top of a national podium also in that Tallahassee singlet. So it's a really, I was chatting to Sean Agbobo there at the end of 2024, and he described Tallahassee as basically a conveyor belt of sprinting talent, and I don't think I could have really put it much better myself. And when you see how well Sean of course ran here today, and the rest of the senior athletes have gone to compete on a national and international stage.
Yeah, he's a man who's scheduled to be flying over to the University of Houston, where Carl Lewis is a certain coach over there, and he knew a thing or two about 100 metres as well. So the trajectory is certainly upwards for Agbobo, but as a part of that trajectory, he's claimed the national under 23 100 metre title. Now seems like a good time as well. You can see we've got a long jump competition, actually moved away from the traditional pit directly underneath us. And that looks to be the under 20 long jump, I think. So we've had some great field event action already today. We haven't probably had a chance since we've come online, such as, but I know we'll endeavour to get through some of the results that we have available to us. So Tara O'Connor from Dundalk St. Gerard's took the title in the under 20 women's high jump, soaring over 175 to take that title by a full 15 centimetres. The under 23 equivalent saw Aoife O'Sullivan, the Liscarlay one, take the championship record, jumping 181. And I'll tell you what, 181 is a European B standard for that under 23 championships, which I believe Aoife dearly needed. So hopefully that has served her well.
Yeah, well, of course, a staple name in the under 20 men's hammer throw that took place a little bit earlier on today. Thomas Williams from Shercock AC, he claimed gold at the European under 18 championships last summer, coming away here with a best throw of 65.30. Such a great talent. It's great to see all the strong talent that's coming through on the field. And then of course he's reigning under 18 European champion as well, so you would have expected nothing but the best out of himself here today, but really great. And it was
Bobby Gleeson from Templemore Athletic Club in second in that one, and Corey Scanlon all throwing over 50 metres, which to be fair at a junior standard is actually pretty decent for. This is athlete number 249 on the runway. That's a Ratote AC athlete. This is in the opening round. So is it 248 or 249? 249, which is Alia Whelan Tully of Ratote Athletic Club. Just the two athletes competed so far. Eva Munley has gone out to 509 and Petra Igwe 496, and that is the Ratote ladies opening jump. So I make it 20 starters in this junior women's long jump under 20s, so it's going to be a pretty busy day for whoever has to rake that pit. I think it's Dave Murphy down there. He's doing a great job, fair play to him. Also the pole vault, women's pole vault, starting with proceedings. We've got 8 starters in the under 20 women's pole vault, and under 23 women down there as well. We've got Una Bryce and Alana Helstadius from Denor Harriers in amongst them as well, but that's not Una Bryce, that's one of her club mates in the junior category. Up and over, and don't knock the bar with the pole. Okay, it just fell to the right way. But next action on track is the steeplechase.
It is, yeah. No, I was excited for it earlier, and now it's
is the tension.
The tension has built. It has built. I've the excitement is built off the back of 4 great 100-meter finals there. So it's all coming thick and fast. These men have big boots to fill after promising performances from all of our women in both the under 20 and under 23 races in the steeplechase a little bit earlier on. As we look to the women's under 20 long jump, Elia Tully looks to be preparing and get a score on the board. See if she can get a white flag. Look to be clean. Fortunately not. Still looking to get a jump on the board there. That was Elia Tully of Tote C. But as the camera pans across to the starting mark of the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase, we'll bring you all of the starters from an under 23 perspective. Padraig Farty, Galway City Harriers AC. Jonas Stafford, a man on the hunt for that European standard. He had a great win in UCD 2 weeks ago, just beating out in the flat 3,000 metres, but beating out a man who's also in this race, Mark Hanrahan of Ennis Track AC, and Sean Quinn of Dundrum South Dublin AC. He's also an underage national steeplechase medalist. So that's your under 23 entries as we look to our under 20 men in this race. We have Liam O'Neill from St Finbarr's AC, Tom Murphy from Kilkenny City Harriers, Felice Covalon from Killarney Valley AC, Dermot Maloney of Nina Olympic AC, and Jack Garvey from Dunleer AC. So a big field. And taken to their marks, as Jacques would say, at the orders of the officials, and they're away. Nice and clean. But this is another really, really deep field. Sitting in nicely behind. So Jonas already looking to put a gap on the rest of the field. It's Sean Quinn in the grey and blue there of the DSD singlet. But Jonas Stride already, as we come up to the 400 metre mark, we'll get a sense of where these men are at in terms of pace. As we have a quick look at the clock, that looks to be about 71 for Jonas Stafford as he approaches the water jump for the first time. An athlete who I have to admire for his hurdling abilities. You see how he takes the water jump, beautiful, puts one foot up and a big leap off. You can see Mark Hanrahan slightly letting Jonas get away. We've seen these two go head to head in UCD not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago now. There seemed to be a close battle. Mark Hanrahan not taking close orders, but it looks to be Sean Quinn who's adamant not to let the UCD man get away too early in this race and have everything his own way. Jonas Stafford, like we mentioned, a man who's coached by Phelim Kelly, another man who's not afraid of some commentary in the microphone. And Sean Quinn taking close orders here as the race really starts to unwind. It's really about keeping an eye on all three of our under 23 men at the top of this race. Our Nina Olympic athlete Dermot Maloney seems to be leading out the men's under 20. Just out a shot there, just a gap between himself and Mark Hanrahan. Dermot in the orange, of course, of Nina Olympic, leading out the under 20 race. He is well aware of the position that he's in. He's getting nice and comfortable, really nicely over the barrier there. So he's looking really, really strong and hopefully trying to close that gap on Mark Hanrahan and start mixing it with these under 23 boys as we look to the top of the field again, and it's Jonas Stafford and it's Sean Quinn who are really taking this race to the rest of the field. Sean Quinn taking really close orders, but from the gun it's been Jonas Stafford who took the win in UCD. Like we mentioned, he's searching for that standard. He's cheered on all the way by Phelim Kelly. I'm sure he's possibly here today somewhere. But really, really smooth over the barrier. These athletes will come around and there'll be 4 laps to go. But it's the same three from the gun. Jonas Stafford, Sean Quinn, Mark Hanrahan. Mark Hanrahan, slight stutter towards the barrier there. Like, that's where the margins are in this steeplechase. Like, Sean Quinn was taking really, really close order, but Jonas's fluidity over these barriers from, you know, the water jump to the regular barriers, it's just, that's where the margins come in this steeplechase. Mark Hanrahan taking close orders again on Sean Quinn, looking to close that gap. The arms are pumping, but it's Jonas Stafford at the top who always seems to look really, really smooth. Look at that. He can hurdle left, he can hurdle right, and I think I can hear Mr. Kelly cheer on his athlete at the top of this field. But it's all about Jonas Stafford here. He's coming in with a personal best of 8:50. Really, really great running from the UCD man. Second fastest time this year over the barriers, Jonas Stafford rocking an 8:55. Billy Coogan with an 8:54. Ran that in Philadelphia. But that gap of Jonas Stafford between Mark Hanrahan, he's taken over Sean Quinn for the first time in this race. I'm just being joined by Barry Clavin as we get to the business end of this men's 3K steeplechase. Barry has been chatting about Jonas's fluidity over the barriers and kind of where those margins come in the steeplechase, and it really seems his fluidity is where the gaps really start to open up.
Yeah, I've seen Jonas on a couple of times doing Phelim sessions, and they've had the barrier or the hurdles out during the track just to practice getting over them barriers, and you can see it's he's really paying dividends now when it comes to the latter stages of the race when he's getting tired. He's getting over the barriers without much issue, which is the main thing, and he seems to be having very little issues getting over the water jump, which tends to be the difficult part in this race.
Yeah, and we've just seen Sean Quinn, hopefully he's okay, but he's had to take a quick halt in this race and step off the track. So that puts the under 20 athlete Dermot Maloney of Nina Olympic AC in third overall in this race. He's having a really good run. He's been the under 20 leader since the gun, as Jonas continues to build on his lead, and they'll come around now, and I believe it'll be 2 laps to go as Jonas navigates the next barrier. But would you be expecting Mark to put another surge in? Do you think there's another surge there, Barry?
Yeah, I can see Mark's putting in a hard graft there for the last 150 metres there. He's really trying to close that gap in, but at this stage in the race with 800 metres to go, it's a really tough question to ask. You know, he's easily 30-40 metres there to close. He's going to have a massive finish on him to have any hope of catching Jonas at this stage.
Yeah, no, Jonas has been so strong from the gun, really, and you know, mentioning the battle between Mark and Jonas that we seen on the track. Of course, we weren't over the barriers in UCD 2 weeks ago, but the gap, you know, towards the latter end of the race, you know, Jonas, as usual, we seen him open up that gap. But here today, he's just been from the gun, seriously strong. And as he comes around to take the water jump for the penultimate time, and he'll come into the home straight to take the bell. Look, we were chatting with Jack during the women's 3,000 metres steeplechase, and it's an event that can really go any way over the lateral stages with having to navigate the barriers as the legs get heavy as you fill up with lactic acid. But really, Jonas Stafford is so smooth over these barriers that it's hard to see him trip or fumble or fall at this stage of the race. Again, we can hear Phelim Kelly from the opposite side of the track cheering on his man Jonas. Of course, Jonas part of that Dublin Track Club, really strong group together. And Jonas takes the bell, 7:58 with 1 lap to go, and Mark Hanrahan pumping the arms in that red and white of Ennis Track, still navigating those barriers quite nicely. He's got a long and I suppose powerful stride to get over the barriers. That is the type of stature that you really need or you know, look for in terms of the steeplechase. But on the contrast of that, we've Jonas Stafford in front too. You know, it's just all about fluidity. He's just comfortable. He looks like the stride isn't getting any shorter. If anything, it's getting longer as he comes up. Slight stutter, foot up on the barrier there. The first time we've seen that, except for the water jump this race, as he comes up with 200 metres to go. Of course, going to cut across and cut through and take the water jump for the last time. All going well. He takes this nice and safely, and he becomes the under-23 3,000 metre steeplechase national champion. Maybe a slight stumble there. Mark was nice and smooth as the crowd is getting behind these two athletes. The arms are being pumped by Mark Hanrahan, but it's all about Jonas Stafford of UCD coming to take the final barrier. You see, nice and smooth, great running. He's taking it from the gun. He's pumping the arms. Mark Hanrahan trying to close the gap, but it's too much too late. And Jonas Stafford coming in to take the under-23 national title in a time of 9:09.86. You got to give credit to Mark Hanrahan as well there. He let the gap open maybe slightly as we got into the opening stages of the race, but he really worked hard to close the gap on Jonas. But Barry, it looked like you were never really in doubt of Jonas there, but quickly we have our first under-20 athlete. That's Dermot Maloney of Nina Olympic AC coming through to take the under-20 title. Really great run from him, as there's still a battle going on over the last barrier for the final spot on the under-20 podium. It looks like the Killarney Valley AC athlete with the headband on. He's pumping the arms, but it's not to be. It's going to be our Kilkenny City Harriers man Tom Murphy just etching out Felice Covillon. But really strong running from all these men. A really brutal event. But yeah, Barry, going to throw the question to you. Were we ever really in doubt there as Jonas took the lead early on in that race?
No, like, it takes confidence to take a race like that from the beginning. Like, he had a gap there between himself and the lads from the start of the gun. Like, he came into this race with one intention and one intention only, and that was to win it and take the title. Jonas really had no doubt in that. He was just slightly off the championship record of 9:05 with a 9:09. Just probably struggled to hit that championship record. Maybe if Mark was closer on his shoulder, it might have drove him on to get that bit more out of him. But at the end of the day, championship racing is championship racing. You're here to win, not to get a time. So it's a very impressive feat from Jonas there to take that title in the way he did.
Yeah, definitely. Look, like you said it there perfectly, Barry. In a day like this, championship racing A and B, also windy conditions. So times are, regardless of the time, coming away with a title is the main thing. But I believe we're going to switch over to our man Jack Hickey, who's going to be talking to some of our shot putters as they enter their final round of their event. So
down to the shot put ring. So current leader of the under-23 competition. That's Callum Keating from North Cork, who's gone out the best of 14-16. The Limerick student leading this under-23 men's from Liam Shaw, who's gone out to a best of 13.54. He just missed Liam's final round effort, where that unfortunately just fell short, and he walked through the front of the circle. But this has been a brilliant competition with the under-23s, and so has the standard of under-20 throwing. So just prepping to come into the circle now is the honorary Octman, young Keane. And now when I pull up my start list, I'm not as good as bowler. Kieran Keane, I knew it was a K. Kieran Keane from Honorary Oct. So he's gone out to 14.63. He sits in third place position behind Andrew Cooper, who's thrown 16.36. And on any given year, Andrew Cooper from Gorn AC would be quite happy with that, and he'd be taking home the national junior title. But Theo Hanlon from Suncroft Athletics Club went out to 17.31 in the fifth round, which is just 2 centimetres short of Owen Lee from Tralee Harriers' championship record. But here's Kieran Keane, the man who his father tells us is doing all the weights down in Kerry. Great glide technique, really good speed across the circle. That's gone out towards the 15-metre mark. So we'll try and hover closer and get a measurement here. But I'm getting the word now we might need to shoot back up to the comms box, because I think we've a few heats of 400s to go. Trying to position myself, I'll stay with it until I'm told not to. This is Cooper from Gorn, so we'll get a chance to see Andrew Cooper, who's shaping up for that rotational. 16.36, the Gorn AC man took a national senior title a number of years ago. The young man, plenty of experience. That will not challenge Tim Hanlon, who will get a chance to try and get him in second, but we'll kick back up.
We're back.
So as we're back here, we're looking at the women's long jump here. And we'll pull up the results here for you. So that was Emer Cotter of Tullamore Harriers jumping there. So far she has a highest jump of 4.89. Currently leading the women's long jump is Anya Frawley of St Mary's Limerick AC with a 5.44, and about to jump now from Ratota AC is Cueva Fitzsimons. And it seems to be that she's cleared that. So Cueva's first jump was 5.12, and we'll update you soon once we get the results of that to see has she bettered that place. That jump from the pole vault there was Aveen O'Sullivan of Nace AC. So far she's had a 2.60 best. She's failed twice on 2.75. And that was Alicia Hegarty of Middleton AC jumping in the under-20 women's long jump.
Yeah, Barry, it's been an exciting day of action so far. Myself and Jack are chatting up here, and we've been talking about the conditions, but championship records have gone down. We've seen an under-20 championship record go down over the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. We've seen many go down earlier on throughout the heats of the women's 400 metres. So, yeah, look, it's been exciting. Kind of, you can see the flags in the background. There's a nice gust of wind, but it's definitely slightly died down since this morning's competition. as we take a quick look back at the women's pole vault. Unfortunately, Gowron AC's Chloe Lynch. She's currently sitting at a height of 275. Looking to clear 290 here with this attempt, her first attempt at 290. Be nice to get over first time. Oh, really, really great clearance there. That's her Chloe Lynch, first time over at 290, number 261, Gowron AC. What a jump. The field events are really starting to get up and going.
Yeah, especially kicking off early this morning with the championship record in the women's high jump and almost a European A standard. She was just short of it. The wind dying down late as the day is going on is really helping athletes hit those standards and try and put the best performances they can out there. And the added benefit of being a championship competition, they're doing everything they can to get the top results here today.
Yeah, championship record is always a nice one to come away with. That was Aoife O'Sullivan a little bit earlier on, jumping 181. 3 fails at 185, but she's going to be absolutely delighted with that. Of course, coming away with the title now, but we can see just on the far side, or I suppose the close side of the track here, as our under 20 women for the heat of the 400 metres. We'll get all of our start lists up, and of course all of the results are at live.athletics.ie.
And just after this women's 400, we'll have an interview with Aoife O'Sullivan on her new championship record.
Perfect, our man Barry Clavin, he's up and down all day. He's down getting these high quality interviews and race clips, and then he's coming back up to share the knowledge of what it's like down there on the track. We're nice and cosy up here, hiding away from the breeze and from the conditions, but of course these brave athletes down and facing them head on, as we can see the women of the under 20 400 metres setting up their blocks. We'll go through the starting lineup now for heat number 1. Ava Barry from Kilmore AC is on the inside in lane number 2. Aisling Shelvin from Rathote AC is in lane number 3. Eve Mooney just outside her in lane number 4, also from Rathote AC. Letterkenny AC athlete Erin Friel, an athlete who's had an unbelievable indoor season, of course part of the under 18 European Championship squad in Slovakia. Should be looking to get through the rounds here nice and safely. Clonmel AC athlete Emer Brennan in lane 6, and on the outside in lane number 7 we have Cara Kelly.
Yeah, so in this heat now, Erin Friel is the heavy favourite. She's progressed really well through the season so far. She opened her indoor season with a 58 and she's brought it all the way down to mid 54 so far. So she's really there looking for the EYOF standard for 2025. We're just waiting there for some athletes to clear out the back straight before the start of the under 20 women's 400 metre heats. Eve Mooney will be looking to try get up on Erin Friel's shoulder come the end of this race, try and catch her to make sure she gets a good lane draw for the final.
Yeah, she will indeed. But look, Erin Friel, of course, Barry, you mentioned it there, the way she opened up her indoor season. We mentioned it is tricky conditions for sprinting here today, but the way Erin opened up her indoor season, and off the back of such a strong summer last year, she's continuing that momentum. She has picked up, of course, the EYOF standard. Like we keep saying, no one spot on any plane this summer is guaranteed, but you know, her times speak for herself, as these women are now under the starters' orders as they set the blocks for the first heat of the under 20 women's 400 metres.
And as we're off there, we can see clearly there Erin Friel is predictably taking the lead with 100 metres in. There's no doubt there of who is going to take this by the reins. Second there is Eve Mooney of Ratoath AC. Sorry, apologies, she's third. In second place seems to be, we'll just get her number as she comes around.
Yeah, but it looks to be Erin Friel, who we called from the start to kind of have a dominant display here and make her way into later on's final nice and smoothly, really. We were talking about the standards that she's achieved. She's already looking to make her way over to the under-20 Europeans and of course the EYOF, as she's cruising to the line here. Keep an eye on the clock, but she's going to secure her place in later on's final. 56.69 for Erin Friel. That's a really, really great run from the Letterkenny AC athlete.
So with 3 heats, it'll be the 2 places for each heat and then the 2 fastest losers into the final.
Yeah, and as we take a look, I suppose, on our fastest women in the under-20s 400 metres this year so far, Erin Friel is the athlete to take the crown. They're really clocking a 54.28 to put her as the fastest under-20 400 metre athlete so far this year.
So as we wait for the next heat to go off, we'll quickly jump to an interview from the under-20 women's high jump from earlier on. So Aoife O'Sullivan, new championship record in the women's high jump of 185. How did you find the event?
I found it was actually really good conditions today. I was really, really happy with it. I was going into it really, my warm-up went really well, the conditions were really good. I was a bit scared because it's raining at the start, but it was really good going into it. Yeah, and the competitors, it was nice to have someone like Tara O'Connor, who went to Germany there last week, so it was great to have that kind of competitive edge to it.
And what are the plans for the summer?
So I just qualified there at the under-81 for the European under-23s. So I'll be going there 2 weeks' time. So hopefully I can consolidate my performances there. That would be my biggest goal, I suppose. Then I have Corksy Sports next week and Morton Games as well. So that'll be good preparation for that as well.
Great. Well, congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
.123.ie offers travel insurance, so you can forget about us and go live a life to remember. 123.ie. Give better a try.
So, Barry, thanks so much for those great interviews, keeping them coming as the day goes on. But we are now looking back to the track for the second heat of the women's 400 metres. Again, a really, really stacked field. On the inside in lane 2, we've Caoimhe Murphy from Tramore AC. In lane 3, we have Mia Brett of Metro St. Bridget's AC, just up the road from myself. Sierra Kiernan in lane 4 from Nace AC. Maria Zakharenko, an athlete to watch in this race, just off the back of the Mannheim Gala over in Mannheim, of course, representing Ireland. She is in lane number 5. Roisin Murray in lane number 6 from Bray Runners AC. And on the outside in lane number 7, Sophie Walker from Newport AC.
Yeah, so it'll be a real fight for that second place qualifying between Sarah Kiernan and Roisin Murray based off their previous times. And as they're off there, we have a look, and Maria Zakharenko is taking the lead here quite early on, similar to the first heat.
Yeah, really strong run. You can see Maria Zakharenko in the green there, coming down the back straight, absolutely flying, coming into this race with a PB of 54.90. Fastest PB of the whole field. Kilcool AC singlet there. Maria Zakharenko coming around to take the bend, neck and neck all the way as they come into this headwind that's been affecting many of the fields throughout the day. But really, really strong running here by Maria Zakharenko. But she's not going to have it easy as she comes to the line. It's going to be Roisin Murray from Bray Runners AC who's going to challenge her all the way. Probably a surprise for Maria Zakharenko. She would have expected maybe to be all the way out in front, but she's pumping the arm. She's running strong. And she's going to take the win in this second heat of the women's 400 metres. But Roisin Murray of Bray Runners AC didn't let her have it her way.
Yeah, looked to be a really strong performance there by Murray. 56.20 her lifetime best, so 56.60 the winning time for Zakharenko, the Kilcool Wicklow woman, and she probably knew who that Bray runner was. They probably have raced each other a few times, but certainly a really strong final 150 metres by Murray. But Friel and Brennan will feel comfortable in their performance, and Aisling Shevlin and Eve Mooney, the Ratoath AC player, are going to have to wait to see. I think it was Sophie Walker who took the under-19 time. She ran 58 seconds dead there. It's just been confirmed. They took the under-19 title last weekend, so it looks like Mooney may well be under pressure. 59.97 not going to be enough to advance, and it's going to be a longer wait for her clubmate Aisling Shevlin.
Check it. Now we're talking about your own athletics performances earlier on. You said you're a 400 metre man. That headwind, it's an event that, you know, that we hear so many people talking about all the time, how it's one of the hardest events. You're coming through this home straight here today with that headwind. How tough is that? And like the finish we've seen from Murray there as well, to put a finish like that out with such a strong headwind and such a gruelling event.
Yeah, like, to be honest, the 400 metres is one of those events that's ran very much between the ears, and like as strong and all as the headwind is down the home straight, you do have to remember that they do have it, particularly in a track like Tullamore, where it does catch you quite early on the bends. They're getting the benefit of that for a considerable amount of the opening lap, but certainly if they can get to 250 metres with, well, I suppose, an economical effort rather than maybe what might manifest it. Yeah, exactly. It does alleviate the pressure. But the third of these three semi-finals will see Anya Maguire from Tuam Athletic Club in lane number 3, Pia Langton in lane number 4, Daisy Walker from Monaghan Phoenix in 5, Camille Madden from Kilcool in 6, and Danielle Moynihan from Tuam in lane number 7. Really even race. Pia Langton stepping down from the 800 metres, but an event we've seen her be pretty competitive herself in the past. Langton, who has achieved the standard for the 800 metres. Now, doesn't mean she's on the plane, as we keep alluding to, but she has, coached by Niamh and Noel Richardson in KCH. You can see her there. Second from the left, it's Maguire, Langton, Walker. Monaghan Phoenix travelled to the World Under-20 Championships last summer.
Top 2 from this heat.
So top 2, as Killian has alluded to, will qualify by right, and there'll be a lot of athletes hoping to make their way into that final where potential relay pots are at stake, and it is honours pretty even. Maguire and Walker probably the best of the runners in the opening 100 metres, and I expect to see Langton show all of that 800 metre strength later on in the race. She is going to be caught a little bit for turn of speed over that first 200 metres, probably not as used to using the wind as those bona fide sprinters, but Daisy Walker from Monaghan Phoenix, who's going to round in 150 metres to go in this third semi-final. It is Walker who's going to take the lead coming in. Honours even in behind. The athlete in lane number 7, Danielle Moynihan from Tuam, probably the best of the rest. And here comes Langton through. She's rallying again. She's definitely decelerating the least of all. Walker punching hard into the wind. Moynihan is going to have to keep on her toes to make sure she holds off Langton, and she is going to do that. It is Daisy Walker who leads that one from gun to tape to win it in 58.17, and Danielle Moynihan will take the second of those two automatic spots. And looking at the clock, it's going to be pretty tight to see will it be Langton who will advance in one of those non-automatic. Your thoughts on that one, Killian?
Yeah, look, you called it really. Pia did have the strength down the home straight. She was decelerating the less, but I suppose with the likes of Daisy Walker on your outside, I suppose a more traditional 400 metre runner, and Camille Madden as well. It's like coming into this, Walker coming in with a 54.91. You know, it's really, really strong running from her. But look, we'll have to wait for the official results, and we'll of course keep you updated as the day goes on.
Really competent running, I thought, that by Walker. Just took the initiative early on, and that earned her the right to stay in control.
But it looks like we are back to the under-20 women's pole vault as the under-23 women for the heats come out to the track. But that was Chloe Lynch of Gowran AC who picked up her second failed attempt at the height of 3 metres. She cleared 290 at her first attempt. She's in pretty good form today, but seemed to be finding that 3 metre mark a little bit of a challenge.
There will be two semi-finals in this under-23 women's 400 metres. This under-23 women's 400 metres is a smattering of talent across all the events. It's absolutely littered with athletes of the highest calibre. In this first of two semi-finals, we'll see Emma Moore from Galway City Harriers in lane number 3. Jenna Breen, fastest under-23 in the country this year from City of Lisburn, is in 4. Hannah Murray on her outside from UCD is in 5. Maeve O'Neill, back home from Providence College stateside, is in lane number 6. And Niamh Murray is in lane number 7. All of these athletes, this is a lightning fast race. This is a lightning fast event. This is one of those events that you would imagine they ran their qualifying time for consideration to be sent to these championships down in Carlow as part of the Tailteann Games programme, smashing the standard that was set by Athletics Ireland. This is a competitive event, and we've got athletes like Moore and O'Neill stepping down from their preferred 800 metres. You've got established talents like Niamh Murray on the outside, and you've got the fastest under 23 in the country, Jenna Breen from City of Lisburn, slap bang. And this is just one of two semi-finals, so away we go. Moore, Breen, Murray, O'Neill and Murray again on the outside, and you can see Maeve O'Neill absolutely being devoured up by the athletes inside her. The 800 metre talent is going to have to do it from behind as she's going to come through. The first 3 across the line will qualify by both. It's pretty even, otherwise Niamh Murray, off to her customary start, throwing arms and limbs and everything into the first 200 metres. She's used all of that wind down the back straight, and they're around onto the top bend now, and they're going to round in, you would imagine, shoulder to shoulder, and O'Neill is starting to rally again. You can see her come from behind. Keep an eye on her. It's all about Emma Moore though on the inside. She's going to come off, and Jenna Breen kicks off her shoulder, so it's Jenna Breen who's taking control. They're comfortably away. They're going to start to look around. Maeve O'Neill now starts to come through, and she may well fight Niamh Murray to the line. Maeve O'Neill, she's timed it to perfection. She's going to take the 3rd spot. It's Breen from Moore from O'Neill. Niamh Murray faded, invested quite early. She faded to 4th, and it is Hannah Murray. Yeah, interesting how that race ended up panning out. Really a race of two halves, I suppose. Niamh Murray taking it from a race of 4 quarters, to be honest. If you had the analysis, 56 dead on the clock, but O'Neill, true to form, comes through so strong in the close. And 55.99, it's been rounded down to days, of course, all inconsequential apart from the athletes in this second semi-final.
You can see the strength of Emma Moore coming through there over the last 100 metres. Like we said, she dropped down, traditional 800 metre athlete who has ran the standard for the under 23s that'll be taking place later on this month, so she'll be hoping to see herself make her way to Norway. And
coached by Joe Ryan, as far as I'm aware.
She is indeed, doing great work together this year, throughout the year up in Morton Stadium on the track.
Yeah,
and you can see all her hard work. Just seeing some drama at the whole vault, but our attention is still towards the track as we go into the second semi-final of the women's 400 metres under 23.
And to be honest, I would imagine some of the girls in that first heat potentially looking at each other being like, how on earth was this the heat draw? Because potentially, now I'm going to go out on a limb and say maybe traditionally the weaker, but I think this is going to be equally as competitive as the two semi-finals. Cara Murphy, the 400 hurdler, stepped moving over to the flat, foregoing her usual event, has made great strides herself on the flat. 55.89 posted this time, made huge strides again under Adam McMullen, like many of his athletes. Lucy McGlynn making a welcome return. I was chatting to her mother earlier, her first 400 metre flat race in 3 years, first race in over 18 months. She is making a welcome return, a prodigious talent as a junior, and now a student at Loughborough University. Orla Lear is on her outside, another girl we've seen over the barriers before from Monaghan Phoenix in 5. Aoife Hernan from Bandon is in lane number 6, and it is Kate O'Connell who travelled as part of the senior squad to the World Relays just gone. And she's going to have a blind run, coached by Gerard O'Donnell, but this is going to be competitive. Potentially on paper the weaker of the two semi-finals, but I think that is rather unfair to suggest on the quality and calibre of these athletes. A little bit of difficulty with Cara Murphy's blocks, so they're going to relax.
Set into the blocks for the second time of asking now. I picked up your line under the orders of the starters. From the outside, O'Connell, Hernan, Lear, McLean and Murphy. heat number 2 of the women's 400 metres. And the second time of asking, these women are away, and you keep an eye on the outside. That's Kate O'Connell of Lucan Harriers, who's away really, really fast. Shots on her inside. It's Aoife Hernan of Bandon AC, who's looking to make up that stagger as well. But it's these two athletes who are looking to pull away from the rest of the field early on, as they have the wind behind them as they are approaching the 200 metre mark. But still, as we stand, Kate O'Connell, Lucan Harriers, part of that relay team that travelled to the World Relay Championships, and she's coming back here on home soil to make a statement as an under-23 athlete and hopefully find her way into later on's final. But it's still on the outside, Kay O'Connell, Lucan Harriers, Aoife Hernan just on her inside. It's going to be a real battle as these two athletes face the headwind. But from the gun, it's been Kay O'Connell the whole time, coming in with one of the fastest PBs in the whole field, 54.63. And she's fighting all the way to the line again. Aoife Hernan is really, really putting it up to O'Connell, and she's not going to let her get away with it that too easy. But it's been from gun to tape. Kate O'Connell coming through 56.72. Really strong run from Kate O'Connell. Not easy to take it from the gun in those conditions. We've seen some athletes struggle as they entered the home straight in the first heat with that headwind. But Kate O'Connell, no problem to her, the Dublin sprint athlete.
Yeah, great run there in second by Aoife Hernan, who I must admit I would claim to be a self-professed somewhat expert in 400 metre running and sprinting in Ireland, but I hadn't come across her name, the Bandon IC woman, and it's for good reason. Recently transferred eligibility from America to Ireland, so I would imagine racing on our shores for the first time with a personal best of 54.85, and she will be a force to be reckoned with in that final based stateside.
Like we said, live.athletics.ie, and it looked actually, on the far side there, Conor Penny in the high jump. We'll get his exact height now in a moment. The board is to the back of us.
Great jumping by Penny. I was watching him warming up on my way around to the shot put earlier. He's such a long and lopey. Good to see that athlete, who did take a bit of a tumble off camera. I think it's the ACC athlete in the pole vault has got up and is in one piece. There was a quick rush from the medics. Good to see them on and available. But here we go anyway. This is one of the men to watch.
It is.
In this race, wearing the blue and white of Finn Valley there, situated in lane number 4. Conor Kelly from Finn Valley. Red hot Kelly, national under-20 record holder. Ran it in Mannheim last weekend, bettering the mark he had set previously in Brussels this year. He is lightning fast, and this is an event, Killian, that they've broken. The national under-20 record for 4x4 has been revised a few times this year down to 3:08, which, to be fair and honest about it, isn't a million miles off what our senior men have ran in recent years as well. But this is a competitive team. It might be a foregone conclusion who the quartet is come championships, but this is certainly an event, and it's reflected in the fact we have 4 semi-finals, and there's men doubling up, there's men moving from 800s and hurdles. This is one of the ones to beat. To give you the full lineup, because another man who is making a great name for himself, situated in lane number 2, is Ethan Dewhurst of Tyrconnell. Took the 400 metre titles earlier today and now is stepping down onto the flat. Interested to see what he can do. Dewhurst probably turned into a bit of a training day for him, you would imagine.
Yeah.
He's prepared well, one of the first athletes to achieve a qualifying standard for the under-20 championships. So Dewhurst there on the inside in lane number 2. James Foote is another man, an 800 metre man, who I've incessantly used puns pertaining to his second name. James Foote, great turn of foot, etc. Got them all in every time. So
I got to say, the grammar today has been on point.
Grammar has been poor, to be honest. But Conor Kelly is in lane number 4, another 800 metre man, Oisin Lynch from Clarny Valley.
Flying season this year from Oisin. He's coming back from Adams State. He's ran the fastest under 20 time over the 800 metres this year. If I'm not mistaken, 1:48 high, but really, really strong running. If you look through the rest of the field as we approach the 800 metre final a little bit later on, many of those guys in in and around 149, and for an under 20 athlete like Oisin Lynch to break that barrier and to be at 148 already, he's doing seriously great work over in the States.
For a heat, this is hilariously stacked at the National Under-20 Championships. Adon Carr, the man on his outside in lane number 6, posted the best of 48.90. Must admit, don't know much about him. He's down on our start list as United Kingdom, so we will just have to call that one as we see it. Louis O'Shea from Drogheda District is a 50-point man, which in any other year, Killian Sheeran as a junior, he'd be pretty confident going into an Irish Under-20 Championships. And Jamie Doyle from St Michael's Athletic Club is there on the outside. Well, I would imagine he'll feel the pace coming from inside him, but he's an upgrade, I would say, a younger athlete. In amongst them, he's looking around wondering, how have I got drawn in? You've got the fastest man in the country over 400. You've got the fastest man in the country over 400 hurdles. And if memory serves me right, Oisin Lynch could be the national leader over under 20 in the 800 as well.
Yeah.
So
he is indeed 148 high. Don't ask me the specifics. Probably should know, but he's a man.
We don't do specifics on the screen. We do sweeping allegations. Yeah, Oisin Lynch 148 for 88. So you've got the fastest man in the country over 800 metres. You've got the fastest man in the country over 400 metres, and you've got the fastest man in the country over 400 metres.
What a heat it's setting up to be.
The first heat at the National Under 20 400 metre Championship. So all eyes to Kelly. Dewhurst, give you your full lineup. It's Dewhurst in 2, Foot in 3, Kelly in 4. It's Lynch in 5, Carr in 6. In 7 is O'Shea, and Doyle is on the outside in lane number 8. Away we go. The first winner to qualify by right and the 4 fastest losers across the line will go in the final later on today. But it is all eyes now to the back straight. They feel the breeze pushing them down along the track. Honours pretty even. Kelly starting to move up on the athletes on his outside. Oisin Lynch in typical 800 fashion is really struggling with the pace early on, but we won't rule him out just yet, especially into the breeze. But it is the bleach blonde hair of Conor Kelly from Finn Valley who will round into the home straight. He's going to have Dewhurst on his inside, and he's going to have to make sure he keeps a little bit of a gap. Carr, the United Kingdom man, we're going to have to do a little bit of investigative journalism. It looks like he's got a Clonmel Athletic Club vest on. He's going to come through by the looks of it for second. And Ethan Dewhurst takes third in that heat. Oisin Lynch 49.39. Very hard to call what times are going to qualify and what times aren't. But it is Conor Kelly. He's qualified by right. He'll go in the final later on, which if you're marking your card is probably one of the events to watch.
Definitely. That
is going to go to the line at roughly 10 past 5, between 5 o'clock and 5:15. You know how it is at these under-20 championships, but that is certainly one of the races of the championship to keep an eye on.
We'll have our man Barry Clavin down trackside as we approach that final as well. I'm sure he's going to pick up a few of these under-20 men. They're not shy of the camera whatsoever. They're on social media. They're getting their name out there, and rightfully so, because they're running blistering times. I suppose these are the days that a sub 50 can be jogged to the line to make your way into a 400 metre final at an under 20 level. So look, Conor Kelly as smooth as we'd expect there, really, as we
have a look at Conor Penny there, just trying to keep an eye. And again, it's probably easier to gauge the height after him himself. He stands at a soaring. And it's just as well if we send Barry Clavin down to do those interviews, because I look tiny next to these juniors as well.
Now a man who picked up a juvenile medal over the hurdles there not too long ago.
Broke the championship record too, if memory serves me right. But another towering figure in this second semi-final to mark your cards. We'll give you the full lineup. Conor Hancock from Kilmore Athletic Club is going to be in 2. Dara Roach from Ratoath is in 3. The aforementioned towering man, he's halfway around the bend there after popping out. Sean Doggett back to his
back into the 46s where we like to see him.
46s, contributing to that national record last weekend as well on the 4x4. Dreadlocks flying. Maroon vest of Athenry Athletic Club, who are so proud of him, and very good to push him, it has to be said, online. Conor McDonough is going to be on his outside, the South Sligo man. He's been mixing it with the senior athletes all season. He's been really competitive over 200 and 400. Andrew Hayes, the Dundrum South Dublin man, again part of that infinitely growing Dundrum roster of sprinters. The junior man, 48.90 at his best. He is certainly one to watch here. Alex Leonard from Dunor Harriers, another man, dipped under the 50-second barrier. Took a title at the Juvenile Championships last weekend, I believe, as well. And Owen Purcell from Kilcool Athletic Club rounds out your field, but certainly Doggett, the man to watch in the maroon vest in lane number 4 for this one, Killian.
Yeah, definitely. These men setting their blocks. Waiting for the orders of the officials. Final checks. Safely away, first time. Will we see the trademark super strong start of Sean Doggett in that maroon vest? But it's pretty evened. But it is Sean Doggett who's making up that stagger on the athlete on his outside, Conor McDonough. Sean Doggett's opening that stride down the back straight. What a really strong start. We said at the start, the trademark start from Sean Doggett, really, really sharp out of the blocks. These athletes were away first time. They're coming through the 200 metre mark now. And they're going to come into this headwind as we come up to 150 to go. It is all about Sean Doggett. Really, really strong run from here. An athlete in this heat you would expect to see in the final. He's back in great form. Sean Doggett, one of a fan favourite, social media favourite, European, sights out on European championships later on in the year as he starts to cruise towards the line. It's going to be Sean Doggett, 48.75. What a run for a heat of the under-20 championships over the 400 metres. But Sean Doggett, you got to say he's back in great form.
Yeah, he's back to his imperious best. He probably broke onto the scene in that Belfast meet last year, and look, he's certainly not the finished product. 46.71 he would have ran last year in Belfast, and potentially failed to back that up. But now I know he would have ran well. He made it into the semi-finals of that World Under-20 Championships last year, and helped that 4x4 to the final where they finished 7th inevitably as well. But look, he is, at the end of the day, I think we kind of treat him as if he's the finished product. He's just finished his leaving circuit. And he's still learning the sport.
Oh, it's definitely like he gained great experience just being within the camp at the European Senior Championships last year in Rome. Like, that's something I always ask the underage athletes. Like, we see many of them as kind of reserves and just within the camp as they travel abroad with the senior team. But that alone is unbelievable experience for any up-and-coming athlete, whether that's under 20 or under 23. So, and look, of course, he did make his way out onto the track for the men's 4x4, so adding to the experience gained there as well. And like you said, not the finished product. He's gaining experience as we go on. There's a big summer ahead of him, of course, just back from Mannheim himself, where we seen him break through that 47-second barrier again, where when I was chatting to him earlier or last week, he said that's where he's supposed to be, that's where he likes to be. And he's a man who you could have say like he had a great summer last year in terms of making his way onto that under-20 world squad, and potentially was unfortunate not to back it up as the summer went on. But look, he's being patient, he's gaining the experience as he goes, and there's a really strong summer ahead for Mr. Doggett.
Yeah, absolutely. Young talent, still learning the sport, but performing at such a high level. But we do have to caveat those expectations. Third semi-final coming up here. It's Adam Craxton there on the inside representing Bray Runners. Really strong 400 squad coming out of that club at the underage. Ruben Plunkett there from Port Leash Athletic Club is in lane number 3. Another member of that record-breaking quartet was Alex Cullen, the Kenny City Harriers athlete. 47.81 at his best, but he's starting to dip into the 46s. I think 47 might have been a bit of a miscue there on his seed time here. Jason Murray, the retort man, very young. Another man quite vocal on social media, it has to be said, for a young man as well. But he's there in lane number 5. Davy Davitt then, back from the University of Pennsylvania, the Clonliffe Harrier man, part of the final member of that record-breaking quartet last week. Finn Campbell from Sligo, a very competent 400 runner in his own right. And Cormac Bowden, another Bray Runners man. So Bray Runners sandwich in this third semi-final. Reminder, only one of these men will qualify by right. So Murray, Davitt and Cullen potentially the eyes to watch, and Campbell in the middle here. But I expect to see a good battle down the home straight between Alex Cullen and Davitt. Davitt, probably the most ring rusty of all these junior 400 metre runners, had a little bit of injury trouble this year over in Penn, and in fact Murray has limped off, unfortunately. He's been struggling with a hamstring injury this year, so it's not quite to be for Jason Murray. So it's left to Cullen and Campbell and Davitt here, and Davitt has put his stall out early. He probably wants to make sure he's in control of this race, maybe starting to become aware of his compatriot in the black and amber of KCH. So it's Clonliffe from KCH as they round into the home straight, and it is Davitt who has the edge on his international compatriot, and he looks to be striding out down the home straight, probably the most invested an athlete has been. Now he starts to look over his shoulder, realises he is in control, and he's going to take the third heat in 49.11 from Cullen, who I don't think he'll be too worried he should qualify comfortably, but he may struggle for a favourable lane draw, and for a man of his size and frame, that may become a challenge. But Cullen, another man who has been making great strides, great big strides, 47-37, this year in Mannheim last weekend. So a lot of these guys were at their very best. David, in fact, 49-28 is his season's best, so that's actually an SB for David. But as I said, very minimal racing by him this year. Has struggled with an injury. A man who's based in the University of Pennsylvania, home of the Penn Relays.
It is indeed.
Historic
but
college.
He's out here, he's representing the Clontarf Harriers vest and doing it in style.
Yeah. It's quite the array of results. 400 metres in Philadelphia, 400 metres in State College Philadelphia, Clemson, and then Carlow. Those four places go together.
Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 365.
So,
Mr. Davy David.
We can see the men on the track here now for the fourth heat of the 400 metres under 20. Before we get going here, it's been a seriously great display of talent. Like 3 heats, and I wouldn't say that, like, I'm not going to call it yet, like, in terms of how impossible it is to pick, but just seeing how professional all of these under 20 athletes look over the 400 metre distance, it's looking really, really strong. And we marked the time there for later on's final, but it's teeing up to be such an exciting event.
It is, it's brilliant. Like, and in fairness, this fourth semi-final is going to be really difficult to I suppose call. James Hyland from St Albans Athletic Club is going to be starting in lane number 2. Emmett Doyle is on his outside from Ratoath in 3. Daniel Downey, the man who we talked about a little earlier on, the 400 metre hurdles man, who went semi-viral on Twitter, it has to be said, there after the Leinster Schools Athletics Championships, after I got a little bit excited after I discovered a man of his talents. He is a bit of an all-rounder, the Port Laois Athletics Club man, and by all accounts a very adept hurling and football man as well for his native County Laois. Antoine Roquette, the UCD student, the elder statesman of the juniors, if he can be an elder statesman, and still under 20. He represents DSD. He's in lane number 5. Christopher Lynch, another man who's well used to mixing it with the senior athletes with his club Clontarf Harriers in the National League. James Nixon from Enniskillen is in 7, and Oran Mooney Johnson from Galway City Harriers is on the left. He's one short of Johnson, Mooney and O'Brien.
Christopher Lynch there in the Clontarf Harriers vest, lane number 6, part of that quartet who got the qualification time for the under 20 European Championships, but of course no one's spot, as we can see here today on that quartet, is safe.
No, plenty of runners producing their best at their national championships, which is only right and just. So starters orders for this final heat. Reminder, 1 to qualify by right, and a performance under 49.85, I would say. 49.95 is currently the fourth and final non-automatic spot to mark your cards. Keep an eye on the clock. That is currently being populated by Ethan Dewhurst from the first semi-final. So heat 4 is underway, and it is honours even around the first bend. Roquette, probably the best of the early runners. He's going to move up onto the shoulder of Christopher Lynch, who is, I have to say, one of the stronger junior athletes currently on the scene. Really powerful athlete, well developed, and a strong, powerful stride. James Nixon, the Enniskillen man, certainly out very strongly over the opening 200 metres, but there's really hard to call. Downey still punching hard as well. All action, all arms, all legs in the red vest from Port Laois. So honours pretty even. Lynch probably has the edge over his Dublin colleague Antoine Roquette, who's going to have to rally pretty hard. It's going to become a time trial for those athletes. Chris Lynch is on his way. He's going to take the 4th place automatically in the final. He takes the title in 50.09, the title of the winner of the Heat 4, and 50.09 as a winning time may well mean that the athletes following him behind will not do enough to make that final, unfortunately. So
no,
we'll wait for confirmation and ratification of those results, but it is Christopher Lynch who will qualify by right to that final, which is looking like it's going to fall sometime around 5:10 later on this evening.
It's not to say that this final, like we've been talking about, that quartet in the 4x4 heading into the European Championships a little bit later on this year, just the start of August, it's it's nearly becoming a trial type race. Of course, you have the likes of Conor Kelly and Sean Doggy in there, and Christopher Lynch. So many great athletes who have been not only part of qualifying times this season so far in terms of being part of a quartet that got under that standard, but today is where it matters. You have the selectors here. It's a real trial type final that's been teed up for a little bit later on, and I'm sure many of these athletes are aware. Look, it's been the team of the day in the sense that no one's spot is safe, but really if you're trying to bank on having a reason to be on that plane here and today in this under 20 men's 400 metre final is the place to do it.
Yeah, plenty of them will have aspirations. You'd imagine Kelly has aspirations of I suppose pushing on and being competitive individually himself, but really impressive running by under 20s. We're going to park that now and move along to the men's under 23 which is another mouth-watering fair. We've probably blown up the poor under 20s so much, but this under 23 competition, this championships is probably equally as competitive.
Yep.
We're going to have two semi-finals, so the first three across the line will qualify by right with two non-automatic qualifiers, so two heats and plenty of talent across both of these as well. The first heat will have Adam Courtney there, the 400 metre hurdles man, another man who has posted his lifetime best on the Belfast track in Mary Peters, 47.97, his best to Ballymena and Antrim man. On his outside, Sean Huff O'Connor from Curran AC, with his bandana around his head there, you can see him. Then the first of the Mannion brothers. It's good for me that they've kept them separate today in these heats. It's going to make our life a little bit easier. This is David Mannion from South Galway AC. Had a huge break into the 46s, posted in the Urdegum track in Belgium there recently, the place where many Irish athletes pilgrimage regularly. Sean Harding, another man who's gone about his business quite quietly this summer, but is already in the 48s. The Shercock Athletic Club man. And Praise Wenigime from Riverstick Kinsale is on the outside, really strong athlete, another man you don't like to see on the start list next to your name, really wily competitor. So just the 5 men in this first heat, so if they all run fast enough, in theory they can all qualify, but plenty of talent in the second semi-final as well. And away they go, and expect to see Courtney and Mannion out the fastest here. Courtney, a 400 metre hurdles man, but he has devoured up the stagger on Huff O'Connor outside him, the Curran AC man, and indeed Mannion is up on the shoulder of Sean Harding. So looks to be those two guys to mark your card down the back straight. Courtney really opening out, haven't seen much of him on the flat this year. A man who studied in the Ulster University, I believe spent some of his time as part of the fire brigade. But 48.38 and 48.08 is his best this year. Mannion has taken control of this race, and Harding is rallying as well. He's a really strong athlete. But these three guys are all going to qualify comfortably and automatically to the final. 49.27 for the win for David Mannion. But comfortable as you like for those three at the front.
Yeah. Like you said, on paper, technically everyone from that heat could qualify to the final, but when you take a look down, heat number 2 of the men's under 23 400 metres, the quality is absolutely oozing out of this field. Colin Bird, a man who's still an under 23 athlete but has been very prominent on the senior scene over the summer of 2024, of course featured in Rome at the European Senior Championships. He'll be looking to comfortably make his way into later on's final, running unattached here, but on his outside another man who is also joined Colin, I suppose, in that squad over in the Europeans in Rome, Joe Doody of UCD AC. On the outside of him, Oliver Clark from Moy Carkey Cool Crew AC, apologies, stumbling my words. On his outside, another athlete to keep an eye on, Nina Olympic man Padraig Hassett. He's in lane number 6. Just outside him in lane number 7, Sean Ennis, Ratout AC. And on the far side, we have Jack Guarini in lane number 8 from Unreact AC.
So Baird 46.65 this year again in UCD. It's the same tracks that pop up time after time. He, the exception of that, Killian Fahy and Andrew Egan. So he's the fastest man entered in this competition today. But he does potentially have his eye on an under 23 standard, which is a lofty goal, it has to be said. So it's 46.75, so he's posted it once. May well need to post it a second time for his selection to be considered, Baird. But it's been a disjointed season for Baird. Bit of a niggle through most of the winter, as far as I understand, under the tutelage of Ian Neely. Looks after, I suppose, Rachel McCann and plenty of other athletes up in Belfast. But he's travelled a bit as well, out to Brava and out to the continent in search of fast times. And in fairness, they have come, but he will look to continue that improvement. He played his part last weekend in the team championships as well.
An athlete who also chased Jack Raftery to the second fastest of all time in UCD not too long ago. Callum Baird just in behind him, so chased Jack all the way to the line. So he's still very much mixing it with the best in the country at the moment, and will be looking to make his way to later on's final here. So
keep an eye on Clark in 5 as well, representing my Carkey crew, but certainly not homegrown, it has to be said. Another man who is, I would imagine, in the process of switching allegiance. And Duty, the quiet man of 2025 in the yellow from UCD, hasn't, again, a disjointed summer with injuries, but he's off, and as is Hassett in the towering figure in orange, Pádraig Hassett. He's got out certainly the hardest, and Duty and Baird out pretty fast as well. They'll be keeping an eye on the clock, and it looks like Callum Baird is going to take everyone out of it in the first 200 metres. Looks to be 23-ish, 22 high, I'd say, to be honest, true. 400 metres for Baird, and he doesn't seem to be slowing down. Such a characteristic arm carriage as Baird, so rigid and strong from the shoulders. He's opened up a huge lead. He's not going to preserve, he's just going to go it for the gun. He has his eyes on the clock and nothing else. Baird has taken this one. A bit of pressure on from Hassett from my Carkey man Clark. It's 47.78 from Callum Baird. That's a statement of intent for him. Duty comfortable for second, and it looks like Clark just leaned out Pádraig Hassett for the third non-automatic spot.
As expected, really.
Over a tote. And Jack Graney from Enrique, we didn't quite get to them. They were in 7 and 8, had a pretty good battle themselves. So 48.80 for Duty and 49.19 for Oliver Clark to take that third spot. But it's all about the final for these guys. The medals don't get given out in the heats. That final again sometime around 20 past 2, or not 20 past 2, that's the time now. No, it's not even 10 to 3. 10 past 5. Yeah, I knew that as well.
There you go. Write it down. Don't make us say it again. Don't make Jack say it again.
Yeah, because I'm getting altitude up in our lovely new commentary booth here in Tullamore, who I must say gave me a lovely salad. You weren't as keen on the salad, but I thought the salad was lovely.
Do you know I wasn't, because I got the secret menu.
Oh, you got
I got a chicken and stuffing sandwich.
Oh.
Yeah, I got in early, got a chicken and stuffing, and it's fueled me for the day. Now maybe if someone came out with another
salad that appeared to have been made by Pat Short. If anyone remembers the Unbelievable sketch of Pat Short saying what makes a lovely salad.
Oh yeah.
Bit of onion,
yeah.
bit of beetroot.
Gotta say, I'm not a salad man. I'm not a salad man.
A lovely slice of beetroot on my salad and half boiled egg. It was great. All on a real plate.
They were the home plates. They were
very good. So it's here in Tullamore, a lovely salad, a day for a salad. And you know what it is a day for? Non-stop action, because it's to the 1500 metre now.
It is indeed. You can see on the far side of the track, that's our under 20 women, the 1500 metres.
The dawn of a distance race means the dawn of handing back to Barry Clavin. And the average height of the commentary booth has dramatically increased.
Yeah, get on to the real important races now.
We are indeed. We struggle early on in the programme, Barry, but as we come around into the 3K steeples, into the 15s, into the under 23 5Ks a little bit later on, we'll start to come into our own ourselves, really. But with that being said, our camera is panned to the far side of the track for the women's under 20 1500 metre heats. We looked at the national record here, set by our very own lovely Ciara McGeehan, who shared some very close and personal news with us earlier on this week, and of course from everyone from not only Athletics Ireland but Irish athletics as a whole. We give our full strength and best wishes in her recovery, and hopefully we'll see her again very, very soon.
Yeah, as it was well put by a few online, Ciara is a fighter. She's fought a lot of battles in races, and she'll do the same with this battle. So from all at Athletics Ireland, we wish her the very best.
We do indeed, and I'm sure many athletes in this field. Ciara will be a not only just a female athlete, but an athlete within Irish sport as a whole that everyone really looks up to. So I'm sure there'll be some inspired and inspirational performances here today as the under-20 women line up.
Absent from our under-20 women's 1500 is Emily Bolton. Unfortunately, she has an injury, so she is out from this competition.
Athlete who looked to, of course, had a great turnout at the under-18 European Championships last year, but would have looked to make her way over to the under-20s this year. Hopefully she has a speedy recovery, but if we look through this field nice and quickly, we have Ciara Rowan from Waterford AC, Aisling Fitzpatrick from Lucan Harriers, Caoimhe Flannery from Skibbereen AC, Emma Hunt from Bohermeen AC, Annabelle Morrison from Enniskillen RC, and then just on her outside we have Claudia Coyle from South Galway AC, followed by Gemma Galvin and Track AC, Niamh Garvey from Tullamore Harriers AC, and rounding out this field of the women's 1500 metres under 20s we have Emer Cooney.
Yeah, it'll be a big fight between Gemma Galvin, Nicole Dean and Amy Wallace and Emer Cooney for the top 3 medals there. Amy Wallace having a strong run at the IMC Crusaders meet the last day in order to achieve a B standard for the European under 20 championships, and Nicole Deanan also has a B standard for the European Championships, so both of them will be on the fight to try and get on the team and onto the plane.
As the gun goes off, I think we may actually be absent of Amy Wallace here today.
So indeed, I can't see any Mullingar Harriers vest out there.
So the race gets underway. We're coming up to the first 200 metres. We can see Caoimhe Flannery there of Skibbereen AC, who's taken an early lead. Just outside her on vest number 69, Emer Cooney of Ace AC. So these two athletes taking an early lead, but they're still nicely bunched together.
Yeah, they're very bunched together here as they come through the finish line for the first time. This seems to be a real sitting first lap for the girls.
Yeah. Nicely bunched together. You'd want to really be thinking long term this race in these windy conditions. Sit in behind, get yourself into a nice position, draft off a couple athletes if possible. We can see these women coming up to the 400 metre mark now in about 73-74 seconds, so not slow. We can see them start to be strung out here slightly, or they're staying the same as we've seen them coming around the home straight for the first time, and now they are coming up to the 200 metre mark for the second time of this race.
Yeah, with the wind out there today, it's really, no one wants to take the front, no one wants to lead this. They want to conserve their energy and hold out 3 3/4 laps. It's going to be about 4.5 minutes of a race. You don't want to go too early. The sun is coming out, but the wind is still here. They're going to keep on sitting in this pack until someone decides to go.
Yeah, so order's still the same. These athletes, they strung out as they had the wind behind them, but it's back to it, nicely bunched together. It's still Caoimhe Flannery out in the lead of Skibbereen AC.
And 2:10 through 600 metres there.
Emer Cooney of Ace AC sitting tucked nicely in behind. But it's a real championship racing, Barry. It's a straight final for these women, so no one's really willing to take it on too much. You may see the start to string out now just a little bit more like we did as they came around into the back straight during the first lap, but really still bunched together.
Yeah, they're really going to have to rely on their speed here. They're going to really appreciate if they have some 800 speed in the legs for this 1500, as it is going to be a really fast finish by the looks of things.
Yeah, definitely. Flannery is taking on that headwind from the gun, so she'll be looking to try and possibly break away. She had a couple athletes, of course, sitting in behind her as they come into the home straight for the penultimate time. Once these athletes cover the next 100 metres, they will hit the bell, and I'm sure we'll start to see some great sprint finishes, but the order stays the same. Flannery, Cooney, your top two leaders, just in behind there. In bib number 67 we can see Gemma Galvin, one of our favourites coming into this race, but these athletes now, they're approaching the bell, and the order stays the same. They're coming through with about 3:24 with 1 lap to go.
Galvin is really going to have to make a move here if she wants to take this medal spot. She is sitting in behind, but she's boxed in coming around the bend there, so she'll really want to kick on with this last 300 metres.
Yeah, and the lead has changed for the first time in this race. Is Emer Cooney, who has sat patiently in second place throughout the whole race, really sitting on the shoulder of Quiva Flannery. But it is Cooney who's starting to stretch this field out now as he entered the back straight for the last time. She's followed closely by it looks to be our vest number 63 is from Ennis Track, 67. That's Gemma Galvin who's following her. Apologies. Gemma Galvin, one of our favourites coming into this race, who's following Cooney as they come around with 150 to go. But Cooney has played it really, really patiently. Unfortunate to see Quiva Flannery, who took her from the gun, start to fade as we enter the final straight of this race. For the whole time, it's Cooney. Who's it going to be? It's all coming out on the outside. It's going to be our Ennis Track athlete coming to take the win here in the women's 1500 metres under 20 championships. What a run. Really, really strong. Coming through in 44.30.
Yeah, that's pristine championship race, and there, sit, kick, know when to go. 100 metres to go, she was sitting on her shoulder and she just knew she had more in the legs.
Apologies, now we get the official result. There we go. Gemma Galvin coming in 4 minutes 30.21 of Ennis Track. It's tricky to see her bib number across the way. We got our binoculars up here actually that Barry gratefully brought for us, so we'll have to start taking advantage of those. But what a run, like you said there, Barry. Really, really strong running, coming in 4 minutes 30. That is outstanding running. Sat patiently throughout the race in these windy conditions and kicked for home. In second there was Cooney, who sat in second place for the majority of the race, but not to be for her today, as our attention returns to the same side of the track for the under 23 women's 1500 metres. Once again, another straight final here as they get away. Barry might get through the field for us.
Yeah, so starting with Kayla Ryan from Ratoath AC, Cara Laverty from Finn Valley AC, Hannah Keogh from Kilkenny AC, Kirsty Foster from Willowfield Harriers, Niamh Brady from St Peter's AC, Emer Maher from Dundrum AC, Lisa Conlon from Dunleary AC, Anya Gilhooly from Athlone AC, Niamh McDonald from Ballyroan Abbey Leaks and District AC, Holly Carroll from Blarney Inniscarra AC, and Nasa Niafnan from Ennis Track AC. And the heavy favourite at a look here might be Emer Maher from Dundrum South Dublin AC. Emer has had some very strong races, particularly her 1500 metres in the Belfast Irish Milers meet recently. She really showed the strength that she has over 1500 metres.
Yeah, she's of course inside that European under 23 standard. She'll be hoping to make her way onto the plane, sitting comfortably there in second place. She'll be not so worried about any standards here today. Championship race, and it's always nice, Barry, to say, coming into a championship race. I mean, we were chatting to some senior athletes, especially last year when it was an Olympic year, and they were going into nationals, still chasing those Olympic times. It's the same here today for both our under 20 and under 23 athletes. It must be nice coming into a championship race, having those standards ticked off, so you can do kind of what Emer's sitting in, you know, drafting off, not facing the wind, and just coming out to race tactically and racing a championship way.
Yeah, there's a sense of relief when you have a standard there that, you know, you don't have to put in this massive run in a championship race to try and get through, that you just have to sit there and you know that you can sit behind whoever's ahead of you and kick on come the latter stages of this race. Emer will have a strong base built up over the winter. She spent some time at altitude in Font Romeu, if I recall correctly. and she would have had some great training in the Athletics Ireland development group there.
But of course, still in the lead is an athlete who will be hoping to join Emer on that plane over to Norway later on this month. Is Cara Laverty from Finn Valley AC. We've seen a similar kind of approach in the first race, but this race seems to be a slightly bit more strung out. Cara Laverty holding no prisoners, not willing to let this go down to as much of a sprint finish as we've seen in the women's under 20 race. So it's Laverty closely followed behind her. Of course, we have Emer Maher, Dundrum, South Dublin. This race is nicely strung out early on as the athletes just went through the 800 metre mark. As they approach just 600 metres to go. But it's Laverty, Tamar. We get the rest of the field as they come around and we can see their numbers. But
it looks to be possibly Holly Carroll that's in third place there, just behind Maeve Richardson of Kilkenny AC.
You are indeed, that is correct. Holly Carroll of Blarney in Shakara AC sitting in third place. But a slight gap looks to be forming between our top two and the rest of the field as they come around to take the bell. Keep an eye on the clock. They're coming through in about 3:20. But still, as it stands from the gun, Cara Laverty, Finn Valley AC, has still taken this race and really made it a challenge for everybody else. Not willing to leave it down to a kick, but Mara said, no, you're not getting away from me. And she's coming up on her shoulder now, and the lead has changed, Barry, for the first time in this race.
And the medal table isn't guaranteed just yet. There's still a tight race there for bronze and silver. But Emer Maher has let Cara Laverty do the hard work here while she's sat behind. She's ran this race tactically very, very well. And with 200 metres to go, they're still neck and neck. But it seems to be Maher that has enough in the tank to keep going for the last 150 metres.
It is indeed, yeah. Mara, we said it, she's nice and comfortable in terms of European standards. It's all about just the selection policy, so she could come out here today and play it safe, really sit in behind Laverty and just win this race in a real championship style. Keep an eye on the clock. What a run from the DSD athlete all the way to the line. Laverty coming in second, coming through in 4:22 point. We'll get the official result a little bit later on, and then of course coming through in third place is Holly Carroll from Blarney in Sakara AC.
A 62 second last lap there. It really showed the strength that she has in the legs come the last 400 metres there. She had enough in the tank to really push on in the last 100 metres there.
That looks to be a championship record from Maher. 4:22 coming through to beat the previous record of 4:24.0. All the way from 1991, Barry. A really, really long-standing championship record. We'll get the stats on kind of how long championships records stand, but from 1991 for Mara to come out here and race the way she did, to sit in behind, you know, if you're chasing a record, I suppose now championship records come as part of racing in championship style, really, but to obliterate a record by just under 2 seconds, so it's a really, really strong running from her.
That previous record was held by Sinead Delahunty from Kilkenny City Harriers all the way back in 1991.
So nice added bonus to add to the already outstanding season.
So we have Emer Maher, then we have Cara Laverty, and Hannah Keogh is our top three in that race.
Wasn't that Holly Carroll?
Sorry, was it Holly Carroll? Sorry, third place was Holly Carroll.
But of course, we'll have all of the live updates coming to you as the races progress. You can check them out yourself at live.athletiksireland.ie as our attention continues over the far side of the track. Our great cameraman with the nice long lens is able to pick up all the action here today at any point of the track as we have a look at the men's under 20 1500 metres. A couple of big names. We've had a couple of athletes who've been entered across multiple disciplines as these men take to the line. And we will, again, straight final, huge field here, Barry, of 16 athletes on the entry list. It'll be interesting to see if all have turned up, but we can see them get out to a blistering start here. It's great to see Cormac Dixon, the Tallaght AC, back on Irish soil, an athlete who's doing great things over in Providence in the States, so it's always great to see these athletes, of course, many of them chasing and already have European standards, so they're coming here today to try and somewhat solidify their place on a plane abroad later on this summer.
Yeah, and it seems to be a similar situation here as was with the school's 1500 metres, where all the lads are going to sit and they're going to wait until the last minute to go.
Yeah, it looks to me Matthew Fitzpatrick in first place there. Athlete who's possibly going up the distance today, a traditionally more 800 metre based athlete. But they'd want to be careful now when you're tightly bunched together in such a big field of 16 athletes. You can trip, you can fall. I've already seen some stumbling today already so far, and kind of how that affects your race. But we'll see now they're split. Kind of, this is quite pedestrian for many of these lads in this field. You can see coming through in about 67, 68 for the first lap. Not to these athletes who are well able to compete on a national senior level with some of the big names that we'll see later on this summer. But it's starting to string out now. Barry will get our numbers and our athletes' names as they come back into view this side of the track. But Cormac Dixon in third place, he's taking close order to the two out in front who are looking to string out this field. And that's what you like to see. I know there's championship racing, but you want to see a bit more of a race. You want to see some people, you know, put themselves out there and really make a race out of this.
Yeah, it's a brave thing to do, is to jump out and push on the pace when everyone's bunched in together. You know, you're really taking a risk there that you might blow yourself out too early, or you might have too much left in the tank come the end. But Cormac Dixon has taken this on here, leading ahead of all the lads. 157 through the gate there.
Yeah, he took over James Smith there of Selbridge AC, who was brave. He strung this race out, but now it's in the hands of Cormac Dixon. Sean Cronin of Clondiff Harriers was also entered into this race. They had a nice little battle going over the years, over their school years, but now I think we'll see Sean Cronin in the 800 metres a little bit later on. So it's Cormac Dixon who decided to stay in his possibly traditional, you could say, 1500 metres, and the gap he's created on the rest of this field already.
This is an incredible gap that Cormac has built up. I guess he has the strength coming from the NCAA system. He's been over in Providence College over in Rhode Island, and he's well capable of putting on a performance here today. But this is a huge difference in space between him and the rest of the lads here today. And as Cormac comes through here, we'll get his time as he comes through the 400 metre mark. Coming up to the bell now, Cormac Dixon is coming in. He'll just dip under 3 minutes here with 2:58 as he comes around with 400 metres to go. Will he go under 4 minutes?
Yeah, it's really, the battle is going on, and behind Cormac for the second and third places on the podium in this men's 1500 metres under 20. Matthew Fitzpatrick still sitting in there. He's the athlete we've seen take it on quite early on. We can see the two Benjicar brothers, Aidan and Lorcan, in the Clondiff Harriers vest. Also Lorcan coming away with the schools title in his final year this year. But really it's all about Cormac Dixon, the Tala AC man, in that gold and red colour. 200 metres to go. He must have felt so comfortable throughout that first lap and a half, and it's going to be interesting to see what time he comes through in here. But it's really tricky conditions to take a championship race like that out all on your own. But the talent of Cormac Dixon, we really expected nothing less. He's entered the final straight for the last time here today. Cormac Dixon pumping the arms.
The race of the day here is for a silver medal here. There's about 4 lads still capable of getting it, but in we come from Dunleer AC. We see the winner here for the silver medal.
Matthew Fitzpatrick picking up the silver medal there, and it looked to be Lorcan Benjicar who picked up third. He was closely followed by Shane O'Donnell, an athlete who ran Lorcan to the line all the way at the school championships, but it looked to be Cormac Dixon first, Matthew Fitzpatrick second, and the black and amber of Clondiff Harriers, Lorcan Benjicar, coming away to round off the podium. But Cormac Dixon, I suppose, welcome back to Ireland. What a way to, I suppose, and as well as we look towards the under-20 championships in the summer, I'm sure Cormac has his sights solely set on those as we flick through the standards that we have here.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that Cormac is still an under-20 athlete. Sometimes he's putting in such high performances, especially over in the States in the past year with his time over in Providence College.
But what a run, a straight final there in the men's under-20 1500 metres. You can see brothers Lorcan and Aidan Benjicar getting their picture taken by two of our great photographers out on the field. That's Eric and Mark. But really great run, really tough thing to do, especially for a young athlete, and especially in these conditions. But of course, our sights now move towards the under-23 men's 1500 metres. a seriously stacked field. I suppose when we say that every single time a field's popping up here today, but the standard across both the under 20 men and women and the under 23 men and women is seriously stacked. If you take a look on the inside there, closest to the camera, we have Callum Morgan of Candor Track AC. We've seen, of course, his compatriot Nick Griggs earlier on in the heats. In the 800 metres, you'll see him take to the track again a little bit later on for that final. We've Oisin Toy from Invalid AC, Cathal O'Reilly, sub 4 minute miler, Kilkenny City Harriers AC. He'd be looking to make his way back onto the podium last year, of course, becoming the under 23 1500 metre indoor national champion. And then under him we have Frank McGrath from Lagan Valley AC, Keane Gorham, of course, the intervarsities 1500 metre champion. He picked up a little bit of a niggle earlier on last week. He spent a bit of time on the bike, but he's back out here today to try and get some more silverware. He's a man who, of course, we said picked up silverware at the InterVarsity Championship, so he's from St. Peter's AC. Niall Murphy and his Track AC, of course, a man to keep an eye on. He's always well in contentions. He's been having a great season so far. We've Shane Moran, Oisin Davis, Dylan Casey, of course, part of the brother duo, who other half, of course, over in America at the time being. Louis Woodger, we've seen his brother Finn in the men's 800 metres heat a little bit earlier on. Of course, you'll see him take to the track again for the final. Keane Hodgkins, Stephen Lester and Christopher Keane. And what a field we have here for the men's 1500 metres.
Yeah, it's far from pedestrian in comparison to the under 20s here. They really seem to be going out at a strong enough pace here. Bit of a side note, congrats to Cathal O'Reilly in the lead, just second from the lead there. He got a teaching job in St. Paul's Raheny today.
Very good. Looking to bring some silverware back to the students, and it's really who we expected to be at the forefront of this race. Callum Morgan taken out just behind him. Cathal O'Reilly, the man we just mentioned in the gold and black of Kilkenny City Harriers. Keane Gorham in behind him with the illuminous green just inside of Louis Woodger. This race is nicely strung out, but it's all the big names, Barry, who we expected.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Callum is going to try take this, but Cathal is going to sit behind. They're both sub 4 minute milers, so there's going to be no pedestrian paces here today. Louis Woodger sitting in behind with Keane Gorham just on his shoulder. That neither of them are going to be too slack either here. All of them have a lot of speed in the legs as well, so they're not going to want to lead this down to a sprint finish. They're going to try burn the legs off themselves early on, try and hold on and see who has the most strength left and come the end of this race.
Yeah, we see Louis Woodger unfortunately just slipping back there a little bit, but he of course had a great battle with Keane Gorham just ahead of him at the InterVarsity Outdoor Championships in Morton Stadium a little bit earlier on this year. He's starting to make his way back up through the field. He's a man who likes to run hard from the start and try and leave it all out there on the track, but it's still Callum Morgan of Candor AC in that black and white looking to take this race to the rest of the field. He's a man who already achieved a standard for the 5,000 metres outdoors at the under 23 championships, but of course he's dropped down the distance today to get himself onto a national podium. But this race really starting to string out our 1, 2, 3, Callum Morgan, Cathal O'Reilly, Keane Gorham. It's not really changed much as the race has progressed, but they're going to come back into the home straight for the penultimate time.
And as they're winding up the screw there, you can really see the difference there. Frank McGrath was pushing up on Louis Woodger's shoulder there, but he seems to be fading just a little bit, and there's going to be a real fight here for the medals right way through the field. But there seems to be a gap building here. Callum and Cathal are really pushing away. Keane Gorham is trying to fill that gap, and it's a hard one to hold. But Louis Woodger is coming up on Keane Gorham's shoulder to try and move into the bronze medal position, and he does. With 400 metres to go, they have 2:52 through the clock, and Cathal O'Reilly just comes up onto Callum Morgan's shoulder as they come around, hitting the bell. They're really trying to push on here, and we have Oisin coming up on into the bronze medal position, just closing that gap. He doesn't want to give up the bronze medal, but he wants to try and push on as well. And it seems like there's going to be a push here right along the way. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, they've changed so many times in the last 200 metres, and it's going to change again by the looks of things. But Cathal O'Reilly coming through in 200 metres to go. He's really put a massive burst in. You can see the 800 metre speed that he's been trying to do over the last couple of weeks is working. It's really holding strong to him in comparison to 5k speed from the other lads, and it's no doubt here today. Cathal O'Reilly is going to be your under 23 men's 1500 metre champion for 2025.
Make sure to keep an eye on the clock. Colin O'Reilly, little celebration through the line, 3:48. What a run. You mentioned Callum Morgan. He has the standard for the under-23 European Championships later on, so maybe coming down the distance slightly to turn the screw and just sharpen up a little bit. Not an easy thing to do in these conditions, to take the lead like that early on. And Colin O'Reilly, a man with such versatility. We see him on European cross-country squads. We can see him over the 5k, we can see him in the 800, and of course taking the win here at the under-23 national championships over the 1500 metres. Callum Morgan possibly going to be slightly disappointed with that. Looks like he has a smile on his face and a good bit of camaraderie amongst our top athletes here today.
That's Colin O'Reilly, coached by Niamh and Noel Richardson in Kilkenny City Harriers. They have a long history of coaching really strong distance runners here, and it reigns the same here again today as Cahill takes the under-23 1500 metre men's champion title. Is that it? No. Just a slight error was coming up on our screen there, so that is actually that's actually a heat, not a final. So the lads will still be back in for the final later on as we come back around here. We look at the 1500 metre start. We have the second heat of the under-23 men's.
And once that heat listing comes through, we'll bring you all the entries for this second heat. It was listed as a final from that first heat, but we're just waiting on and we have our next round here. So yeah, we have our second heat of the men's 1500 metres just came through on our live results there. So these are all being ran as time trial races, so the fastest of the two rounds that we have here will end up being our national medalists. So once we get our names through here, we can start listing off who's in this men's race. But what a run there by Colin O'Reilly. It's hard to see anyone in this field really take over from such a strong field from the first heat.
Yeah, it's going to take a big run from anyone here to try and take on Cahill's run. Cahill has ran 3:48 there in the first heat. None of these lads have PB close to that at the moment. We've our fastest seed seems to be a 3:54 by Noah Kavanagh of Lagan Valley AC, and as we can see, Noah is leading out this race.
Yeah, so now that we have our names finally through for the entries of the men's 1500 metres heat 2, we can see that is Noah Kavanagh of Lagan Valley AC who's taking the lead there. The UCD athlete Brandon Ballard sitting in just behind him. Then of course well-renowned Paralympic athlete Aaron Shorten sitting in, of course a great feature in Paris at the Paralympic Games over the 1500 metres. He's sitting in tightly behind our two leaders.
And just behind Aaron there is Barry Conway of Ennis Track AC. As we come around, the lads are just starting to get stretched out. 500 metres in, 1k to go.
Yeah, like we said, a lot of these athletes coming out here with really strong PBs already. We know Kavanagh Lagan Valley AC coming in with a 3:54, but it was such a great run from our men in heat number 1 that, you know, the likes of your Callum Morgans, Cahill O'Reillys and everyone else in between, you can see it will be a big ask for any of these men to dethrone our first heat contestants from the podium. And as we take a look over on the infield, we can see it was Colin O'Reilly, Callum Morgan, and it was Niall Murphy of Ennis Track who rounded off the podiums there in the first heat. So these men are at the podium at the moment. They've hedged their bets that they're going to be medalists here as they make their way onto the podium as we return to the action here for the second round, I suppose, of this 1500 metre time trial. Apologies for the late upload on the entry list for this round, but we digress with the 1500 metre men from the first round on the podium now, but coming into the home straight, we can see it's the Ennis Trackman, number 371. It's Barry Conway who has taken the lead, and he's stretching this field out nicely.
Yeah, Barry isn't going to look to sit around, but at 3:41 at the K mark, it's going to take a lot to even question the lads' podium places. But Barry is going to be here, and he's going to try put on as much of a show as he can. He's going to try push on and break the 4-minute barrier here. He was 2:59 through the bell, so he's going to have to close fast in order to break that 4 minutes.
Yeah, it is. The battle really is going on behind our Ennis Trackman in this second heat. We can see our DSD athlete Andrew McGilton coming up there to sit in second place. He doesn't want to hang around for much longer. The battle continues though for third. But of course, Barry Conway, he took it from the start really. He wasn't hanging about whatsoever. And he's coming in, I suppose. Keep an eye on the clock, but it's going to be Barry Conway and his track. We've seen his teammate Niall Murphy round off the podium in the first round. He finished in third, and Ennis Track are going to continue their good streak of running here today at the National Under-20, Under-23 Championships. Keep an eye on the clock. Just dipping under. Oh, just dipping over.
0.07. You can't get closer than that. Well, you can. 6 milliseconds, but...
Coming in there in second, DSD athlete Andrew McGilton. Nice search from him down the back straight with the wind behind him to break away from the rest of the field. The rest of the race, that's where the battle was going on really, as our Ennis Trackman had a strong run all the way.
It's tough running that much from the front, especially when you have no one near your shoulder or no one near you. Trying to hold on that pace and close in a strong finish, it's a tough ask.
And then it's Daniel Dines from North Down AC who's rounding off our top three finishers in that second round of the men's under 23 1500 metres. But of course, our enthusiasm stood to us, Barry, in the first heat there with our top three finishers, Cathal O'Reilly, Callum Morgan and Niall Murphy rounding off the podium there for the men's 1500 metres.
Yeah, deserved medalists. They really wound the screw up from the start. They weren't afraid to take the pace on and fight for a strong finish.
Take the what on?
Take the pace on.
The Sligo and Dublin accent clash here today, folks. But of course, action coming ticking fast. We can see our men long jumpers about to get ready.
Speaking of ticking fast, I'm back. Just tick, says Killian.
Jack, you're dressed very snazzy today for a track and field competition.
I went in Rome. I went in Tullamore. I got loads of compliments actually. I went on a lap there down to the sprinters warm up. I got multiple warm up people's compliments. Yeah, I'm wearing a New Balance Blazer jacket that may or may not have belonged to a former professional athlete who retired recently with grey hair, and thankfully he's the same size as me. Answers on a postcard for that former professional athlete with grey hair who retired recently. You can send all those postcards to Rory Cassidy at Athletics Ireland Towers. It could be anyone. Could be anyone. You can see a few medalists. That looks like the younger of the Frawley sisters. Name their medal will try and get an idea. I think for the first time ever in Tullamore, others javelin. I was going to say there is no field event action or track action. There's a javelin competition underway at the minute on the infield. But, Killian Sheeran's laptop has decided to freeze, so we can't bring you any start lists or any athletes. But that was a good 1500, a manic 1500. I watched it from the back straight, Barry. It was a bit dodgy putting a million athletes off on one start line, but they all got around in one piece almost.
It is, but I guess you always have the argument there when it's a time trial race. You're going to have to try seed them based on personal bests, and you don't want anyone to lose out getting into a B heat that shouldn't be in it. It happened to Dara McElhenney at a European under-23 championships a couple of years ago, and he wasn't too impressed, and you want to give everyone the best chance they can at putting in a fast time.
It was very interesting getting to watch those 1500s in the company of Pat Hogan and Phelim Kelly, who are infamous for more reasons than one around the country. 2 distance coaches operating at the top of their game, one of them slightly more opinionated than the other. But our next action on track will be the 200 metre heats, which are scheduled to go off in about a minute's time, as I can see the first of our 200 metre athletes making their way on out the gate there, and they'll make the long walk. You can see Emer Marr collecting her gold medal. The girls all making sure that their hair and ponytails are all in the right direction. Emer Marr has had an absolutely huge 2025, Barry.
Massive. She's came off some really strong altitude training, and she's put in some huge races. She's had a strong cross-country season before Christmas there, and she's put in some massive races between Belfast, the IMC Crusaders. She's had some really fast 1500 metres in recent times.
Yeah, all bodes well for Marr, under the tutelage of Donald Hennigan, I think, isn't it?
Pardon?
On Donald Hennigan, I think, is looking after.
Yes, in DST.
Yeah, so UCC student. We're going to check that. That one needs a fact check. It would help if I check the under 23 list and not the under 20 list. But yeah, Donald Hennigan, yep. Plenty of one of the busier lines on the qualifying standard sheet. Of course, that under 23 meeting, as far as I'm aware, being held tonight, because that championship's faster approaching. I do also have some breaking news from the back straight, in that under 20 men's 400 metre final may have suffered a few withdrawals. A couple of the chaps experiencing a few minor niggles, and after a busy weekend of travelling last weekend in Mannheim, have decided to withdraw. But I'm going to await ratification. We'll keep an eye on the start lists in case they are changed. But a certain Bleach Bond athlete was lamenting a pain in his foot when I met him earlier, and actually, if you do check the start list now, he has withdrawn. So yeah, we can confirm Conor Kelly a withdrawal from the under 20 400 metre final a little later on.
Yeah, that's going to be a big blow, as he was probably the favourite with a 46.06 national record there.
It was all precautionary, he assured me, but just lamenting a bit of fatigue and a bit of a pain in a foot that he's been managing a micro injury. So he said he's scheduled to go again in Morton Games next Friday night, and hopes to make the start line there. He'll be mixing it with some of the best senior and international senior talent that Morton Games has to offer. Barry, you're a bit close to the bone up there after your involvement in DCU. Morton Games looking to be a great meet.
The Morton Games, it's set to be a very strong event. Recommended to get tickets early while you still can. It'll be a fantastic event on Friday night next week. There's some big fields: the men's 5,000 metres, 800 metres, 400 metres, the 100 metres. There's some seriously fast events.
And of course the Morton Mile.
And the Morton Mile, the famous of them all. Will Cahill Doyle go for a three-peat?
He'll go for a three-peat. He may not achieve.
Or will someone take his crown?
Stewie McSwain, I think, provisional. But 200 metre junior athletes, women, going through their final preparations. We're going to have 2 semi-finals, as Barry Clavin's binoculars make an appearance. You do realise we have a screen in front of us, Barry, that we can use as well.
If I recall correctly, you're the one who said this was a great shout to bring.
Yeah, I rely on my superior eyesight. I'll do the start list while Barry learns how to use binoculars for the first time. Katie Elliott from Letterkenny Athletic Club is in 2. Mia Brett from MSB Metro St. Bridget's is in 3. Joanna Shudipo of Tala is in 4. Molly Daly, the star of the half-lap event from Kilkenny City Harriers, is in 5. Hannah Valvey on her outside, a really competent athlete as well, is in 6. She's from the Belgooly Club. And Rachel Afari from Raheny Shamrocks goes in 7. Molly Daly is lightning fast for a junior, and comes from very good stock herself. Both her parents international athletes. Rob Daly, her father, an Olympian, but 23.67. We don't have many juniors who have ran that fast, but Precious Akimoses also dipping under the 24-second mark, as has Destiny Lowell. But this is sure to be certainly a strong event and one to keep an eye on. So Daly, the one to watch here in the black and amber of Kilkenny City Harriers. So away they go, first time, and it is the long lopey stride of Molly Daly, who is up on the shoulder of Falvey on her outside, and inside her looks to be away and gone. I think we can disregard that for now. Molly Daly has opened up a huge lead in this first heat. Falvey unfortunately just pulling up what looks like an injury. It's going to be Molly Daly who comes through at a canter to take that into a minus 3.7 win. Barry Cleven, that's very, very strong.
That's a very strong run, with Mia Brett from Metro St. Bridget's coming in for second place there in that heat. 3 places plus two to the final.
Yeah, that is minus 3.7 is certainly challenging conditions, with 24.64 at a canter for Molly Daly. You'll find some of the junior men struggling to go faster than that in similar conditions. Daly is a star of the future. Always an athlete I think looks destined for the full lap event, but we'll forgive her that. She is but a junior, and she doesn't need to know the struggles of the one lap tango just yet. But certainly impressive as we pan up to the top of the track. Yeah, Daly, born in 2008, so 17 years of age. She was around to see Kilkenny demolish Waterford in that All-Ireland final. So hopefully she'll be hoping that her native Kilkenny will demolish Tipperary tomorrow, Barry.
Jack, I think unfortunately you're here competing at the National League tomorrow instead of
your
native county.
Derek has my number if he needs me. I know Kilkenny have had a few injury worries the last few months, but Derek Ling, my own club man back home in Kilkenny, he has my number, I'm sure, somewhere. And the gear is ready. We will be fully togged out in Kilkenny gear tomorrow in the National League. The Nina Olympic tent.
You'll have your boots in the bag in case they need to ferry up to Croke Park.
Yeah, we're under starters orders for this second semi-final. Kirsty Lowder from Kilcool, Kate Maher from KCH, Lily Fitzpatrick MSB, Precious Apkimoses in 5 from Blackrock, County Louth, Katie Doherty Ratote in 6, Alicia Marr from Tullamore in 7, and Saoirse Carrigan from Ratote rounds out the file in lane 8. Watch Precious Apkimoses, another lady under the 24-second mark this year, and Katie Doherty, who took the school's title over 200 metres, but it's certainly a full race with talent. And Kate Maher, another young athlete from Kilkenny City Harriers, who I've seen over the long sprints, very similar to Daly, and out like the clappers has devoured the stagger up on MSB's Lily Fitzpatrick. But it's all about Precious Apkimoses as she rounds into the home straight with a commanding lead. Doherty's strength will tell, but she's not going to close that gap, so it's all about Apkimoses. She can shut down, she can afford to cruise through to the line, and she is at a canter. She's going to come through 24.07 with a plus 1.2, so that's about 5 metres per second of a swing in the wind there. 24.0 for Precious. She just is in a class apart when it comes to junior sprinting in Ireland at the moment. Looks very comfortable. You would expect, should she take her place in the final later on, that she will be the red hot favourite, but it's a mouth-watering prospect, the clash of Daly and Akimoses. Doherty ran well. Busy. It's a tough day for these sprinters. You mightn't appreciate it, Barry, as a long distance man, but
as a distance runner I can't appreciate the win that much, but at the same time I can understand the struggle
even
of
a lot
the
of
wind
these, and even a lot of these would have been here early this morning to do the 100 as well, and would have gone through 2 rounds, and now on their 3rd race of the day. Some of them will do the final pending qualification, and many of them might have to stay on for the relays, so it's a long day for these sprinters, and for Precious Akimoses, it could be the best training session she's done in a while. But we're not hanging around here. We're straight up to the top of the corner for the under 23 women's 200 metres. which it would appear is a straight final, just the 4 athletes.
So we've Orla Lear from Monaghan Phoenix AC, Lucy Lynn McClanahan from Mid Ulster AC, Ava Ford from Dublin South Dublin AC, and Nicole Walker from Onreath AC down in Kerry.
Yeah, Nicole, her mother, is the chair of Kerry County Board, whose name escapes me. Apologies, Nicole. I've crossed paths with her plenty of times in Munster Athletics. Doing great work. Kerry competing tomorrow in the National League in the County Division. So it's a busy weekend for the Kingdom athletes. That'll be a competitive day's action, the preliminary round. But I think we're under starters' orders, are we? No, we're not.
Not yet.
Not yet. But Lear went earlier in the 400 metres. And Ava Ford, the DSD athlete, TUD student. And Nicole Walker. So looking probably time somewhere in the low 25s here would be pretty good sprinting for these athletes as a winning time. As we see the tall, rangy figure of Sean Doggett giving us a wave. Probably taken up as the next TikTok idea, is he?
Yeah, chances are he could be the favourite now that Conor Kelly is out of this men's 400 metre final.
Selling leaving cert grinds or something maybe in the meantime.
Potentially.
He's the face of that company. But we're under starters orders here at the top of the track. So it's Orla Lear from Monaghan Phoenix, Lucy McClanahan, Mid Ulster Athletic Club, Ava Ford from Dundrum South Dublin, and Nicole Walker Onreacht. So 2 Ulster women, a Leinster woman, and Walker from the Kingdom of County Kerry. This under 23 women's 200 metre final, straight final. Anyway, first time of asking, it is Walker who gets away the best, but Ford now starts to eat the stagger up on the athlete on her outside, and Ford will take a commanding lead into the home straight. Orla Lear moving quite well, and it's going to be neck and neck between Lear and Walker for that bronze medal. Lear probably getting the best of the running, but it's all about Ava Ford. Will she keep on? Orla Lear might just run out of track, the 400 metre runner. Ava Ford takes the title, 25.67 in blustery conditions. Orla Lear comes through for second, and it is bronze for Nicole Walker rather of Onreacht.
Just a correction there, it's minus 1.3 wins.
Sorry, yeah. If only I had binoculars, I'd be able to see the scoreboard. But Ford cuts through the wind, cuts through the competition, and will make a cut right to the top of the podium. She takes the National Under 23 200 metre title.
So we've 3 heats in the men's under 20 200 metres. 2 places plus 2 fastest times to the final.
Yeah, plenty of talent in that. Man at the moment, Joe Burke, one of the ones to watch, but you can see there some triple jumpers going through their final preparations. And that'll be both under 20 and 23 athletes competing alongside each other. We'll do our best to maybe round up some of the field event results that we haven't quite touched it. I know Conor Penny clearing 2:08 in the high jump earlier on to take the under 20 title, just marginally outside his lifetime best. Alex Neff took the pole vault title with a vault of 4 metres dead. Leave LAC man had a few attempts at 4:15, but not quite enough to advance. In the under 20 women's pole vault, it was Maeve Corkery from Middleton who took the title in 3 metres 50. Really good vaulting by Corkery, who's building quite a repertoire of performances now in her own right. In the under 20 women's high jump, it was Tara O'Connor who took the title in 1 metre 75. The under-20 women's long jump was won by Eva Munnelly from Cabinteely AC with a best of 5:09. We brought you some of the early jumps in that. Earlier on there was Anya Frawley from St Mary's in Limerick who took second in 5:44. And Liam Maloney, no, not Liam Maloney, my apologies. Katie Deverill, the local athlete from Tullamore Harriers, was in third in that. And the under-20 men's long jump was won by Michael Kent with a 6:79 jump from Daniel De Antolin Rodriguez of Ratoath Athletic Club and Alex Jurowski of Middleton. I think Kent I may have seen him slightly limping off earlier actually, because he wasn't able to take his place in the pole vault competition subsequently. We do nothing from the discus in the hammer. Caoimhe Gallen from Lifford Strabane took the junior women's title with a throw of 53.40. Talked a little bit about one of the men in the moment, Thomas Williams from Shercock, the under-18 European medalist, threw 65.30 to take the under-20 men's hammer throw down on the field on the outside of the stadium. Ellen O'Donnell, rather that competition actually still ongoing on the infield. This is the under-20 women's javelin. Elva Gordon from Greystones District currently leading that competition with a throw of 40.76. Katie Kingston from Leavell with a best of 37.88, sitting just in behind. It was Caoimhe Gallen again who won the under-20 women's shot put with a throw of 11.63 from the multi-eventer Enya Silkina of Ratoath 11.33 and Chloe Ryan from St Lawrence O'Toole with 11.22. We brought you some obstructed coverage of the men's shot put slightly earlier on. The under-20, that was won by Theo Hanlon, a huge throw of 17.31, the man from Suncroft AC. Great competition with Andrew Cooper, who went out to 16.36. Great series of him all over the 16 metre mark. And Kieran Keane from Anriacht was third with 14.63 also. So that is the junior field events rather. Looks to be a bit of a break on track, not sure what the delay is. So we're going to cut to one of our trackside interviews that Barry got. Aisling Fitzpatrick winning the under 20 women's 800 metres.
No. So we have Hazel Hughes here, the winner of the women's under 23 800 metres. Hazel, how was that race?
Yeah, well, first half was nice and steady, and then we kicked in the last three, so yeah, I'm really happy with it.
And how are the conditions out there today?
It was windy down the back straight, so kind of hanging tight there, but yeah, the wind was with us on the straight, so.
And what are the plans for this summer?
Well, I'll be running in Watford next week, so hopefully that goes well.
Very good.
At 123.ie, we have one of the best car insurance policies with more benefits included as standard, so you can forget about us. And remember the more important things. 123.ie. Give better a try.
Good to hear from her there. Try and give a little bit of the coverage to the javelin here while our under 20 men emerge from the call room. St Lawrence O'Toole athlete there with a throw just short of probably around 25 metres. I can bring you a few further results as well from the field. Laura Frawley from Nino Olympic, the national heptathlon champion, had a bit of a scalp defeating Elizabeth Ndudy in the women's under 23 long jump. Ndudy travelled to European Team Championships last weekend, making her senior debut for Ireland, but it was Frawley, the Nino Olympian, who defeated her in the long jump with a best of 5.89, pushing Ndudy out of the top spot with a jump in the last round. to claim the title with a jump of 5.89. This is a combination of the under 20 and under 23 athletes here in the javelin, so a little bit hard to discern who's who, and even harder considering that most of them are right-handed throwers, so they turn their back to us and we can't see their numbers. That is, if Laura Frawley could get out of the way. A junior thrower. And she Jade Barry, actually, of Carrick-on-Shore, who's currently 5th in the competition, rather. The best at 33.89. Looks to be a slight marginal improvement on that performance. Massively technical event, probably one of the most, a combination of speed on the runway into raw strength and power, and transferring that horizontal force into some vertical. The javelin, it's a massively demanding event that you'll find probably some of the most explosive athletes in the gym.
Good to be back, Jack.
It's great to have you back.
Good to be back.
It's great to have you back.
Our field journalist Barry Claver's going to see if he can get back down and maybe pick up a.
He's gonna go do a bit of videoing.
Yeah.
He's good at that.
There goes on. We'll definitely be bringing you more trackside interviews as we start to round into a couple of the finals a little bit later as well.
Looks to be Aoife Callan there of Bandon Athletics Club then. Best of 35.95 as a fair few of the officials run for their waterproofs, because I think it's about to get wet and wild here in Tullamore. If anyone has been to Tullamore on a wet, windy day, they're going to appreciate what these athletes are about to endure.
This is my first day here, Jack.
Is this your first time outside the pale, Killian?
Yeah.
Congrats.
First time outside County
This is
Dublin.
awfully. First impressions, what do you think?
Do you know what? It's different to Dublin.
Yeah, there's
That's what the Dubs do, isn't it? That's what we do.
Do you smell that? That's fresh air.
That's what we do. Every time we go to a different county, we always just have to compare it to Dublin. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean? We can never appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty common. That's pretty common. We'll come back to Killian's thoughts on life outside the pale later on in the day. As I can see, the first of our 3 semi-finals in the men's 200 metres going through their final preparations. It's going to be Alvin Ngani from Galway City Harriers is going to be in lane number 2. Conor Hughes from Middleton Athletic Club is in 3. Dara Burke from Sligo is in lane number 4. The man to watch then in this heat potentially is Joe Burke from Templemore Athletic Club. Lane number 6, Adam O'Feymon from Denore Harriers. Sean O'Donnell was in the final of the 100 metres a little earlier on. The Tallaght Athletic Club man, 21.78 himself at his best. Alex Javosky from Middleton then is scheduled to go in lane number 8. So we've got 3 men in this sub-22 at their very best. Joe Burke, Adam O'Feymon and Sean O'Donnell. That is really good running for juniors, but of course Joe Burke, no stranger to really good running, claiming that medal last year at the European Under-18s, breaking the national Under-18 record on his way to that, and he's still young enough to be Under-18 again.
What a race that was. Like, he came from last place to third over the last 70 metres. I was there watching it live, and it was just one of the most outstanding displays of underage sprinting I've ever seen. Just the turn of speed over the last closing metres in Slovakia was unbelievable. So it's hard to skim over the likes of Joe Burke when you look through this field. But the men have set their block, Shaq, and they're ready to go.
Under starters orders here, yeah. Ngani, Hughes, Burke again, O'Feymon, O'Donnell and Jaworski round out this 7-man field. First 2 to qualify by right for the final, which will be coming at you thick and fast. Not much of a turnaround. This final scheduled to go around about 6 o'clock, so it's around about probably 2 hours time by the time these guys get off the track, but away they go, and it is Joe Burke and O'Feymon on his outside who gets off to the best of the running. Looks to be an empty lane there. No Sean O'Donnell from Tallaght Athletic Club, but Burke is shoulder to shoulder with Adam O'Feymon of Denore Harriers, and he's going to come through. These two are going to qualify comfortably for the final. 21.65 for Joe Burke. to take the first of 3 semi-finals. That is powerful sprinting from Burke for a man who's probably been improving race after race this summer. His coaching coordinated by Killian Griffin, himself a decent sprinter in his own right, the Tralee Harriers man based in Carlow. Burke just finished 5th year in Our Lady's Templemore.
Yeah, it's ridiculous really, like at that age, running the way he's running in the accolades he has. Obviously we mentioned before the race there, it's bronze in the under 18 European Championship last year. Of course he's the national under 18 record holder, 21.31, so like he is a serious talent.
And of fame, and just 16 years of age. The man on the right representing Dunor Harriers, based in the UK with the Hercules Wimbledon club by the looks of it here. So certainly a young man to watch, still under 18 himself. There's some pretty quick times for guys as young as they are. As much as we thought it was about to lash rain, I think we're getting away with it now, as the sun starts to crack through the clouds. But really competitive across right through the way here. But Burke will be delighted to start his under 20 campaign with a win here.
Yeah, definitely. I mentioned he's coming off the back of a very successful under 18 career. Of course, he's picked up the standard for the EYOF, and following that closely with his standard ahead of the under.
Yeah,
20
he's
a B standard, but
he's looks to be heading to EYOF to compete in the 200 metres pending selection, and he'll probably form a part of a strong 4x1 panel. But of course we'll leave the selectors. The second heat has turned around pretty fast here, so I'm going to run through. Mark Mulhall is on the inside in lane number 1. Ethan Stace is in lane number 2. Ethan Clark in 3. Kyle Faherty in 4. Luke Timlin on to match in 5. Dubim Ama of Tala has been all over your screens this year in the under 20 championships. He goes in 6. Lamar Luciano is in 7, and Piotr Mieczarkowski of Sligo Athletic Club is in lane number 8. Ama, a very fast starter, coached by Kilgallen in Tala Athletic Club. But Luke Timlin has been one of the breakout young men of the year, finalist at the senior championships indoors this year, and he has powered past Ama. Whatever I might have billed Ama as a fast starter, Timlin is a fast runner, full stop, and he's going to power into the home straight. He's taken control of this first heat. Dubim Ama starting to come back up onto his shoulder, and he's going to race him right to the line. They're going to dip together. 21.56 to take that. Dubim Ama rallied really well over the last 50 metres. May well have outdipped Timlin, the Crusaders man. Stephen Colvert, a part of that coaching setup in Crusaders. Actually, starting to see a revival of sprinting fortunes. And you can see here, Timlin had built up a considerable lead off the bend, and Dubim Ama started to really rally, and as the parallaxis effect took effect and we started to see him straighten up, they were really side by side. And Ama, I wouldn't like to be Andrew Lynham or whoever it is next door on the photo finish trying to split them two, but the fact of the matter is both of them will advance to the final later on. They're actually all stood there in confusion at the track waiting on the result to come up. It hasn't quite appeared yet, but Burke's result 21.64 has been ratified. No result as of yet for that second one. It's going to go to that photo finish room for a little more time as we pan back up to the third and final of these semi-finals, and this appears to be the event of the championships really, because a lot of these guys competed so well, not the race of the championships, but one of the events of the championships nonetheless, because a lot of these guys that were in the 100 metre final are finding some pretty fast 200 metre runners as well. Jamie Doyle from St Michael's AC is scheduled to go in lane number 3 in this 200 metres heat 3. Ronan Ryan, we saw him unfortunately disqualified for a false start in the 100 metre final, but he's rallied and recovered well. He's had a huge year over 200 metres, dipping into the 22-second mark and medaling. I think he's been a man of bronze. I think he's been third in every national under 19 final he started this year, but dipping under 11 seconds and 7 seconds and He's not been a million miles away from 22 seconds as well. The Ronan Ryan, the Nina Olympian. Donald Martin from Blackrock in County Dublin, not County Louth, is in 5. There's a man who has been there and done that at the underage international circuit. Joshua Awajula from Dromore, we had him built up as potentially one of the favourites for the 100 metres, but saw Jesse O'Sass storm through to take that victory. So
great run that was.
Yeah, superb run, 10.52, marginally outside his lifetime best. Was O'Sass. Christopher Olatunde from Ratoath, another young man making great strides through the juvenile ranks, and Ben Deegan from Nina Olympic will line up and round out the field in lane number 8. Ben, scheduled to the race walk for Nina Olympic tomorrow. Bit of a change of pace. But
it's all about those points.
All about those points, but it's all about qualification for the final tomorrow, or today rather. It's Doyle, Ryan, Martin, Awajula, Olatunde and Deegan. Heat 3, the under 20 men, 200 metres. First 2 across the line will qualify by a right. It's a long hold there by those men, and Ryan gets off to a flyer. He certainly hasn't held back. Looks to be taking the stagger out. No Awajula by the looks of it on this start list, but it is Ronan Ryan on the shoulder of Donald Martin. As Phelan Kelly walks past with a donut and distracts us slightly, it is Donald Martin shoulder to shoulder with Ronan Ryan. These two will advance. That looks like a lovely donut, and that is a lovely performance by those two men. 22.19 for the win for Donald Martin. Ronan Ryan on his shoulder the whole way, potentially running with a bit of a chip on his shoulder after that red card earlier this morning.
Phelan a happy man after his man Jonas Stafford's win in the 3K steeple.
Yeah, brilliant performance this by Ryan. Olatunde not quite able to mix it. He's had a great season underage, been really competitive, but Ronan Ryan may well have moved within a couple tenths. It's certainly one of the fastest times he's ever produced outside. 22.05 in the indoor championships earlier in the year, but 22.41 is the fastest he's ever ran on an outdoor track, or equals the fastest he's ever ran on an outdoor track rather. So he's produced. Here's Laura Frawley on the javelin runway. It does come thick and fast. Frawley, the multi-eventer, continuing in her preparations of her defence of the National Heptathlon Championships, and she's put the javelin out just short of 30 metres. Busy day for Frawley as ever, probably entered in 1 million events, win 1 million medals.
The way to do it if you're going to make the journey. You may as well bring home as many as you can. And her sister competing for another orange vest, not Nina Olympic, St Mary's, also has featured on the podium today as well in the under 20 category. But good stuff from Frawley in the javelin. That competition currently being led by Sive Byrne of Enniscorthy. Yeah, that's Amy Callahan there from Christianstown AC on your screen.
Club of
with 27.98. Oh, should be looking to improve that now. This is trial number 5.
A little bit high on the release.
A little high, but looks like it possibly could improve on that 27.98. Of course, we'll be getting the live results up.
If I say all the right words, it sounds like we know about the javelin. Killian, have you ever thrown it?
I have not very far, and not in a competitive sense by any stretch of the imagination, but I suppose when you have such great talent in front of you and their live results on live.athletics.ie, it's easy to sound like you're a real javelin man.
I would say Sive Byrne of Enniscorthy then, and actually you can see very much that was released a bit too high because the tip really pushed up into the wind. I could tell you loads about the aerodynamics of javelin from my studies, but it is a massively. I've had the privilege of watching Oisin Joyce and Conor Cusack train up close in the University of Limerick.
Amy
there,
28.56, so an improvement on her overall score.
But
she sits in second place in the under 23 women's javelin as we make our way back across to the 200 metre start.
Right. Yeah, we're going to have a straight final in the under 23 men, which makes life easier because we only have to talk them once. So we'll give you the full lineup. There's full eight men. Bekai Kamara from Titans Athletic Club is going to go in lane number 1.
Club name, can I say?
Titans Athletic Club, brilliant club, and more on that later. Mohammed Al Bashir from Mullingar Harriers is in lane number 2. Tinny Craig Mukanya from Raheny Shamrocks is in 3. Darren Murphy from University College Dublin is in 4. Dannon Long from Enniscorthy Athletic Club is in 5. Emmanuel Akinroley, the second of 2 Titans Athletic Club men, is in 6. Brendan O'Leary from Listowel goes in 7. And Gilbert Caletta is in lane number 8. I thought that was starters' orders. I think it was potentially, but they've been told to stand up, and a few of them shaking out some jitters. Yeah, Titans Athletic Club, a club, the club of Emmanuel Akinroley, and I remember chatting to their head coach. So they don't just. I've got a lot of guys maybe coming from, I suppose, ethnic minority backgrounds in the country, and some of them are based in Cork, and more of them are based in Dublin, around the country, and probably struggled, I suppose, to find a home and a belonging and a sense of somewhere to train. So they formed their own club and train mainly out at the capital, a lot of the athletes, but they all come under the one banner. And some brilliant proponents of the sprinting. Emmanuel Akinroley probably their leading light at the minute, but Cody Ogbene, another man who represents that club, who has been more than competitive on a national level. A great club, doing great things for the sport. But we've got 2 of them in this final, but I think the men to watch probably are Dara Murphy in 4 in the yellow vest of UCD, Dannon Long in 5 in the red vest of Enniscorthy, and on his outside Emmanuel Akinroley in 6 wearing the pale blue with the white sleeves. He represents Titan Athletic Club.
He's looking to make his way possibly back onto another national podium following his 3rd place finish in the 100 metres a little bit earlier on.
Yeah.
So he's set into their blocks now.
Long hold for these 200 metre athletes as the officials make sure they're settled in their blocks. Thought there was a little bit of a twitch there, but they've away first time, and it is Akinroley who's definitely had the best of the bends. He powers past the figure of Brendan O'Leary from Listowel, and they're going to round into the home straight 3 abreast. It is Akinroley who takes the lead. Dara Murphy's strength should come to play now, and it's going to be a tight one to the line. Dara Murphy and Akinroley all the way to the line. Who's going to dip for the win?
Oh, it looks like Emmanuel Akinroley.
I would give that one to Emmanuel Akinroley. He's praying to the gods. He's praying he gets it. He's congratulated by his training partner Kamara. Murphy I thought with 50 to go he just needed to keep his composure, but Akinroley, that was impressive, and I think he may well be rewarded. But his first national title.
Anxiously waiting on the clock. Here we go, Emmanuel Akinroley, 20.5. 21.50. Apologies, coming away with the win.
His coach, who I must apologise, his name escapes me, has seen that and he is delighted. That's a great run for Emmanuel, who has been the nearly man. Plenty of silvers, plenty of bronzes, but now it's his turn to step atop the podium, and he's not been shy of racing. 10 60 metre performances this year, 12 100 metre performances, and 17 200 metre performances. He's no stranger to the starting gun. And now he's rewarded with a national under-23 title. Look at that, 3 100ths of a second as he outdips Dara Murphy, who is himself a national senior medalist. And Dannon Long gets up for 3rd, 21.72. Brilliant run by all 3 of those athletes in, it must be said, some of the most favourable conditions of the day, but and a lifetime best to boot. What a day for Emmanuel Akinroley. Sometimes it's not about the standards, and it's not about who's going to Euros and who's wearing the Irish vest. I think it's just as good to see someone claiming their first senior title and producing a lifetime best to do it, as he now has to go collect his 100 metre medal.
Yeah, look, I'm sure he won't be complaining having to make the trip up the podium steps twice in the one day.
No, that's for sure.
Anyone really here in the stadium, but he's such a powerful runner. Like over those last 50-60 metres, he's just really, really strong, and his performance even earlier on in the 100, like over the 100 a little bit early on, was absolutely outstanding. We can see him On your screen there now, that's the presentation for the men's 100 metres under 23. You can see Sean Bobo from Tala AC claiming his gold medal. And then second place, of course, Craig Duffy, a man with unbelievable top speed. You can see the Lightning McQueen socks. And Emmanuel there in third, who's going to make the trip up to first to collect his under 23 national gold medal. But on the far side of the track, we have the under 23 women's 5,000 metres. The first 5k of the day, of course, only an event competed at the under 23 and senior level here on the track. The furthest our under 20 guys will go will be 3k. Of course, seen the 3k steeplechase a little bit earlier on. A couple women in this field who will be chasing standards. Of course, Avril Milrick, an athlete who we seen on the European Cross Country Championship team in Turkey a little bit later last year in December 2024. Aoife Lucy of West Muskerry AC. Now, Rocha Roberts, an athlete who made the trip to Portugal not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago now, to chase the under 23 national 5,000 metre standard. Today, of course, is the cut-off date for these standards, so she'll be looking to set a fast tempo here. Of course, we're championship racing here today, so coming away with her first national title would be as much of a bonus as anything. But we can see now she's aware of what's needed to be done to try and claim that standard. Of course, all running the standard doesn't guarantee your spot on the plane that we've been mentioning all day today. But coming to the first 237 seconds, that's Rocha Roberts at Candor AC and Avril Milrick sitting on the inside just behind her. But just for a moment, as the 5k women's 5k unravels, we're going to move to Jack Hickey, who's trackside with a couple of our athletes.
Thanks, Killian. I'm joined by the podium from the under-23 men's 100 metres. We were saying in the commentary booths, with the under-23 sprinters this year, it's been the year of breakthroughs. Would you agree, Sean?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, no, with the way everyone's sort of come through, like Craig and Emmanuel here, like everyone's getting deep into those 10.4s, some are running some windy 10.3s, but it's been a positive year overall for under-23 and just Irish sprinting in general. So
it's been a big year for you. A big weekend last weekend as well. Talk to me about getting the call up for the 4x1 and breaking that national record.
Oh jeez, no, like it's hard to put into words like how that moment sort of felt like, but only finding out like about an hour and a half beforehand that I was running, and I expected that to sort of we all sort of expected that to be sort of a rest weekend for me, even though I was out in Slovenia as part of the team. But when I was happy when I got the call. I was already starting through my warm up anyway, and it was just about just continuing that warm up and then just maybe trying to get one or two runs in. We didn't get any check marks done, but we kind of just we got it in the end, and obviously hard to put into feelings. It's an amazing moment.
And you announced a little earlier on you're heading stateside?
University of Houston from August under Carl Lewis, so it's an exciting move, exciting time for myself, but I'll see how that goes.
He knows a thing or two about 100 metres.
Yeah, he has a small bit of knowledge. I heard he was a decent sprinter in his day.
He had his moments. Another man who spent some time stateside, Mr. Craig Duffy. You've had quite a year as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I suppose stateside has obviously made me what I am now. Obviously consistent working with the club in Clonliffe. John Shields has brought me on, God knows. And obviously the lads around me, I wouldn't be running this fast if I didn't have Sean in front of me, Emmanuel on my heels, and the rest of them just, pushing along Irish sports. It's incredible.
Yeah, and you're starting to make your breakthroughs into Irish Fests and stuff like that, but for you to be able to pull on it as historic event as Clonliffe Harriers, and you've had a few sprinters in your day too, it's obviously a strong club, and it's getting ever stronger day after day.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and we've likes Keith Pike and Leo Morgan and all the lads out there. I'm sure they're happy with that.
We're very young and very sprite.
Yeah, but those lads brought me along as well. I wouldn't be in a position I am here without the help from them and the encouragement that they give me every day. So it's nice.
Another club that's having a breakthrough, Titans Athletic Club. Emmanuel, talk to me. What does this club mean for you? I would say your first ever national title. You're after winning the 200 metres. I suppose, first of all, tell me about Titans. I've chatted, I suppose, off camera to you about it. It's more than just an athletics club, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's a movement. It got made 3 years ago by my coach Israel. So you're just trying to like make it bigger, and obviously like him signing me from, because I used to be with MSB, so him signing me from MSB like to promote Titans, to make it like out there, like for example Talar or Clonliffe. Hopefully one day like we can be like as big of a name as them. So yeah, like I just want to thank Israel, thank God for everything, because this season like I didn't expect me to run quick that fast, like that early as well. So I was trusted the process, just trusted the training plan, and I give God and Israel the glory to go.
Still a month left in the season. Big eyes on national seniors. What's the plan for the next few weeks?
Next few weeks, so I'm doing Cork City Sports on the 9th, and then Morton Games on the 11th. Then after that, hopefully I get picked as part of the relay for Europeans on the 23s. So that's my next goal, and then from then I'll be working towards seniors, national seniors. Hopefully make the podium, make both the 1 and the 2 final. We'll just see what has to happen over the next few weeks.
Brilliant stuff, guys. Congratulations. Good day sprinting. You can breathe and relax now again. All right, thanks guys. Up to you, Killian.
So we are back. All the action for the women's under 23 5,000 metres. Big thanks to Jack Hickey going trackside there with our under 23 100 metre medalist, and of course Emmanuel, who was our under 23 200 metre champion. But the action is really starting to unravel here in the women's 5,000 metres. Roche Roberts of Candor AC, she took the lead for the majority of this race, which is a tricky thing to do with such a strong headwind here. Avril Milrick sitting behind her in third place, and Laura Cooney, Heather Murphy from St Michael's AC has taken the lead for the first time in this race. We were chatting a little bit about Roche Roberts earlier on. She is chasing a potential standard for the under 23 European Championships. Of course, we've been saying all day that it's about getting on the plane, and selectors have their own jobs to do when you're here at a championship race, so you're going to race like it's a championship, and the main, I suppose, goal is to try and get up on a national podium. But for many of these athletes, they are really chasing standards. I know Roche Roberts currently at the moment sitting with a 3K equivalent standard with a 9:27, so the A standard is 15:55, but looking at that B standard for the European Under 23 Championship, 16:20. So of course, as much as many of these athletes want to get on a podium, the likes of Roche, who's been chasing that standard over the past couple of weeks, I know she made the trip to Portugal to try and chase it, but she's currently sitting with a 3K equivalent standard for these under 23 championships. And you look, and added, of course, the main goal, the main bonus here today, trying to get on a national podium. But these women will come around, and there will be 7 laps to go as the action continues. We had the 3 girls at the front of the race the entire time. It just seems to be Avril Milrick there who's starting to drop off just a slight bit. We still have Roche Roberts and, of course, number 173 Heather Murphy from St Michael's AC still going away really, really nicely. Roche is putting a couple surges in as the race developed, and now she's decided just to sit back. I'm not sure if that's from a fatigue point of view, or she kind of realised there's tricky conditions out there to take the lead from the gun and take the headwind head on. But of course she is searching for that stand, and like we mentioned, as many of these girls, Roche will be, of course, looking for her first ever national title here today. Heather Murphy still in the lead though. A lot of running left to do in this women's under 23 5,000 metres. Roche Roberts coming into this race 5th fastest Irish female under 23 so far this year, 16:29. That is what she ran over in Portugal just towards the end of June. And then the athlete in the lead, Heather Murphy, over in the USA, she ran 16:30. So only a second separating these two athletes this year. So this is really setting up to be quite a finish. Roche just edging Heather out by 1 second, and she seems to be quite comfortable sitting in behind there. She's not letting Heather get away, like we mentioned while we were down trackside. Roshi did put a couple of surges in, of course, coached by Mark Kirk, and part of that unbelievable system they have in Candor, producing athletes, of course, like Roshi that we see here, Nick Riggs, Callum Morgan, all athletes who are well versed on the international stage, whether that's European Cross Country Championships, European Senior Championships, where we've seen Nick, and hopefully we see him back there soon enough. And then Callum Morgan with his sights set on under 23 Europeans in the 5k. So a really, really great system there. But it's neck and neck. Our top three, Roshi Roberts, Heather Murphy and Avril Milrick, are all top 5, 6 and 7 in the country this year as under 23 athletes. A gap now all the way back to third to Avril. She had a really, really strong start to this race. Tried to hold on to a fast and, I suppose, aggressive pace set early on by Roberts, but seems to be Roberts and Murphy who are settling into the pace nice and comfortably. When they come around, they'll have 5 laps to go. But definitely from a coach's point of view and, of course, an athlete's point of view, people will be watching the clock as they're chasing different standards. But a battle is on, of course, for that national title, because these two girls seem to be absolutely neck and neck all throughout this year. Slight grimace on Roshi Roberts' face there. Heather Murphy possibly looking slightly more comfortable as she takes on the headwind throughout this race. So, no change as we reach the 11-minute mark soon enough in this women's 5,000 metres. Apologies, there are 2 under 20 athletes in this race. You see bib 167, our West Muskerry AC athlete Saoirse Twomey and Emer McKee. Keep an eye out for them now as they come around the bend. Of course, there's a battle going on for the under 20 medals, as we've seen in many of the races so far today. But they come around, 4 laps to go for these girls. Coming through 11:19 with a mile to go. It's going to be an interesting final 4 laps here as the wind starts to pick up. Roshi Roberts is very, very comfortable to let Heather do the majority of the heavy lifting. She set an early strong pace but decided to settle back into the pack a little bit. I know I've been mentioning the standard that many of the athletes have been chasing here today, Roshi Roberts being one of them. I think that looked like Emer McKee coming through there as well. So we'll keep an eye on that under 20 race that's going on as the under 23 race continues to unfold. These athletes will come around now into the home straight with 3 laps to go. Will either of these girls make a move? A little look behind the shoulders by Roshi Roberts. Like we mentioned, only 1 second, less than a second separating these girls so far this year. It's also important to note Heather Murphy with the 10,000 metre standard ahead of the under 23 European Championships. So she's slightly dropping down the distance that we may see her race in Norway a little bit later on this month. Potentially nice for an athlete like Roshi, who may be coming out here to chase a standard. Having an athlete of Heather's potential to hang off the back and be dragged along to a nice quick time, and of course in the all-important national medal. But we're really starting to get down to the business end of this race now. That gap back to Avril Milrick starting to grow as the race moves on. But who's going to go? Milrick a little bit further back. Will it be Murphy or will it be Roberts? It's been a pretty consistent run from both of these athletes throughout the entire race. You got, I think, that Rocha, who's the fastest of the two this year, but sitting in behind, is there a slight 1 or 2 steps separating these two girls? Rocha working really, really hard. As this race goes on and the wind picks up, things just don't get easier for either of these two girls. 2 laps to go and maybe a step or 2 between the two of them now. 14.06 with 2 laps to go. I'll remind us again. Of the standards, so it's chasing for that B standard 16.20. Currently with a 9.27 equivalent over the 3,000 metres for Roberts. But for right now, we can forget the standards, forget the time, forget the clock. This is all coming down to championship racing. Rocha Roberts was willing to let Heather take on the majority of the gruelling work this race. But Heather Murphy just never seemed to look like the pace or the wind or the race in general was really starting to get to her. But it looks like Roberts now, as I speak, comes across Heather and comes back into the lead. We haven't seen Rocha Roberts in the lead in this race since the opening quarter. But she's back into the lead now as they'll come into the home straight for the penultimate time and take the belt, as they'll have to start navigating possibly some hurdles and some of their fellow athletes in this race. Fair play to all athletes who decide to move out and let the leaders come through, but Rocha Roberts and Heather Murphy taking the bell. It's been a real battle this entire race. 15.25. Need to be a really, really strong closing lap here for Rocha to get inside that standard, but that's not the point at this stage in the race. Rocha Roberts looking to pick up her first national title here at the U23 Under 20 and Under 23 National Championships in Tullamore. She set a really, really gruelling pace at the start. You had a nice group of Heather Murphy, Rocha Roberts and Avril Milrick in there. But a group of 3 really has gone down to a individual run over the last 400 metres for Rocha Roberts. She's opening the legs. She may have gotten a shout about her time with 200 metres to go. 16.02. It's going to be really, really tight margins, but I'm sure Rocha Roberts is going to come away with this with her first national title and be absolutely delighted. It's been a great season so far for Rocha Roberts. Of course, the National Senior Championships in August are another race that she'll set her sights to. A quick look over the shoulder. She knows that she's clear. She knows that she's picked up the title, but she's shown no signs of slowing down. She's pumping the arms, opening the stride. Keep an eye on the clock for Rocha Roberts. All the way to the line. Really, really great championship running here from Rocha. She crosses the line, 16.42.54, followed by Heather Murphy in about 16.47. So it's great running from these two. We'll see our third place runner, Avril Milrick, come into the home straight now. She put a nice surge in over the last 400 metres trying to close that gap. I'm sure she'll be delighted to step up onto a national under 23 podium as well. See what time she comes in that. 2 girls there, 2 leaders, sprawled out on the ground after a hard effort in a nasty old headwind. And of course our under 20 race continues as well. You can see the effect now, and we can see our first under 20 athlete coming across the line there now. Of course, the race continued behind our 2 leaders. So, Emer McKee took the win there in the under 20s, with Saoirse Twomey coming in to take second. So, of course, they were well aware of their position on the track as that 5k unfolded, and they'll be coming away today with a national medal of their own. But you can see all these athletes really leaving it out there today. You know, if you don't have many people blocking and you take on the pace, or there's only one or two of you there in a small little group, that headwind is very, very unforgiving. So great run by our 3 under-20 medalists in the women's 5,000 metres. Of course, Rocha Roberts, Heather Murphy and Avril Miller came in to round off the podium. Rocha Roberts 4 seconds outside the championship record there, set by Anika Thompson. Oregon athlete, competed for Ireland, of course, at the European Championships in Rome last year. Represent Leave LAC when she comes back onto the national stage, set that back in 2023. But that is another medal on the board for Candor Track Club. As I've seen Callum Morgan pick up his silver medal in the men's 1500 metres. They've Nick Riggs coming back in the 800 metres a little bit later on. Now, joined by Jack Hickey again. Jack, you were down trackside with, I suppose, your sprinting compatriots
my
of
peers. Yeah. I felt very at home. Too many distance runners. Yeah, no, it's great to hear from the lads. They'll have, I suppose, a big few weeks ahead of them now, be it in international competition or wherever they find themselves, like when they come home for the August bank holiday.
Yeah.
And the national seniors, that 100 metres. Look, it mightn't be the fastest, although the way Bori and Israel are running at the moment, or one of their compatriots, it may well turn into one of the fastest races ever in Ireland. But to make that 10-lane final, you've got to be moving. I think we had 104 athletes entered in the men's 100 metres last year in national seniors, and that cuts down to 30 very quick. And to get from that to be one of the 70 not to get knocked out, casualties do happen. Men's javelin underway. That was the UCD athlete there, just going through his final preparations. No Oisin Joyce, unfortunately, ruled out through injury for these championships.
Yeah, he's suffering with some tendonitis in the shoulder over the past couple of weeks. He's been unfortunate not to be able to string together some training since really the new year has kind of been broken up well more than Oisin would have liked. But I was chatting to him last week, and
we're starting to sound like Tim Hutchins. Are you chatting to everyone these days?
I just call everyone ahead of
you just ring everyone
duties.
Yeah.
But no, look,
God bless your phone bill.
Everyone will have my number blocked by the end of these championships.
Hamish paying for your phone bill.
But yeah, look, still a very talented field of javelin throwers here today, as
100%.
the hurdles are being put out for
100 hurdles, 110 hurdles, all the hurdles.
Every hurdle event.
Apart from the under 23 men's, I've been told that they've all had to withdraw through injury, so we'll have one less hurdle race to commentate. Yeah, that was one of the mumblings and rumblings.
That's what you get when you go trackside. You get all this inside. We're up here on the balcony. We don't get any of this inside.
You are entitled to a break at any time, Killian, but for some reason you've decided to do this.
Don't you worry. I went when Barry was on. Went and got a packet of buttons, Snickers, and a can of Coke. So I'm feeling
the Clonlift diet.
The Clonlift diet. And you see, that's why we're performing so well today.
That's why lads like Grego did what they did for as long as they did.
You're right. Had many medalists so far today. Of course, Benjamin.
Men's javelin going through their final preparations. We had a triple jump competition just away to our left, so it appears to have concluded or is in the concluding stages, so not much action to bring you there. John Cronin is walking. Where's he been shopping?
Target, it looks like.
Target, but it looks like.
He went a long way for his groceries.
Didn't know there was a Target in County Offaly.
But look, that's what happens when you trek outside of Dublin. You realise there's more to the country.
What else can we see?
Well, we have Barry's binoculars up here. That
we've got Barry's.
Kindly he kindly brought along. So hopefully, did we get him to go back? Did his camera start working again?
We'll play a game of Where's Barry Clavin.
Yeah, where's Barry Clavin?
There's
Maybe.
Mark.
Can we see Barry Clavin anywhere? Oh, there's Ben Clavin.
There's Ben Clavin, his brother.
People say the next best thing. I'd really say just a better overall version. So
No.
there he is.
Yeah.
Louis Mallon, Nick Briggs, all smiles. There he is.
Yeah.
Right name, Joe Burke coming through as well. Seamus after his race walk this morning. Still hanging about to cheer on his under 20 teammates.
The best thing is none of them know we're talking anything about them. Oh, Seamus Clark gives a wave. Gives a wave, Joe.
No, he's too locked. Oh, no, we got a thumbs up. I thought he was too locked in.
Yeah.
But,
I think we've got who else have we down there? Is that Keane Crampton, the discus man?
It is indeed. Yeah.
Strong mullet game.
It is a strong mullet game. Actually, you're gonna keep me with this. You see, we were at the 123.ie photo shoot there last week, so we all got a bit of a catch up. He said he's gone for the less strong mullet, you know, the less, I suppose, American mullet, and more of
the modern mullet.
Modern mullet, yeah.
Burst fade, actually, I think is the term.
So
burst fade.
You want to look like King Crampton?
Yeah. Burst fade. Ethan Dewhurst is there as well. He's more of a sharp back and sides man.
Yeah.
And this is great television because you can't see any of this.
You just have to take our word as well. We were down chatting to Emmanuel as well. He seemed absolutely delighted with how today went.
Yeah.
And we were chatting about, of course, Titan, and we were chatting about them a little bit earlier on. And he there was more to his running today than just two national medals, I suppose. The club is in a great place with him at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. As we pan up the track, you can see the triple jump has exploded back into life, and here's one of the newest clubs in the country, Limerick Track Club, represented by Aaron O'Connor. Aaron, first year student in Mary Immaculate College, boasting a lovely pair of blonde tips in his hair. So he's
talking about blonde tips. Here's Conor Kelly walking below
There's
us.
Conor Kelly walking below us as well.
All smiles ahead of his final.
But
a very confident man.
Aaron O'Connor under the tutelage of Drew Harrison. So he's away and gone. Really punches the air with us and then hits that board. Carries that speed reasonably well. And overall he looks pretty happy with that until he sees the red flag. And the officials are set to work repairing the damage. But looked a pretty good, technically sound. Not sure the extent if you're watching Drew. I don't know how far he failed it by. But I can't give you much insight. Then you've gone through his final preparations. There's the Ennis trackman David Onwudiwe. No live results. He's gone and called for a clap there on the runway, and the crowd is duly obliging. So real powerful, strong athlete is David, based in London, where he's studying currently. Really good man to follow on Instagram, actually, it has to be said. Quite a high quality men's triple jump. Those two men, both over 15 metres. Michael Alajiki, the next man on the runway, represented Ireland at the team championships last weekend, the young man from Dundalgan. But David Onwudiwe from Ennis Track, another man in the 15 metres. O'Connor, a 13 metre man at his best, and Harvey King as well in that one from Strabane is a 13 metre man. But we might get Alajiki. They've had to extend the runway. There used to be a rule in Irish schools that your mark can be longer than a certain distance, and it was completely set off this runway, but obviously that doesn't apply in under 23 championships.
No, it's a bit more.
So Alajiki, big afro style head of hair on him, hits the board, maybe collapsing there on that third phase, and yeah, it looked to be a foul.
As our attention turns back to the track, we can see our under 20 women getting ready for their 100 metre hurdles. Straight final, this one, and a final full of talent, if I do say so myself, as we look through the under 20 women's entries. We can see the likes of, apologies, I'm well behind my schedule here.
Yeah, I'll give you the start list there while Killian looks for his notes. Margaret Nadi from West Coast AC will go in 2. Akwu Bakari from Leavell goes in 3. Quiva Fitzsimons, the multi-eventer DCU first year student from Ratoath, goes in 4. Orla Mannion, the fastest woman in the country over the under 20 barriers. Orla Mannion from South Galway. We've seen her older brothers David and Stephen in the 400 metres. Abigail Farrell was one of the premier schoolgirls all the way through her school's career, and just completed her leaving cert to the North Harriers athlete. Then you have Emily Hessian to her right hand side representing South Sligo Athletic Club, and Enya Silken, another multi-eventer from Ratoath. We'll go in 8.
So yeah, really strong field here. Orla Mannion off back of a PB from Mannheim there. Of course the Athletic Ireland Performance Pathway squad sending a really great bunch of talented athletes over there and picking up many valuable PBs. Of course also a crucial part in the under-18 European Championships in Slovakia. Like you mentioned, Oku Bukhari, under-20 indoor 60 metre champion. So she's coming off the back of a really strong indoor season. Enya Silkana, another multi-eventer who's starting to spread out in the distances today and the disciplines. Of course, again, really great performance from a grueling 2 days really for her in Slovakia in last summer at the under-18s. And then Abigail Farrell, second at the national skills. She was the under-19 championship this year, setting a new championship record of 14.15. So and of course another combined eventer, Quia Fitzsimons in there. She was third at the varsity indoor championships.
Yeah, Mannion has really matured into the event this season, dipping under the 14-second mark, which is a standard. She's in very good company, if memory serves me right. Katie Doherty, Molly Scott, Sarah Lavin, the only other Irish women to dip under 14 seconds. Orla Mannion in very good company there. The South Galway, that's this year of course, not all time, but they're looking like they're understarters. They're all huddled around the false heart detection system though. I think we're going to get a green card here.
Orla Mannion there, lane number 5. Looking to straight final for all of these women.
Yeah, Ratoath well represented. Yeah, we're just going to fire that gun there and make sure it works. It's plenty loud enough. Ratoath Athletic Club well represented today. They'll presumably have one eye on qualification, securing their spot to represent Ireland at the dynamic new athletics. That's not really new anymore because it's been around a long time now.
But it's DNA.
It's DNA. Novel. Maybe we'll go with novel.
Yeah.
But number of events, point scoring events throughout the day. I have no idea how they're going in the team, but they've brought enough of them today as always, so they'll surely qualify. It'll be themselves or leave one would imagine.
Yeah, and of course it's important to note we've mentioned our multi-eventers all today. Enya Silkana, who has picked up a standard for the under-20 championships. She also is planning on going to the EYOFs, so Jackie has a couple of fans. Who do you have? Joe Ward.
That's my adoring fans. Yeah. That's the mullet mastiff. Even Jake O'Brien has a mullet.
Yeah, Jake O'Brien.
We'll more on them later. But we'll go up now. We're up on starters orders as the sun is coming out.
The sun has come out.
And Barry Clavin has made it to the commentary booth again.
Good to see you,
we were trying to play a game of Where Barry Clavin earlier. We found him.
Yeah, we found.
But now we're going to.
Okay, so we might end up going trackside a little bit more as the day goes on and pick up a couple of interviews. Of course, still a few finals to come. And speaking of finals, Jack, we have the under-20 women's 100 metres about to get going.
Nadi, Bukhari, Fitzsimons, Mannion, Farrell, Hessian and Silkena. This under-20 women's 100 metre hurdles, and away they go, and it is the first to rise is Mannion from South Galway Athletic Club, well matched by Abigail Farrell of the North Harriers and Aqua Bukhari of Leavell. They're 3 abreast as they reach over the final, and who can keep the head and who can dip for the line. Mannion does just enough, 14.19. That is a savvy championship performance by a savvy hurdler. Abigail Farrell and Aqua Bukhari did their best to spoil the Orla Mannion show, but she has done enough. She's cemented her place as the best junior hurdler in the country.
She has indeed, and like we said, off the back of a great performance in Mannheim there last week with picking up a new PB, so she's obviously carried that momentum into today's championships, and she's put the PBs aside and she's got her way onto the top of the podium at a under-20 national championship, so she's going to be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, super racing by, to be fair, all 5 of those athletes. That's a really good display of hurdling as Oku Bukhari's super fans give a big roar out there underneath us.
Great run from Oku there, all the same, coming in third place. It was Abigail Farrell coming in to pick up second, 14.27, and then Oku just in behind in 14.35. They, of course, chased Orla Mannion all the way to the line there, but I suppose the form that she's in at the moment really came to the forefront, and she came away with the national title.
Yeah, 100%. Good stuff. We'll just swing back up to the triple jump while we have a minute. That was potentially Dara Fahy of Loughrea AC. I didn't quite get a number. A yellow and blue singlet would align with that, but I do apologise. But we've got an under 23 women's hurdles final that is going to go, and we've got 4 athletes in that. So we've got Niamh Moohan from Tyrconnell AC, a brilliant traditional hurdling club nestled in County Donegal. Michaela Surptova from St Lawrence O'Toole, Carlow Club, and to her right is Arabella Adekoya, 14 seconds dead. Her lifetime best, how she'd dearly love to dip under the 14-second mark. And Laura Frawley from Nina Olympic, we've seen plenty of her today, multi-eventer again. Took the title indoors, actually, if memory serves me right, after a little bit of a tumble. But just the 4 athletes in this under 23 hurdles final: Moohan, Subtova, Adekoya and Frawley. And away first time, and they go on. It's honours even Frawley, probably the first to rise, and she's put a good run onto Arabella Adekoya, the specialist, and now she starts to show her class. She's moving away. She's going to take the title over the final hurdle. Arabella Adekoya dips her line, 14:32 from Laura Frawley in second, and Niamh Moohan from Tyrconnell AC comes to claim third. Brilliant performance there by Arabella Adekoya. So the 400 metre final is being called now. There's going to be a bit of a delay while the hurdles are rejigged. Just missed Aaron O'Connor's next attempt in the triple jump, but we'll get David Onwediwe. So David Onwediwe on the runway, on the triple jump runway, calling for the support of the crowd in the under 23 competition. No live results, unfortunately, to bring you from that pit, so I'm sure a brilliant competition nonetheless. So let's see. Powerful man on the runway. You look to not do that, basically, Barry. Not do that.
Unfortunately not.
Bigged him up.
Just not on the right stride pattern, it seems.
As Carol, or Magella McGrath rather, one of the crucial members of the competitions committee, is just around the corner from us, looking like she's arranging the numbers for the National League tomorrow. So the officials have already turned their attention to tomorrow. She gives us a wave as the hurdles change.
Today's not over yet.
Today's not over yet. No, it absolutely is not. As the gaggle of athletes underneath us grows ever larger. They must be here for you, Barry. They must be here for you.
They must be. Big fans, big fans.
Big fans. They've seen your work.
Yeah.
They've seen your work. Here's Michael Elajiki on the runway. A much nicer look, to be a bit safer on the board. Once you get the white flag, it's being measured anyway, so that's a good suggestion. And that's a happy little walk for Elajiki, who claimed his maiden senior crest vest last weekend out in Marabar. And we look to be back around to one of our under 20 athletes. So that is Promise Jolashoa of Ennis Track, 12:50 man at his best. And Barry is trying to get some results from the field there. We've got under 23 men's javelin on at the moment. Hugh Kelly from UCD is leading after the first round with a throw of 43-47. This is the Leavell man in the junior competition, who I'm not quite aware of. We're frantically going through tabs. We'll have a look at his throw anyway. Long tights, good bit of arm speed, and that is absolutely chucked out there. Out towards probably the region of 60 metres.
That is Andrew Scanlon, who on his first throw was 58.43,
Yeah.
so could potentially be just ahead of that.
And for those in the know, the names Scanlon and Javelin and Leavell go hand in hand. I would imagine some kind of a relation of Brian Scanlon. And he is built powerfully. And he's getting some immediate feedback there. Throw it further, throw it faster, and point it straight. I would imagine those are the cues he's been given. And should he be successful, he will. So we'll await the EDM to decide. We'll go back to the under-23 to give you the latest in those standings. So Hugh Kelly from UCD is leading after the first round with a throw of 43.47 from Hubert Adamczyk from Clonliffe Harriers, 42.02. And Adam Brown from Waterford Athletic Club with a throw of 39.36 is currently in third. Ewan Caniff, probably the big name there, Barry. A man very close to your own heart as a fellow classmate in DCU. A no throw in the first round.
Unfortunately, no, he fouled in his first throw.
Potentially, if he takes off the Canada Goose jacket, he might throw it a bit further. Another Clonliffe man on the runway here. This could be Adamczyk, actually, the Clonliffe man. And that's a good bit of spear chucking there by him. Back up to the top of the track, though, because we've got the 110 metres hurdles. And this is going to be the juniors. So they haven't quite graduated to the full 3'6". These athletes are going over 3'3". We've got Sean Owens in lane number 2 there from Crusaders, James Lynch from Clonliffe Harriers, Ruben McCarthy, St Lawrence O'Toole's, Cameron McCracken from Northdown Athletic Club, Daniel Conway from DSD, and Sean O'Sullivan from Ratoath Athletic Club. This is a small but mighty field, so there's been some brilliant hurdles races in the last 18 months in the underage scene on the schools and junior and age group categories, and I expect this to be a great display of their wares. Ruben McCarthy down into the 14 lows, and Owens, I believe, has one of the faster times over the full height barriers. Now a step down to the 3'3", but he's a man who is built accordingly and is a good proponent of the flat speed, a member of the 4x1 100 metre relay panel.
Ruben McCarthy, a training partner of current national record holder Adam Nolan.
Yes. And McCracken in the yellow, certainly a man to watch. So we'll have a look at who rises first. It looks to be Sean Owens ahead at this early stage. He's going to have to try and keep it clean and keep it smooth, and he is doing just that. Sean Owens is going to take the junior title, and Ruben McCarthy and Cameron McCracken, well, sort that one out, Mr. Photo Finish man. 14.49 into a stiff but an unforgiving headwind. That's good performances by the Crusaders, man.
Looks like McCarthy might have just pipped McCracken for the line there on that one.
Yeah, that's where your binoculars come in handy, Barry. That's where your binoculars come in handy. So we'll wait for confirmation of that. Owens probably clipped a few of those barriers as he fatigued towards the end, but he is towering over those 3'3" barriers. And yeah, very hard to separate those two gentlemen, but the photo finish have, and Ruben McCarthy has been given the nod by 100 of a second. 15.04 from 15.05. Owens takes the title in 14.45, and that's it for the hurdles, because all the under 23 lads are injured,
unfortunately.
Yeah, Manny O'Sass unfortunately picking up an injury in the high jump, and Adam Nolan picking up an injury in Maribor last weekend. So
European team champs.
Adam has been texting me all week, keeping me updated.
I'm sure you'll receive a text quite shortly after
name
dropping him here.
I'm going to name drop him. I'm actually going to just text him just to make sure he's alright. He's been doing great work for me in the summer camps down in Carlow, putting up bouncy castles. Aaron O'Connor's back on the runway. It's one of the better looking singlets, designed by a certain Timothy Crow, as far as I'm aware, Barry. Limerick Track Club.
Designed by his designer-in-chief,
Barry Clavin.
In fact, it is.
Is that one of your ones, is it?
It is.
Well done, Barry. That's a lovely looking singlet. And Aaron, unfortunately, looks to be a foul again there. No measurement. But a nice looking singlet. Under 20 men's javelin being led by Andrew Scanlon. We saw that spear being chucked again out towards 58 metres. So he's 2 throws into 58. He's comfortably in the lead. Next best effort courtesy of Curtis Ford, Lagan Valley 45-49. And Jason Craig, his clubmate, sits in third with a throw of 39.86. And there is David Onwadiwe, hopping and neglecting to skip and jump. So a few technical yips for him to eradicate out. Can't bring you any live coverage from that. Some of the crowd starting to filter out, it has to be said. But some cracking races still to come. The next events on track will be the 400 metres finals, which are scheduled to go in about 10 minutes. So we will let you observe some of the field events potentially. We may take a brief suss in our commentary to gather our thoughts, our senses, and maybe even make a visit to the bathroom, Barry. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time.
At 123.ie, we have one of the best car insurance policies with more benefits included as standard, so you can forget about us. And remember the more important things. 123.ie. Give better a try.
So Aisling Lane here, new championship record in the women's 3k walk, under 23. How did you find that?
It was a tough race. Like, we went out hard from the gun, but I managed to maintain form, maintain technique, and then really power the last lap to just squeeze under the championship record by a second.
Very good. And how did you find the conditions out there today?
Pretty windy. The sun came out all of a sudden just before the race starts, so it was a nice break from the rain, I suppose. But yeah, tough enough conditions, I think.
And what are the plans for the rest of the summer?
There's a race in Raheny. I think I'll do 5 kilometres on the road there, and then national seniors. Hopefully pick up a podium there will be nice.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We're here with Alex Joyce, winner of the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. How's it out there, Alex?
It was quite nice. It wasn't too warm and it wasn't raining. All my races so far this year has been rain, so it was nice to have different kind of conditions. There was a bit of a wind, but nothing too bad. Just kind of sheltered and stuff, so it wasn't too bad.
And what are the plans for the summer?
Well, hopefully, like I said, I ran the B standard twice for under 23s Europeans, so we'll find out if I get selected or not, and then we'll go from there.
Great. Well done. Congrats.
Thank you.
No. So we have Hazel Hughes here, the winner of the women's under 23 800 metres. Hazel, how was that race?
Yeah, well, the first half was nice and steady, and then we kicked in the last 3, so yeah, I'm very happy with it.
And how are the conditions out there today?
It was windy, down the back straight, so kind of hanging tight there, but yeah, the wind was at the hanging straight, so.
And what are the plans for this summer?
Well, I'll be running in Watford next week, so I'll do that as well.
Very good. So Aoife O'Sullivan, new championship record in the women's high jump of 185.
How did you find the event?
I found it was actually really good conditions today. I was really happy with it. I was going into it really, like, my warm-up went really well, the conditions were really good. I was a bit scared because it's raining at the start, but it was really good going into it. Yeah, and the competitors, it was nice to have like Tara O'Connor, who went to Germany there last week, so it was great to have that kind of competitive edge to it.
And what are the plans for the summer?
So I just qualified there at the U21 for the European Under-23s. So I'll be going there 2 weeks' time. So hopefully I can consolidate my performances there. That would be my biggest goal, I suppose. And I have Corksy Sports next week and Morton Games as well. So that'll be good preparation for that as well.
Great. Well, congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Self and Killian are back from our break, debating whether we'd commentate over the Cork Dublin match or this, the under-20 women's 400 metre final. Aisling Shevlin in lane 1 from Ratoath, Sophie Walker in the port in 2, Emer Brennan, her Tipperary mate from Clonmel, in 3, Erin Friel, the star of the show, it has to be said, from Letterkenny, is in 4, Maria Zakarenko from Kilcool in 5. Roisin Murray, Bray Runners in 6. Daisy Walker from Monaghan Phoenix in 7. Camille Madden, the second of 2 Kilcool AC athletes, goes in lane number 8. Brennan, Friel, Zakharenko, Murray, Walker and Madden. Shevlin on the inside with Sophie Walker. Those two may well have to invest early to stay a part of the race. But look at Erin Friel, the Letterkenny athlete. She has stormed to the fore of Irish athletics. She is the star up and coming. She's still under 18, or at least not too far removed from it. And she has taken complete control of this race within the first 200 metres. Invested early. Has she got the cash in the bank to make the withdrawal? A little bit of a hobble there. I thought she may start now to feel the effects of that first 200 metres, or maybe she's just rallying to go again. Keep your eyes on the clock. This is a special performance, but keep an eye on Maria Zakharenko, who's starting to reel her back in. Has Friel got enough? She may well just do enough, but she's been made to work all the way to the line. 55.01. Well, when you're a young athlete like Friel, you've got to learn where the red zone is. And I think with 60 to go, Erin Friel from Letterkenny Athletic Club found out just that. She went out hard. It's a tough day's racing, 2 400s in the same day. But for Erin Friel and Maria Zakharenko, there'll be a lot of learnings taken from that race. I thought with 150 to go, Friel may have had a small bit of a niggle. Still 17 years of age, Erin Friel, and maybe Zakharenko got a sniff. She opened the door. 55 seconds dead for Friel.
Yeah, what a run there. Really, really strong in the last 50 metres by Maria, but for Erin to take the race from the start the way she did and to come through as strongly as she did, it's really not a style of 400 metre running you see very often. We mostly see people fade over that last 50, 60 metres, and for Maria to come through, but for Erin to still be able to hold her off, considering she got out of the block so fast and so strong, I think it's just a testament to how her year has been going so far.
Yeah, Roisin Murray did very well to get up for that bronze medal as well, and Daisy Walker the 4th, Camille Madden in 5th, Aisling Shevlin in 6th, Emer Brennan 7th, and Sophie Walker rounded out that in 8th place. But Friel, yeah, she's the 3rd fastest under 18 outdoors of all time. She holds the national under 18 indoor record as well. But what a performance from Erin. We won't dwell too much on it because there's another cracking race being prepared here. It was a busy set of heats. There was a lot of carnage, a lot of interesting racing tactics employed by these under 23 women, and they look set to go. We've got Niamh Murray on the inside in lane number 1. Then it is Hannah Murray from UCD in 2. Maeve O'Neill, you can just see her in the background of your shot there in the green and white. Dohney AC is in 3. Jenna Breen is in 4, wearing the red of City of Lisburn. Kate O'Connell from Lucan Harriers, plenty of experience gained from the trip to Guangzhou as part of the World Relays squad. And her outside then, Emma Moore, the 800 metre woman, was very impressive. From Galway City Harriers, there in the yellow is Aoife Hernan of Bandon Athletic Club, the recently repatriated Irish woman, transferring her allegiance from the United States of America. And rounding out the field is Cara Murphy from Dundrum, South Dublin. This one could well go down to the wire. This is a super competitive squad that will look to potentially make a dent on the podium at the European Under-23s 4x4 if they are deemed worthy of selection. And if they are to be deemed worthy of selection, they will have to select 6 ladies potentially to travel, and many of these in this final will look to be a part of that travelling squad. So it's Niamh Murray, Hannah Murray, Maeve O'Neill, Jenna Breen, Kate O'Connell, Emma Moore, Aisling Hernan, and on the outside Cara Murphy from Dundrum, South Dublin, the under-23 women's 400 metres from the 123.ie National Under-23 Championships. And away first time, huge twitch in the blocks from Niamh Murray there in lane 1. Thought we might get a recall, but away they go, and Murray has stormed off over the first, and she's probably certainly had the first 100 metres, she is in the lead and she's taken out the stagger. The two athletes outside her. We'll forget completely about Maeve O'Neill until the last 100 metres, just like we did in the heats, because she came through like a train. And it is Jenna Breen and Kate O'Connell who've probably taken the grasp of the race over the first 200 metres. Murray a little bit disjointed away, and we're going to round into the home straight. We'll see what the stagger can do. It looks like it's going to be Jenna Breen who's going to take the issue into the final 100 metres. Kate O'Connell lingering large on her shoulder. Expect to see Emma Moore's 800 metre strength serve her well down the Hope Straight, but it is still Jenna Breen 2-4. Aisling Hernan may well make a late rally from Bandon on the outside. Kate O'Connell as well has timed it to perfection. It's been a quiet last month or two for Kate O'Connell, potentially not getting the times and what she would have seen after China, but she's now the national under-23 champion and has produced the goods when it matters. A little bit of experience goes a long way, and she had that in buckets and spades down the home stretch. She eases clear of Jenna Breen to take the national under-23 title in an identical time to the under-20, 55 seconds dead, 55-28 for silver from Jenna Breen. Emma Moore takes third in 55-41. Aisling Hernan's late rally, huge PB there for Moore, the 800 metre lady. But just comes good, just holds the nerve. Breen falters. It's a really tough day of race in this national under-23s. 2 400s in 3 hours. It's certainly served Kate O'Connell well, training partner to Sophie Becker, and under the tutelage of Aideen Sinnott and Jura O'Donnell in Dublin Sprint. She's had a quiet month or two. Not to say she hasn't raced well. It's just probably after World Relays she would have expected to maybe cush on, and as has the event, but she'll be delighted with that title.
Now, Jack, possibly one of the events of the day, the under-20 men's 400 metre final.
Yeah, we won't let the withdrawal of Ethan Dewhurst and Conor Kelly overshadow the final too much, because this is still a final that has massive potential. Conor Kelly's championship record is 47-62. And that may well be in danger somehow, alarmingly. Doggett shutting down to 48.75 in the heats, was the fastest of all the qualifiers. Dewhurst, the non-starter, in one withdrawal. He's already had 2 runs on the legs. He's going home back to Donegal. It's Oisin Lynch from Killarney Valley who is scheduled to go in lane number 2. Don't see him there either, correct and right. Who I do see is Alex Leonard from Denore Harriers in the white and black singlet. On his outside then is Davy Davitt in the black and amber of Clonliffe Harriers. Another man wearing black and amber is Alex Cullen from Kilkenny City Harriers. Sean Doggett is representing Athenry Athletic Club in lane number 6. Christopher Lynch is on his outside representing Clonliffe Harriers. And Aidan Carr of the United Kingdom. We haven't quite established what vest he is wearing. It looks like Clonmel AC.
Yeah, you got to feel now, if you're Sean Doggett, with the couple of withdrawals that we've seen, with the form that he's in, this is really his time to step up and possibly get onto the top of a national under-20 podium. The two big withdrawals, but like I said, Sean Doggett is in such great form. We've seen him come into his own late last summer, and this really is off the back of his performance in Mannheim, getting back into the 46s, dipping under 47 seconds for the first time since really the world or the Belfast last summer.
Yeah, I was impressed by Cullen, I have to say, in the heats as well, and Davitt. And to be honest, all of these men will feel that a place on the podium is theirs. It's, as I said just a few minutes ago, it's a really tough day of racing to have to do 2 400s with this tight of a turnaround. To do 2 400s with this tight of a turnaround in these conditions as well, it is difficult. A little bit of a delay for the starts team, so that's just going to add to the tension. Barry Clevin?
Yeah, Davy David coming off, he's had a strong comeback now. He's had a tough injury in the indoor season, had a lot of endurance work done up. He actually ran an 800 indoors, surprisingly. But there's no doubt about the favourite here today. After Conor Kelly's dropout, Sean Doggett will be looking to take this title and take it by a fine margin. But there is no doubt that there'll be a strong fight for second, third, and the smaller numbers.
Yeah, Kelly, if you're only joining us, just a precautionary withdrawal after feeling a little bit of a niggle after his busy racing schedule. Scheduled to go again in Martin Games next Friday. But here we go. Just the 6 men in this under 20 400 metre final. Alex Leonard, Davy Davitt, Alex Cullen, Sean Doggett, Chris Lynch and Aidan Carr. 6 of the best under 20 talents we have to offer, and 6 of the best under 20 talents we've ever offered. It has to be said, one of the strongest finals ever assembled at these championships. So away first time, and a big support for Sean Doggett as he explodes from the blocks and takes the stagger out of Chris Lynch. I must admit, he's not an athlete that you are accustomed to seeing bomb the first 200 metres, but he's given it a go today. Cullen tracking his step down the back straight, and Davy Davitt has not taken too much of the stagger out of him, but it's going to be those 3 you would expect as they round into the home straight are going to be within touching distance. But Doggett has just come into his own with 150 metres. He's opening up the stride. Cullen is going to be there to pick up the pieces should he falter, but it's all about Sean Doggett for now. His arms are flailing, his legs are pumping, his stride is opening, and he will not falter. This is Sean Doggett's title. He is going to be the under 20 400 metre title. Watch the clock. 47.1 to smash Conor Kelly's championship record from last year. That was set at 47.62. They're rewriting the championship record books. He goes to his adoring crowd. They're all whipping out the phones, presumably to make TikToks about him in his adulation.
Alex Cullen just pipping Davy Davitt there for second place as well.
Yeah, comes true. This was a great battle between them. Doggett gave him a sniff with maybe 180 metres to go, but at the 150 mark he just opened up the stride. 47.8 it has been ratified to 48.36 for Alex Cullen for second. Davy Davitt apologies, takes the bronze with 48.49, but it is all about Sean Doggett, who is a bit caught for breath. He's posing for photos there for Perry Williams. You can see Killian down in the green jacket next door to him. We'll have him.
Sean Doggett.
We'll swing down.
We are joined with
two.
Sean, really quickly before the under 23 men, you're going 47.08, a new championship record. You're back on top of a national podium. How good does that feel?
Oh, it feels great. It feels great to be winning again and getting that record. You know, I'm over the moon with it. More to come, you know, like pretty tough conditions, really windy out there, but no, I'm pretty happy overall. I'm pretty happy with my performance. So yeah,
you're off the back of a really great run in Mannheim, back into the 46s. You said where you belong, where you feel your best, and you really replicated that today.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that 46 last weekend was coming for so long, and it finally had to come last weekend. But it's good to back it with a championship record this weekend, you know. And I'm just over the moon. But just like I've said, well done to the other competitors. You know, it's hard to come out here in these tough conditions, and yeah.
Finally, before the lads get started here, big summer ahead for you, Sean, all going well.
Yeah, Europeans in the next few weeks, hopefully things go to plan. So yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that, so it should be good. So yeah,
we're going to take maybe a day or two to relish in this new national title.
Yeah. Yes, it will.
Oh, man. Well done, Sean. Well done, lad.
Great to hear from Sean there, who is still posing for Perry Williams, and still posing for photos, still shaking hands, and we'll need to leave the track pretty soon because these under 23 men are waiting patiently for their time. This is going to be an equally impressive race, one anticipate. Pádraig Hassett from Nino Olympic, a non-starter in the inside rail in lane number 1, but praise Wenigime there in your camera shot from a river stick. Kinsale finds himself in lane 2. On his outside, Oliver Clark representing my Carkey Cool crew. David Mannion from South Galway AC is in 4. Callum Baird, potentially the favourite from Ballymena and Antrim in the green, is in 6. Or 5 rather. Joe Doody from UCD is in 6. Sean Harding from Shercock is in 7. And the second of 2 Ballymena and Antrim men, Adam Courtney, rounds out the field in lane number 8. 7 men. Again, a pretty strong. Unfortunately, no 4x4 team qualified at this age group for the men. So, not massively likely we'll see an Irish under-23 men's 4x4, but I'm told there is a very, very slim chance should they receive an invitation. But no relay spots on the line, but there is time, pride and medals, and away they go. Adam Courtney again opening out to a pretty hot start, putting a bit of a gap on the Shercock man inside him, who is Sean Harding, and Callum Baird devours up the stagger on Joe Duty in the yellow of UCD. Mannion a little bit stuck in no man's land now, it has to be said, and will have to work quite hard around the top end to regain contact with the rest of this race. Duty now rallies and will look to move his way in between the two Ballymena men, but it is Adam Courtney and Callum Baird, training partners, with Duty in between. It's all about Callum Baird as he rounds into the home straight. He has control of this race. He has control of the destiny. He's looking to step up on top of the podium. Callum Baird will be your under-23 men's 400 metre champion in a time of 47.37. Calm, cool, controlled Callum takes the title. Never in doubt, Barry Clavin.
You're fantastic at this alliteration.
Words are... Why use more words when the words at the same letter sound better? Duty did well. There's a Homer Simpson quote in there somewhere or something like that. I can't remember it exactly. Courtney tried his best to come back on terms with David Mannion, but Mannion has held on for the bronze medal. 48-14 for him, 47-92 for Duty, 47-36 for Callum Baird to take the title. That's really impressive. Running by that under-23 squad. Looks like they're all in one piece as well, which is the main thing. Oliver Clark, 50.3 for him, and Harding 48.37, which may well be one of his best performances. In fact, a marginal PB if memory serves me right, but it's after all that one lap fun. It's back to the 5Ks, Barry.
Back to the important races again.
And it'll be on that note I will depart the commentary booth and leave you in the capable hands of Barry Clavin and Killian Sheeran for the rest of the day. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll leave it over to the two gents.
Thank you, Jack. You've had a fantastic performance today on the commentary booth, if I say so.
Well, you can say that. No, it's always a pleasure to be joined by such wisdom, and now I definitely learned a few new words here today, being surrounded with Jack. Whether I can use them, whether I can use them or not on commentary, that's a separate issue. But yeah, look, myself and Barry, we think we're long distance masterminds, but I'm sure that will be debunked once this men's 5,000 metres gets underway. But Barry, one that's hard to call. Probably no standards on the line here. I know we've been throwing that word around a lot today, but definitely some medals, some great running, and I feel championship style running coming from this race, Barry.
Yeah, I guess under 23 the favourite could potentially be Diarmuid Fagan from Mullingar Harriers. He ran a 14:07 for the 5k. He had unfortunately a bit of a poor performance over in London at a 10k recently enough, but he's looking to bounce back from that and put in a strong performance today.
Yeah, definitely an athlete who's got back into a nice string of training and will be looking to get himself up onto a national podium, most definitely. I think from an under 20 standpoint today, Barry, the name that comes to mind has got to be Killian Gleeson, off the back of his national schools running 14:19, 2 seconds off John Tracy's 14:17 schools record. An athlete who is also heading stateside, but has been putting down so many great performances, obviously as well under the guidance of Phelim Kelly. We've seen his man Jonas Stafford take the win in the 3k steeple, so I'm sure Killian's been inspired and is looking to replicate on the under 23 scene now this afternoon.
Yeah, Killian won't be afraid to attack the pace. He did so in the schools finals there recently in Tullamore as well. You know, he ended up winning that by a margin of over a minute, which is huge in a 5k. You know, so yeah, he won't be afraid to come at this with the same fiery power that he had in the schools finals.
Yeah, and Callum Barron from Kilkenny City Harriers, another under 20 athlete there who's a PB sub 15 minutes, so kind of at this age. And as well, if you look, Ryan McCarthy, Leave LIC 14.55, of course Killian Gleeson's 14.19 flat. So from an under 20 standpoint, like, they're going to be mixing it big time with these under 23 lads as you look through the PBs. So it's definitely a race that's going to, I feel, bring a lot of drama. Like I said, I feel like if you mentioned Killian Gleeson's run there at the school championships where he was out on his own, he definitely won't have it all his way here today, and I'm sure he knows that. So that's kind of why I'm getting a more championship feel of racing. They've been around, hanging around all day, watching the races go by, and they've seen kind of the end product of taking the lead early on in the long distance races in terms of the headwind here today. So I feel like it might be nicely bunched for a majority of the race. Of course, Dermot Fagan coming in with the best PB in the field, so he's a man you can definitely see in the Mullingar Harriers vest who will look to be up the front possibly early on, but this really could go anyway, Barry.
Yeah, I feel like it's a different dynamic when you have the under-20s mixed in with the under-23s here, because there's a significant difference in some of the abilities here, you know, just purely based on their age. You know, when you have some of the under-20s here who are able to put it up to the under-23s, it's going to make it so that both fields are going to be a bit more strung out when it comes to the final results. But the pace is definitely going to be something that we're going to have a look at here, because there's a lot of lads in this field that are capable of some very fast 5,000 metre times.
Definitely. And on the note of the field, just before these men get underway, from an under 20 standpoint, Callum Barron from Kilkenny City Harriers, who we mentioned already, a PB of 14.59. Simon Farrell of Ennis Track AC. Harry Cowell, the Nor Harriers, coming in with 15.27, very respectful personal best. Dahi O'Leary, St. Cronan's AC. Killian Gleeson, of course, Selbridge AC, runs and trains at Dublin Track Club. Aaron Lynch from West Limerick AC. Charlie White from the Nor Harriers. Rory McAvoy from Kilkenny City Harriers AC. Ryan McCarthy from Leave LAC, and Daniel Dullard from Bandon AC. Barry, do you want to bring us through maybe some of the under 23?
Yeah, just to note before we leave that under 20s, Killian Gleeson has a personal best of 14.19, which he ran quite recently. John Tracy holds the under 20 men's 5,000 metre record for this championships of 14.21. That was set back in 1975, yeah. So we might potentially see a new championship record here for the first time in a very long time if this race goes out fast.
We've seen a new national under 20 or a new under 20 championship record earlier on in the under 20 3K steeplechase that was set all the way back in 1991. So definitely some old records potentially going down here now today again.
So then in the under 23 men, we have Rory Hollywood from Lagan Valley AC, Jamie Maloney from Nina Olympic, Luke Purcell from Nina Olympic, Danny Nugent from Ace AC, Robert Troy from Liscarroll AC, Serhii Selensko from Castlegar AC, Ahmed Belaid from Castlegar AC, Dermot Fagan from Mullingar Harriers AC, Luke Kelly from Cantor Track Club, John Ryan from Mullingar Harriers, Aidan Burke from Waterford AC, and Owen Staunton from Castlegar AC.
And these men are away, and it looks to be Killian Gleeson from Selbridge AC who's flying out of the blocks. I know his coach Phelan Kelly is around here somewhere. I wonder what he'll have to think of this with Killian Gleeson getting really, really ahead of himself. Yeah, you can hear Phelan Kelly from the other side of the track shouting relax, so we called it from the gun, but really, really long and smooth stride off the back of this race from Killian Gleeson. You can see the rest of the pack not willing to go with him, and fair enough, as the wind starts to pick up as these men come through 200 metres. Killian Gleeson's going to take it in 31 seconds. That's Dermot Fagan and Mullingar Harriers in the vest, just sitting in second place.
Yeah, as discussed, Killian was going to come out here with some fire and some power, but we didn't expect a 31 second first 200. He'd want to really hold on that and measure it back a small bit. It's a long way around for 5,000 metres. The rest of the lads, as you can see, taking a much more measured approach in that first lap.
Definitely, and you got to think, like, Killian Gleeson ran 14.19 solo at the school championships, and I know there's probably windier conditions here today, but maybe if he did sit in the pack a little bit more and someone was willing to take it on, he could be dragged to an even quicker time, considering he ran a 14.19 all on his own. But this is really, really interesting. We've got about a 20 metre gap already from Killian Gleeson all the way back to Dermot Fagan in second place. Dermot Fagan, of course, an under 23 athlete, so I'm sure he's going to have a couple of questions to answer here in terms of closing that gap, but there's still lots of running left in this men's 5k. Sorry.
Yeah, he's taken a much more measured last 200 metres there. He's slowed down the pace a small bit, but still he has such a strong gap there that you'd really have to question
is he going to be able to hold this on his own for so long, especially with the lads behind him having a strong calibre of running as well. It's not like a schools final where he has a PB of 10 seconds plus ahead of anyone else in the field.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's true, because there's athletes here, like we said. Dermot Fagan, who's sitting in second place at the moment, has a significantly quicker PB than Killian Gleeson over the 5k. Now we know Killian Gleeson does have the standard for the under 20 championships next month, so like realistically he's not chasing a time on paper. That's why I was, many of these under 23 athletes definitely not chasing times. This race I thought would be filled with athletes chasing medals, and that's why I considered it being more of a championship style race. But Killian Gleeson probably heard me and he thought, you know what, no, I'm going to come out, and maybe he had a look at John's record before coming into the race and said, he got away from me once at the school championships, he's not going to get away from me again here at the under 20 national championships.
In fairness to him, he seems to have maintained a pace similar to the lads behind him, but running it on your own in the way he is will make it a much more mentally challenging run for him. But you can see just in second place there, Dermot Fagan with Luke Kelly from Cantor Track Club on his shoulder. These two lads will also be looking for a 1-2 in the under 23 category here, so it'll be a nice battle between the two lads.
Yeah, Killian Gleeson, of course, in the squad over in Slovakia at the under 18 European Championships. Really strong run from him over there. It was really, really tough, warm conditions for long distance running. Quite a contrast, I suppose, to the weather that we have here today. There wasn't a gust of wind, and he similarly enough, he stuck with the top group compared to what he's doing here today, taking it on himself. But it'll be interesting to possibly catch up with Phelim Kelly after the race to see kind of what the tactics were coming in. We could hear the shout of him from the other side of the track saying to calm down to Killian Gleeson. So look, there's questions to be asked though, Barry, from the rest of the field. This gap needs to be closed, you know what I mean? If you don't answer these questions, the gaps won't close.
Yeah, the lads seem to have broken off into lead pack there just behind Killian. They've maintained a similar distance from him since the beginning of this race. Killian just burst out there in the first 400 metres of this race, and he's just seemed to maintain a similar pace to the lads for the remainder of this race so far. The lads seem to be comfortable enough. They don't seem to be at too much of a fiery pace at the moment, but this will be an interesting way when it winds up later.
Yeah, it's really teeing up to be an interesting last 9 laps. When you say that, there's 9 laps to go and Killian Gleeson's already all the way out on his own. There's a lot of running left to be done in this race, and the great point you mentioned earlier, Barry, is like compared to Killian racing in the schools where he could take it on his own in confidence, knowing that no one was really in and around his PB, there's guys here much quicker than Killian. So it's a really, really brave run. I reckon you gotta consider that he was having a look at the championship record, and that's why he's coming out. Like, other than that, he's not chasing times, he's not chasing any European standards. He's really only out here to chase a medal.
Yeah, so Killian will really be looking to maintain that lead, but in 4th place at the moment, who is second under 20, is Leavale man Ryan McCarthy. Ryan has a 14:55 PB, which is similar pace to what we're doing at the moment, but Ryan will be happy enough to sit behind the two lads in front of him. He knows they're much more capable of running a lot quicker, and as they come around here, 8 laps to go, they seem to be slowly but surely closing in this gap on Killian.
Yeah, Dermot Fagan doing a lot of the heavy lifting, the under 23 athlete there with a huge PB of low 40 minutes, 14:07 I believe was about this year,
14:07 this year.
Yeah, so look, you are right. Killian, when they're at the back straight there, they have the wind behind them, but they, when they come in here and they have the headwind, now don't get me wrong, Dermot Fagan is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that chasing pack. Of course, he's got the Cantor man behind him and the Leavale athlete there as well, but that gap is starting to slow substantially, and it does beg the question, is Killian Gleeson starting to relax a little bit, or is he starting to feel the effects from his early pace?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Luke Kelly, sitting in 3rd place, he's second under 23 at the moment in this race. He's sitting behind Dermot for this entire race so far. 6 minutes in, we're coming up to near the halfway mark. It'll be interesting to see, will he be able to kick on from the latter stages of this race, or will he fall off the pace that Dermot Fagan is holding at the moment?
Yeah, kind of having a really good turnout at these championships. Of course, Rocha Roberts becoming the 5,000 metre champion. Nick Riggs still to come in the 800 metre final. He looked really strong. And then, of course, Barry, we were chatting ourselves amongst the 1500 metre final a little bit earlier on, where Callum Morgan took it to the field and brought home a silver medal, just out-kicked by Cathal O'Reilly with a blistering kick. Cathal O'Reilly, of course, the black and gold of Kilkenny City Harriers. We see a few of those lads amongst this field as well. But look, Barry, as we turn back to the track, we can see Dermot Fagan and Luke Kelly of Candor AC have regained contact with Killian Gleeson. Really, really interesting. You got to wonder what's going through Killian Gleeson's head right now. Like, is he fatigued? Is he hurting? Did the lads just decide to answer a couple of questions that Killian asked early on? Or is he thinking, right, maybe I need to relax? Because when they come back around into the home straight now, they'll still have 6 laps to go. There's still a lot of running to be had here.
And although Killian is at the front of this race at the moment, there's 2 under-23 lads behind him, but next to them, Danny Nugent from ASAC is there, and so is the
Leavell under 20,
who is on under 20. So he's not out of the woods. He's got some competitors near him all the time, and Dermot Fagan is just coming around just to pass him and to come into the lead in this race.
Yeah, that's Ryan McCarthy of Leavell AC, who's hoping to find his way onto a under 20 podium. But this group again is nicely bunched together. Luke Kelly there of Candor. I suppose it's interesting, maybe, I don't know, a maturity thing of the under-23 lads not to panic when such a substantial gap was formed early on in the race with Killian Gleeson out in front. But they, from looking at the race here, Barry, it didn't seem like any huge surges were put in by the chasing pack, and they stayed calm. And like Dermot Fagan, when you look at him there, he's got that smooth running style, and the lead changes for the very first time in this race, as our leaders will have to start navigating a little bit of traffic. But Dermot Fagan is trying to put 1 or 2 steps on Killian Gleeson.
Yeah, I guess it shows the maturity of some of the under-23 athletes, where they know they can start the race and take a measured approach to it instead of going out all guns blazing. They know they have a long way to go around. 12 and a half laps isn't a small feat by any means, especially at the paces these lads are going at. So they'll know to hedge their bets, hold back, and they'll go when they want to.
Yeah, really good running as well by Luke Kelly and Danny Nugent. Danny Nugent there in the Ace AC. Singlet just sitting in behind Killian Gleeson. Killian, he looks to be huffing and puffing, maybe a little bit, maybe paying for that early price or that early pace that he set.
But he's just letting a small gap there between
yeah.
himself and Luke Kelly in second place there. And the smaller gap that gets built, he'll have Danny Nugent working to get around him soon if he's not careful.
He will indeed. As we look through the pack even further, we still have Ryan McCarthy of Leavell AC in there, because of course there's a combined under 23 and under 20 race going on here. So Danny Nugent of Leavell AC, he's currently in second place as the under 20 athlete, and then the Mullingar Harriers man in fourth position. But this field really, really strung out here now. I suppose all the focus is starting to turn to our 2 new leaders, because it looks like Killian Gleeson is really starting to pay the price for his early pace. Dermot Fagan, who, I suppose if you're taking Killian Gleeson out of the equation, he was leader of that second chasing pack the entire way. So he's had the headwind the entire way, but he still looks really, really smooth. Luke Kelly, who's sat on his shoulder all the way. We're coming up with 4 laps to go. So for the first 8 laps, really has been happy enough to sit on Dermot Fagan's shoulder.
And with a metric mile to go, we have our 3 medalists in the under 23 category pretty much confirmed. It's just we don't know which ones they'll get. We have 1 Dermot Fagan, 2 we've Luke Kelly, and we've 3 Danny Nugent. But is that the result that they're going to finish on the podium?
When you look on paper, Danny Nugent coming in with a 15-minute PB. I know this is kind of what I meant by championship racing. You know, Dermot Fagan coming in with a 53-second quicker PB than Dan Nugent, but he's still thereabouts. Of course, Luke Kelly there with a blistering fast PB as well, a 14:31. Really, really great running. But it's the lads didn't, you know, of course they answered questions and closed that gap, but they didn't get too ahead of themselves. They were happy to sit in and really take this like the championship race that it is. And it's setting up for these final 3 laps to be a really, really exciting one as they start to navigate some traffic as they come into the home straight.
Yeah, and as Dermot does have a faster personal best than Luke Kelly in second place, but is that going to mean much when we come to the end of this race with Dermot having done all the work leading this group out at the front? Luke has been tactically smart here, sitting behind Dermot for this race, letting him do the hard work, breaking the wind in front of him, and that might mean that he might have just a bit more of a kick come the end, but nothing's confirmed.
Yeah, Dermot Fagan, the 8th fastest under 23 athlete over 5,000 metres this year with his new PB of 14:07, so he is in great form. Of course, Nick Riggs, who we chatted to a little bit later and who we will see in the men's 800 metres, shown his versatility with a 13:26.16 over the 5k, and that's after running a 3:55 mile following a spell of injury following the European Cross Country Championship. So he's shown his talent there, alright, but it's still the same tree. It's still Dermot Fagan out in front in that Mullingar Harriers vest. Will he be able to hold on as this race unfolds? As we come into the home straight, we'll have 2 laps to go for many of these athletes. Dermot Fagan, Luke Kelly's sat on his shoulder the entire time. He must bet that he has the kick to beat Dermot Fagan to the line. You know, this stage in the race, if you knew that Dermot Fagan had this much of a substantial PB over you, you'd be probably starting to take the lead and starting to wind this up a little bit. And as I say that, it maybe looks like Dermot Fagan is starting to break away slightly. Is there a step? Is there 2 steps there between him and Luke Kelly? But of course, the ACC man, Danny Nugent, is still very much there. Do not count him out in the all green, very, I suppose, put together outfit from the ACC man, the green spikes, the green half tights and the green singlet. So it's still anyone's race here. The podium is decided, but in what order?
Yeah, with 800 metres to go there, they really have to make the decision on, do they wind the screw up in the last 800 or do they leave it for a sit and kick finish?
Yeah, if you're Dermot Fagan, knowing that the PB that you have and the kick that you have, you're happy with this. You know, there is that headwind, but they'll have that behind them down the back straight now. But Dermot Fagan's probably happy with this. You know, Luke obviously drafting off him a little bit, but knowing that you're coming in with a 14:07, top 10 in the country at an under 23 level so far this year. And look at this, Dermot Fagan looks like he's starting to put the foot down. Luke Kelly not really responding straight away. And it looks like Danny Nugent as well. It looks like he may be settling enough with either second or third as the 2 leading men start to string out. But it looks like Dermot Fagan, as they come up with 2 laps to go, they're coming into the home straight for the penultimate time. And Dermot Fagan showing his class, showing the form that he's in this year. 14:07, taking the bell, taking the bell, and he's coming through 13:40 at the bell.
With a bit of traffic to go through here, it's going to make it difficult for the lads to kick on as hard as they potentially can. But without doubt here, Dermot Fagan is putting on some hell of a kick in the last 400 metres here. Luke Kelly seems to be comfortable enough in second place with Danny Nugent in third. But look at this for a fine finish for Dermot Fagan, coming around the back straight there.
Yeah, if you take into consideration, Fagan has had the headwind in his head pretty much the whole race.
He's done the hard work.
He really has. Sitting at the top of that second group, and he's kicking again with 200 metres to go. He hasn't looked behind him. He probably doesn't realise how much of lead that he's gathered over these last 200 metres as he took the bell with a great kick. But this is going to be Dermot Fagan of Mullingar Harriers, a man who's in great form this year, top 10 under 23 5,000 metre runner. He's coming in, he wasn't chasing time, he wasn't chasing anything. If you take a look at the clock, he was chasing that under 23 5,000 metre national title, and that smooth silk style of Dermot Fagan all the way gliding to the line. Keep an eye on the clock. What's he going to run? 14:42.25. Dermot Fagan, he looks like he hasn't even broken his sweat, and that's Luke Kelly of Candor AC, and then our ace AC man Danny Nugent coming in to take third. So that's our top 3 finishers were all our under 23 athletes. And if you take a look back, our first under 20 athlete is going to be Lee Vale AC man Ryan McCarthy. Surprise win over Killian Gleeson there, Barry.
Yeah, in about 15:04 I think there. So the 2 lads possibly cooked it a little too hard come the beginning of the race, but by far Ryan McCarthy just he played the smart game. He sat back, he knew Killian was going to go out guns blazing. He sat, he waited, and he went when he knew.
Look, yeah, you got to imagine Killian possibly had his sights set on that championship record. He's got a big summer ahead of him in terms of possible European championships. So look, it's a case of not dropping the head this early in the season. And of course, we still have the national championships to come that Killian Gleeson will definitely be a part of as well. But you got to give it to Dermot Fagan. He's really backed up his form there, Barry.
Yeah, it also comes down to tactics as well. You know, like as these lads will get more time and more years in racing, they'll get to know the different tactics, the different methods that lads use, and they'll become smarter racers, because not only is it a fitness race, it's also a smarts race at times, especially in championship races. Yeah, look, we said it before the race even got started. This felt like it was going to be a championship style race, and you see Dermot coming through in 14:42. Considering he ran 14:07 this year, he was more than happy to answer Killian's questions a little bit later on in the race. I know we said it didn't even look like that chasing pack put even too much of a surge in. So it was really, really strong championship tactical racing.
by Dermot Fagan of Mullingar Harriers to become your 123.ie under 23 5,000 metre national championship. That rolled it off the tongue.
It's under 20 there. We have confirmation 15:03 for Ryan McCarthy.
Is it?
Yeah, that's right. 2's wins. And it's a 15:08 for Killian Gleeson. And Rory McAvoy is your third under 20 and 15:14. So next we have the women's 800 metre final.
Second place from Christian Millview AC was Holly Wright.
That's right, Barry. Next up on the track, we will have the women's under 20 800 metre final. Some serious talent in this field. They're yet to make their way out onto the track, but we can see them waiting over in just a queue heading out onto the track. But action has been coming thick and fast today. Of course, I want to thank Jack Hickey for his service and knowledge, especially over the sprinting distances where Barry and myself mightn't shine our brightest, but I feel like we've done a pretty decent job on that men's 5,000 metres there.
Yeah, and as we look over there to the men's javelin, we'll just get you a few results from that. So in the under 23 category at the moment, we have Hubert Adamczak from Clonliffe Harriers with a 49.06, Hugh Kelly from UCD AC with a 48.28, Declan Slevin from Finvalley AC with a 33.31, Adam Brown from Waterford AC with a 45.80, Ewan Caniff from Clonliffe Harriers with a 49.44, and David Martinek from St Lawrence O'Toole AC with this 37.02.
Great to see Ewan Caniff out in the Clonliffe singlet.
Yeah, and here we have Hubert Adamczak, 49.06 so far, and that potentially could be ahead again. So that could potentially better his clubmate Ewan Caniff, who has a 49.44. And there isn't much separating 1, 2 and 3 on the under 23 men's javelin throw.
Here's Ewan Caniff now. Final preparations for his final throw of the day.
Current leader in the under 23 men's javelin, 800 grams.
Big shout by Ewan there. You see, great throw, really nice looking throw there. We'll get the live result as soon as possible. It looks like it's edging towards that 50 metre mark.
Potentially, yeah.
Just get him into the lead again, even further.
Difficult to recognise whether it's a 50 or in the 49s due to the curvature, and we have no painted lines on the pitch.
But now, our attention turns back to the track once again for the under 20 women's 800 metre final. Again, another underage race that is absolutely filled with athletic talent, as the officials get all of these ladies into their heats. In the inside, in lane number 1, we have Lily Flood from Rathote AC. Just outside her, in lane number 2, Lucy Shannon of Ennis Track AC. In lane number 3, Holly O'Boyle from Ennis Track also. In lane number 4, Ava Diver from Beachmount Harriers AC. Jennifer O'Leary is in lane number 5 from Nina Olympic AC. Nicole Deenan in lane 6 from Leevale AC. It's Ella Henderson from Ennis Track AC in lane number 7. And on the outside, in lane number 8, we've Emma Bonar from Letterkenny AC. For taking a look at these PBs and kind of who we've seen Jennifer O'Leary, of course, not one that's not used to an Irish singlet, I suppose. Made it to the final of the under 18 European 800 metres. last year in Slovakia, coming into the race today with a PB of 2:09. I know she's had a couple of injury spells and little bits holding her back in her training, but she's coming out here today. She looked really, really strong in the heat.
But it'll be lane 5 and lane 6 here from the start. That'll be the favourites for this race. Nina Olympic AC, Lee Vale AC, both seeded times of 2:09 for the 800 metres.
Yeah, Jennifer O'Leary looking to continue her international career this summer at the European Under-20 Championships. Running a standard in the 1500 metres, running a B standard there, so she'll be hopefully looking to get over to Tampere in Finland a little bit later on in the month of August. But for now, her main priority is getting on the podium at a national under-20 championships. So these women take their marks. And they're away smoothly first time. And you can see Jennifer O'Leary there of Nina Olympic AC asserting her dominance very early on. She knows she's one of the favourites in this field. She knows she's coming in with a joint fastest PB of 2 minutes 9 seconds, and she's making sure the rest of the field knows that as she makes her way to the top of the field there, joined by both a Ennis Track and Lee Vale AC athlete. But it's all about Jennifer O'Leary coming through in 31 seconds through the first 200 metres.
Yeah, and as we predicted, Jennifer O'Leary and Nicole Dinan are the two leaders in this race. Jennifer setting off her first 150 metres there the exact same way she started her heats, going out fast, making sure she puts the dominant force down at the start. But as we come around into the home straight again, the field has started to stretch out. We already have 4 athletes stretching out, coming into 3 leading pack. Yeah, Nicole just trying to close that gap on Jennifer O'Leary as they come in for 1 lap to go. That's 65 seconds through 400 metres for the first lap.
Yeah, really, really great running from these women. Ava Diver sitting in third there in the green singlet, but it's been from the gun Jennifer O'Leary, and like you said, Barry, as we predicted, Nicole Dinan from Lee Vale AC just on her tail. The topic of the conversation of the day really has been that headwind, and you know, it hasn't stopped Jennifer O'Leary taking the lead early on and setting a really, really strong pace, as we can see as she opens up a bit of a gap there on Nicole Dinan.
And O'Leary and Dinan both creating quite a significant gap back to third place there, so it'll all be here for who's going to win gold. Silver and bronze seem to be confirmed at this stage with the gaps in the race, but Jennifer O'Leary with still a small gap between herself and Dinan behind her with 100 metres to go. Will she have enough to hold on for this under 20 800 metre title? And Dinan is coming up on her shoulder. 50 metres to go, 40 metres to go. Dinan is coming up. Will O'Leary hold on?
Oh!
And it's going to go to a photo finish, folks.
2:12.21 there at the finish. What a strong finish from both Jennifer O'Leary and Nicole Dinan, Barry. And I think it's testament to the talented they are, but as well, we've seen today with the conditions that we've been faced with in terms of the weather, that setting out at a really, really hard pace, you really seem to pay for it as you come into the home straight for the final time. And it looks like Nicole Dinan 2:12.18 to take the win there. Jennifer O'Leary just behind and nabbed at the line at 2:12.20 to pick up second. Seems to be hugs all around from these athletes. And Ava Diver in 2:16.23 to round off the podium there in the women's under 20 800 metres. But what a run from these women.
As we can see on the slow-mo here, there's nothing separating the girls.
Maybe just a dip, Barry. It seems like Jennifer O'Leary was standing up straight, where Nicole seemed to dip more and get her chest just across the line. So that shows the margins between the two girls, and they were the two we said we'd focus on coming into this race, and the margins was literally just a dip on the line. But the action in terms of 800 metre running continues to come thick and fast. We have the under 20 men's 800 metres now, as we look at the talent queuing up in terms of under 23 running. It's just oozing out in this 800 metres across both the men and women under 20 and under 23. Barry, if you want to go through the field there for our men's under 20.
So the under 20 men, we have John Delaney from St Albans AC, Kieran McCarroll from Finvalley AC, Frank Buchanan from Carryduff RC, Caelan McFadden from Cranford AC, Sean Cronin from Clonliffe Harriers AC, Bobby Moore from Bray Runners AC, Finn Diver from Beachmount Harriers AC, and Oran O'Sullivan from Middleton AC.
Yeah, Bobby Moore, who also featured in the 400 metres a little bit earlier on. But I gotta say, Caelan McFadden, he impressed me in the heats, in fairness. He looked really, really smooth. He shared the 1 and 2 position with Finn Diver, who you can see out in lane 7. But Caelan McFadden also a really, really great up-and-coming talent who has produced some great performances on the international field, of course, over at the Under-18 European Championships last year. But Sean Cronin just outside him in a Clonliffe Harriers vest, a man who's ran 3:44 this season, running the standard for the Under-20 European Championships, of course, still up to selection a little bit later on in the year. But he's a man who's dropping down the distance a little bit today in the Irish Martyr's Club, running 3:44 over 1,500 metres. But this is setting up, Barry, to be an unbelievable under-20 men's 800 metre final as they get away first time. Nice and smooth. It's quite even as they come around the bend and into the first 100 metres. But you can see Caelan McFadden, he's made up the stagger early on Sean Cronin, and Bobby Moore with the backwards white hat. He's happy to sit in second place with Finn Diver just on the outside of him, but they're starting to bunch up as they come towards the 200 metre mark. Nice and sharp start from Bobby Moore there, but like we said, bunching up. You'll get to 200 metre split around 28 seconds high, and it's the rookie of the field in terms of the ages, just the man moving up from the under-18 age group. That's Bobby Moore, who's taking the lead.
Yeah, Bobby Moore with the seat time here of 1:51.92. He's well capable of putting it up to the lads, but it's going to come down to...
Oh, there seems to be a bit of a stumble there, and Barry, that's what happens when you bunch up in the likes of an 800 metre race. This is going to be a complete burn-up. It's going to boost the adrenaline of a lot of these lads and say, OK, we can't let that happen again. If you're going to lose, at least don't lose by falling, and it's going to be a seriously quick last 400 metres. 63 seconds, that's pedestrian for these men, Barry.
Yeah, relatively slow first 400 metres for these lads. It's going to be a real burn-up over the last 300 metres here as they come around the back straight there. Caelan McFadden just making a move here to come into the lead, and it's really winding up now coming around the back straight. The lads have made a big gap on the rest of the field, and they just seem to be winding just slightly back a small bit, but these lads are going no slow pace at all. Caelan McFadden coming back around in a bit of a tussle with 200 metres to go. There's going to be no gaps between them at all, and Sean Cronin coming up for third. Who's going to come in for the last 100 metres here? Caelan McFadden just letting a little bit of a gap be created between himself and Sean Cronin coming out on the outside, moving out into lane 3. Who's going to be coming in? Sean Cronin coming in on the outside.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be Sean Cronin.
Be your under 20 800 metre men's final champion.
Wow.
Your 123.ie champion in 156.83.
Wow, he looked to maybe fall asleep there, Barry, as Caelan McFadden made a move with 300 metres to go. But Sean Cronin, he's notorious for that sprint finish. Like we said, he's a man in great form at the moment, running 3:44 over the 1500 metres. We've seen potentially one of his rivals, Cormac Dixon, have a great run in the 1500 metres earlier on. So Sean said he's going to come out here and show he's still, a very fierce threat. He's really come into his running this summer over both the 800 metres and the 1500 metres. Maybe had a spell there for a while that he wasn't getting the running. Of course, he took a bit of a year out to try and get a scholarship and a spot over in the States. Still unsure of where he's going to go. We know he's going to go somewhere, but if he wanted a reason to, back up his 3:44 and a reason for a spot on the under-20 plane, I think he's just giving you it there with that sprint finish.
We have Sean Cronin 156.82. We have Oran O'Sullivan from Middleton AC 157.18, and to round out your top three, we have Caelan McFadden as 157.48, with Frank Buchanan coming in just shy of medal in fourth in 157.72. Not much separating the second, third, and fourth lads. It's all there.
No, not at all. We've been talking about the quality in this men's 800 metres, and Barry, taking us through this under 23 800 metres men's final, it just looked unbelievable. We were chatting to Nick Griggs a little bit earlier on. He said he's in this 800 metres for a bit of fun. We've seen him run a 3:55 mile. We've seen him go sub 13:30 in the 5k. Running standards left, right and centre ahead of the under 23 European Championships, and he's here to possibly find his way back onto the top of the podium in possibly some more unorthodox distance for the Candor man.
Well, if he wanted to get into a fast race, he certainly got into it here. We have Jack O'Leary from Killarney Valley AC, fastest under 20 at the moment, but he's in the under 23 race, I think. I could be up for correction there. He's ran a 1:48 over in Belgium recently, which puts him top of the pops. Jack O'Donnell from Rathoath AC with a 1:52 seed. Dylan McBride of City of Lisburn with a 1:49. Then we go on to Louis Mallon from UCD AC, 1:49 seed as well. Conal Rogers coming home from America on his scholarship, coached by Phelan Kelly. Rahini Shamrock with a 1:49 as well. Finn Woodger from Metro St. Bridget's, he's ran 1:48.9. Nick Griggs, not a traditionally 800 man, but he's a 1:49 PB. Will he better that today? Will he go for a podium? Will he take the title? And rounding out, we have Neil Culhan from Ace AC.
Yeah, just on the outside there. Of course as well, Dylan McBride from City of Lisbon AC. He's also a man coming back from the States. You can see him with the red headband just in lane number 3, but it looks to be Neil Culhane who's happy to get off to a fast start, and I stand to be corrected, it is Dylan McBride in that red headband who's happy to take this pace to the rest of the field. Nick Griggs, keep an eye on him. I'm sure he's the man that everyone's watching as this race unfolds. He's moving up and slots himself into third. Seems to be a slight bit of tussle there with the Rathoath AC man Jack O'Donnell, but seemed to be settling in as well, a training partner there with Louis Mallon, who's now in the UCD of yellow.
28 seconds through 200 metres there, so they're on pace for PB time here, but will it come? Will they hit those times?
Yeah, apparently Nick Griggs has been putting down unbelievable 200 metre splits at the end of sessions, and that's the inside scoop that I got ahead of this men's 800 metres. So he's got the flat speed as these men come to take the bell from the gun. It's been Dylan McBride in the red headband. Nick Griggs happy to sit in third place. As you look, Neil Culhane from Ace AC, he's a little bit further back. It's his compatriot up further up the field, but it's still Dylan McBride. Nick Griggs, he's got the sprint speed, and it's Finn Woodger coming on Nick Griggs' shoulder.
Finn Woodger making a move on the outside there, and as they come up with 250 metres to go, it's going to be a real wind up here, and Dylan McBride just seemed to be fading with Nick Griggs on Finn Woodger's tail, but there's no doubt this is going to be a real fast last 200. Finn Woodger coming up on the outside of the Killarney Valley man with Nick Griggs on his tail as well.
Here we go into the final 100 metres for the last time. It's the Killarney Valley man Jack O'Leary. He's taking it to the rest of the field, but it's Nick Griggs on the outside taking over Finn Woodger of Metro St. Bridget's, and Nick Griggs the favourite in an unorthodox distance for him, but he's shushing the crowd, finger up to the sky. Nick Griggs, take a look at the clock. Our clock seemed to have stopped, but Nick Griggs points to the camera. We have a clock here on the feed.
About 1:53. Finn Woodger just being outkicked by Nick Griggs.
Wow. We'll get official confirmation of the times there. We should have been looking at our feed of our great crew up here in the commentary box. But Nick Griggs, he had the finger out, the classic celebration. Will we see him next week at the Morton Games, hopefully to retain his 5,000 metre title there? But a man who's had a string of injuries, and he's coming back, and he's every race he seems to enter, he's either running a blistering time or he's coming away with a win. We've seen him in Belfast running a 3:55 mile, and then the kick that he had there, the absolute versatility this man has. We see him at European cross countries on the podium, we see him in the mile, we see him in the 5k, and now we see him over there chatting to Finn Woodger. We just unfortunately missed the replay there, but we can see Nick Griggs celebrating as he came towards the line. Finn Woodger, you know yourself, is not an easy man to outkick. So for Nick to come back after a spell of injuries and like we said, maybe a distance that he wouldn't usually run, to be able to outkick a man like Finn Woodger is some task.
No, and traditionally an 800 man, Finn, he knows tactically how to run that last 100 metres. He moved out into lane 2 and lane 3 as to make Nick work even harder to get around.
Go around there.
Nick just had much more of a kick. Look at you're comparing a professional athlete to a student. So look at the two lads. They might be the same age, but they're coming from two slightly different backgrounds.
Go around the right and the door that says call room. We might get an interview now with our women's 5,000 metre under 23 national champion, if she can find her way up to us, Rocha Roberts of Candor. She just cheered on, of course, her teammate there, Nick Griggs, on his way to a national title. Myself and Barry getting all the compliments here today, but look, of course, Jack, a little bit earlier on, he's a bundle of wisdom when it comes to the sprints. You've seen him trackside as well, but hopefully I might pop down and bring up our women's 5,000 metre champion, Barry, and guide her up, and we'll do a quick interview ahead of the next bit of action.
Yeah, we'll see Killian in a couple of minutes.
Here we are, up in the sky. Here you go, Rocha. Come on, step on out. Be amongst the action. Her other half, Ben Collier, creepily in the corner here. Rocha, we know you were chasing a standard. We were trying to avoid that word today because, you know, it's championship racing, and of course you found your way on top of an under-23 podium, your first national title. So all in all, a successful day.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be hard to run a standard in a championship race anyway, so just to come away with the win I was happy with that.
You were you set an early tempo, I suppose. Was the standard in the back of your mind at the start of the race?
Yeah, no, I definitely was trying to go for it for probably the first 3k, and then it was quite windy and stuff, and after 3k it was kind of just about winning the race. It kind of, the standard was set to the side after that.
On paper you came in as probably the favourite in terms of times ran this year especially, so was that confidence to you?
Yeah, no, I was confident enough, but Heather's been running well as well, so I knew that she would be hard to beat, and Avril's been running well too.
Yeah, you had a nice little group up there. You sat in behind Heather as well. We've seen so many people get shot down because of the headwind here today. You taking that step back and sitting in behind Heather, could you really feel the difference in these windy conditions?
Yeah, because I suppose the first K, I did notice how windy it was, and then when Heather took the lead, I was more than happy to sit in behind her for a while because there is quite a headwind coming up the home straight there.
And of course, reporting back to Mark Kirk, and Canada's had a successful day today. You just cheered on Nick Riggs to an 800 metre title. We've seen Callum Morgan as well pick up second in the 1500. So reporting back to Mark Kirk, he's happy enough overall today.
Yeah, no, I think he's very happy because I think Callum and Nick have their standards and stuff as well. So all good.
And
all
the plan
happy.
for you the rest of the season, maybe the next one on the target, I suppose, is national seniors?
Yeah, I think it'll be national seniors, and then I'm actually not sure. I might take a bit of a break before cross country.
Well earned break.
Yep.
Well, Rocha, congratulations, and thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. Thank you. There you go. Well, congratulations. Are we doing it? Okay, man. But now our attention turns to the final of the 200 metres under 20. Barry, I'll let you quickly take us through the field.
So we have Saoirse Carrigan from Ratoath AC, Kate Maher from Kilkenny Harriers AC, Mia Brett from Metro St Bridget's AC, Alicia Maher from Tullamore Harriers AC, Molly Daly, Kilkenny Harriers AC, Precious Akpamoses from Blackrock Louth AC, Katie Doherty from Rathot AC, and Rachel Afari from Raheny Shamrock AC. And it's Precious Akpamoses that's taking the lead at the moment, and she's going to hold on here to take the title of the 123.ie 200 metre women's final under 20.
Oh, and look at the clock. Rashida Adeleke's championship record of 23.93. Apologies. Emily Maher's championship record. I'm looking at the national record here. Emily Maher's championship record of 23.93 has absolutely been obliterated there. Coming to your time, we're going to get the official result now. 23.67 is what is on the clock. Apologies again, Rashida Adeleke can breathe her. 23.66. New championship record there for Precious. What a strong run to have such a lead on an athlete like Molly Daly, who looked so smooth coming through the heat and is an athlete who's been on the European stage for Ireland. Barry, is a really, really great run from Precious.
Yeah, Precious was the heavy favourite from the heats there. She was really confident in that heat. She had a huge gap on the other girls in her race, so for her to come through and set a championship record like that is really promising for her career.
Yeah, she looked really, really strong. There's one thing of running the national record, but running it in that kind of style, that dominance is absolutely unbelievable, and it's teeing up a nice couple of 200 metre finals. But what a day of athletics it has been. Apologies again to Rashida Adeleke. She probably, if she's listening in, her national record, not championship record, her record is safe and sound, and looks to maybe be for another while.
And as we move over to the under 20 men 200 metre final, we have Christopher Olatunde from Rathot AC, Kyle Faherty from Mullingar AC, Adam Ofamwin from Dunor Harriers, Donald Martin from Blackrock AC, Luke Timlin from Crusaders AC, Joe Burke from Templemore AC, Duba Mama from Tala AC, and Ronan Ryan from Nina Olympic AC. Luke Timlin having a very strong season so far with a 21.5 in the 200 metres, a UCD athlete himself.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jack Hickey's listening in now as the sprints come back into the limelight on the track, and I'm sure he'll be critiquing myself and Barry's commentary over the shorter distance, so we'll hopefully live up to the standard that was left a little bit earlier on.
I think Jack could potentially get in some shut-eye before the National League tomorrow.
Yeah, Templemore AC, Joe Burke. We were chatting a little bit about him earlier on when he was running in his heat. A man at such a young age with so many credentials to his name. Of course, bronze at the Under-18 European Championships last summer, and I said it to Jack earlier, I think it was one of the most incredible 200 metre races I have ever seen. Of course, Joe Burke taking to his marks now along with the rest of the field. Bronze at the 2024 European Under-18 Championships, national Under-18 record. Super run. But these men are taken to the blocks now. Olatunde, Faherty, Offamoon, Martin, Timlin, Burke, Amma and Ryan. This is the final of the Under-20 men's 200 metres here at the 123.ie National Under-20 and Under-23 Championships. And they are away first time, all pretty even, but it looks to be Joe Burke who's getting out the fastest and making up that stagger as these men start to unwind through the field. But it is out on the outside of Ronan Ryan from Nina Olympic AC, who's blistering through, and it's even Stevens here through the field. Joe Burke starting to fade. It looks like the Tala AC man, Dubem Amma, who's coming through to possibly take the win. It's neck and neck all the way to the line. Who's going to take it? And it's 21.51 for Tala AC's Dubem Amma. Just nipping out the rest of the field on the line, but Barry, they were neck and neck all the way to the finish.
Yeah, it was a real blanket finish there for second, third and fourth. We'll have to leave it for the photo finish to decide them.
But what a run. 21.49. Joe Burke coming in to take second in 21.56. We see who rounds off the podium now as the live results come in on the screen in front of us. But what a run. We can see the replay here in front of us, Barry. The arms were pumping from the Tala AC man, Dubem really strong all the way to the line, and Joe Burt just leaning out the shortest of margins between Joe Burt and Adam Offimen from the Nor Harriers.
Adam Offimen getting the 4th place there, just being beaten by Joe Burke. 21.60, 21.63. Ronan Ryan then with a 22.44. Kyle Faherty then just behind him in a 23.29. And then Olatunde finishing out the race with a 25.95.
Oh, what a run. Next up on the track, looks like we are preparing for some of the relay races as we start to unwind from a day of exciting athletics. Many of these athletes who we will see in a month's time, of course, at the National Senior Championships because of the display of talent that we've seen here today. Looking back, kind of what stood out to you?
Yeah, I have to say now, some of the championship records that have been set here really shows that, like, even if you have a standard, you can still go out and you can still put on a huge performance. The high jump standards that were there today were incredibly high, especially in the women's. Some of the sprints that were on display here, despite the heavy winds that we had, were very impressive. So it's a very promising future for our under 20 and under 23 athletes.
Yeah, and of course our photographers on the infield there, Barry, a position you usually take up.
Yeah, normally I'm behind the lens in a different kind of way than commentary, but unfortunately not today.
But no, look, like you mentioned there, and especially in windy conditions, and of course there's an incentive there. You must, unless stated otherwise, come and compete at your national championships if you want to be in contention for selection for European and EYOF championships in the same year. So we got to see some of the best under 20 and under 23 athletes run here this evening, and all through the day, of course, from championships records falling to surprise winners to, I suppose, some fan favourites coming to the front. It's great to be able to chat to many of the athletes. Of course, Barry, you caught up with many of the walkers earlier on in the day, and Jack was trackside with a few of our sprinters. We just had Rosha Roberts on the microphone, and Sean Doggett following the under 20 400 metres.
Are we going to Keane? Yeah. But where are we going to leave our cars? I don't know, I have to drive back to Sligo tomorrow morning, so. Grant, will you ring me when you're finished? Ashling Lane here, new championship record in the women's 3k walk, under 23. How did you find that?
It was a tough race. We went out hard from the gun, but I managed to maintain form, maintain technique, and then really power the last laps. Just squeeze under the championship record by a second.
Very good. And how did you find the conditions out there today?
Pretty windy. The sun came out all of a sudden just before the race started, so it was a nice break from the rain, I suppose. But yeah, it's tough enough conditions, I think.
And what are the plans for the rest of the summer?
There's a race in Raheny. I think I'll do 5 kilometres on the road there, and then national seniors. Hopefully, pick up a podium there would be nice.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We're here with Alex Joyce, winner of the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. How's it out there, Alex?
It was quite nice. It wasn't too warm and it wasn't raining. All my races so far this year has been rain, so it was nice to have different kind of conditions. There was a bit of a wind, but nothing too bad. Just kind of sheltered and stuff, so it wasn't too bad.
And what are the plans for the summer?
Well, like I said, I've run the B standard twice around the 23s Europeans, so we'll find out if I get selected or not, and then we'll go from there.
Great. Well done. Congrats.
Thank you.
No. So we have Hazel Hughes here, the winner of the women's under 23 800 metres. Hazel, how was that race?
Yeah, well, the first half was nice and steady, and then we get in the last three, so yeah, I'm very happy with it.
And how are the conditions out there today?
It was windy down the back straight, so kind of hanging tight there, but yeah, the wind was at the same hanging straight, so.
And what are the plans for this summer?
Well, I'll be running in Watford next week, so I'll be back as well.
Very good. So Aoife O'Sullivan, new championship record in the women's high jump of 185. How did you find the event?
I found it was actually really good conditions today. I was really happy with it. I was going into it really, like, my warm-up went really well, the conditions were really good. I was a bit scared because it's raining at the start, but yeah, no, it was really good going into it. Yeah, and the competitors, it was nice to have like someone like Tara O'Connor who went to Germany there last week, so it was great to have that kind of competitive edge to it.
And what are the plans for the summer?
So I just qualified there at the under-81 for the European under-23s. So I'll be going there 2 weeks time. So hopefully I can consolidate my performances there. That would be my biggest goal, I suppose. Then I have Corksy Sports next week and Morton Games as well. So that'll be good preparation for that as well.
Great. Well, congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
And as we round up our interviews there for the day, we leave you with the relays. But sadly, that's the end of the commentary for today.
Yeah, we'll leave you with the 4x1 men and women's and 4x4 men and women's, but it's been a day of action, championship records falling, athletes falling, and some of the, like we said, fan favourites, and some surprise people coming to the forefront and taking the victory. So it's been a day of action ahead of a busy summer of athletics, of course, following the under-23 European Championships will be taking place later this month. So of course we'll have all of the selectors, and then we'll have all of the athletes who've been selected up and live on the Athletics Ireland Instagram page once that has all been finalised. And Barry, I'd like to say thank you, and of course Jack Hickey, if he's listening, for coming on and having a chat and getting us all through today. Yeah, and just to round off there, I'd like to thank all the officials for all their help today, and of course our two sponsors of the year, 123.ie and Adidas. Yeah, of course. So with all that being said, thanks to all our guests and athletes who joined us for some interviews throughout the day, and for everyone watching in, we're going to leave you with all of the relay action. So with that being said, until, I suppose, the National Senior Championships in Santry at the first bank holiday weekend in August. So thanks so much for listening, and enjoy the relay action.
in 2, 2 and 4 are under 20 teams are both Tullamore and Rathbone, and then in 5 and 6 the 2 Irish teams are in green. Are beating it out from the orange team out in lane 6. And then it looks as though it might be Tullamore Harriers beating out the under 20. So more difficult change over there for the Ireland green team, it looks like. So in the home straight. And it's led by the Ireland green team. Going to take this home with Lucy May Sleeman. So the Lucy May takes that. Second is the Ireland orange team. And then, Tullamore Harriers just get up to take that from Rathbone and Rathbone. Our under 20 men's 4x1 team to be all in over by the high jump. Javelin. The win time there 46-31 for the Ireland green team. Please. So under 20 and under 23 women, the entry of 4x400 metres please. Under 20 and 23 women, the entry of 4x4. white flag in zone 1, white flag in zone 3, and white zone 2. Okay, good to go. Thank you.
And your ball.
So 14 is on the 24 by 1 on the middle foot, up by slide away C in lane 6. And the rapid team out in lane 7. So on the back out team on the inside, just there's no way to get the pattern across. So it's slide out and wrap out at the moment, and then Bandon in third. Come around into the final changeover. Slide out. Lovely change there. Slide out and Bandon trying to get back in and wrap out, but Slide out going to take us on a 20 from wrap out from Bandon, and then the rest of the second team. So we get our 4x1 women's and men's teams to come to your medal sleeve now. Your 4x1s, women's and men's teams to come to your medal. Okay, we have Ennis got a number 20 women's 4x400 metres relay team. If somebody could come into us and let us know if they're running or not. So for our 4x1s, men's and women's, can you compliment me on medal presentation, please? So, yeah. So that those teams in each of the under 20 girls 4x1.
On your mark.
So in the middle, the under 23 team is UCD and two Rathode teams. So UCD, Rathode, and Rathode. So it's Rathode under 20s, who's now the UCD under 23 team. So it's Susie Nesser, UCD, takes it over in third place at the moment. But the only under 23 team to move a 7-minute shot into second. It's Rathode's got a big lead here. So it's Ashton Chevron from Rathode. 200 metres to go. team in second baseman Susan Nessa from UCD. The under 23 team. So Lily Flood from Rathode. He's out the Rathode team. So Lily Flood. And UCD Ireland. About 4 meters gap. And probably straight again to the Rathode second team. So final changeover. It's gone up to 3 minutes on the clock. So then we start changes over there. So Lee Murphy. And there's a big lead here. Hanawari from UCD then. So very impressive here from the Rathode team. They just went just outside 4 minutes. Under 20, 4 by 400 metres. 4:01 high. And our UCD under 23 team home. And Rathode second in the under 20s. get the U20 4x4 under 23 teams with medal presentation, please.
Gentlemen, there's going to be a slight delay before the start.
Our final race, a very successful under 20 and 23 national championships.
On your mark.
So final track event of the day, the under 20 men 4x400 metres. So three at those teams, career runners and West Sports and Fitness agencies. West Sports and Fitness from career runners and then Rathos and Rathos. So it's West Sports and Fitness and career runners. Career runners just with the lead here. So 51, 52. And then Rathos and Rathos. Head down the back straight. Career runners on the inside, West Sports and Fitness. Second, and then 25 meters for Rathos. So the runners got slight lead over West Sports and Fitness. So 142, 143. Sports and Fitness, and Rathos, and Roland for Rathos. So Rathos put themselves right back in contention here. So pretty close. They come round, it's under 200 metres to go. That's fair. And then Rathos. Rathos goes themselves into second place. So very nice after getting rolling from Rathos. Let's respond well. So it's Rathos. 2:30 earlier to about Bobby Moore from the 800 metre specialist. Head down the back set, 3 on 1 against Bobby Moore. there, Sport and Fitness. He's responded with Barrymore from Career Runners. On past the wall jump, 150 metres to go. Career Runners, Barrymore. Upstairs, Sport and Fitness, and then Rabout Turner come back. Let's go to the four runners from West there, and then Rabout. Conrad in the home set, now Rabout second team. So we will get all those teams for second place down to the medal presentation place. Those over 400 metre teams down to the medal presentation.
.123.ie offers travel insurance, so you can forget about us and go live a life to remember. 123.ie. Give better a try.